It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, round two, that dangerous winter storm on the move this morning.
Stay safe and at home and off the roads.
Bringing heavy snow, rain, wind, and flooding. Nearly 200 million people on alert. Al's live with your full forecast. Then, pro tips. A look at the cutting-edge treatments being used by professional athletes now going mainstream.
What are some data points that you look to that tell you this stuff is working?
We're seeing reductions in injury rates, less traumatic injuries, a return to play on a faster scale.
From red light to cold therapy, Vicki Wynn is trying them all out. The details are straight ahead. Plus, taking Hart. Kevin Hart joins us in Studio 1A to talk about fame, family, and his new film.
I don't appreciate the emotional blackmail.
This is not emotional blackmail. This is blackmail.
He's here live. And out of this world. We've got your first look at the new documentary telling the story behind We Are the World, from never-before-seen footage to the stars now speaking out about that iconic night. Today, Tuesday, January 9th, 2024.
It's our first time in New York.
From Montgomery, Alabama.
Hey, Mom. Shout out to our friends at John Carroll University.
In Cleveland, Ohio.
Hi to our nieces and nephews.
In Fairmont, West Virginia.
Enjoy your snow day. Good morning to my dad and my brother Morgan, watching back in Radnor, Ohio.
Wishing my daughter Emma a happy 18th birthday.
To my mom.
In Huntington, West Virginia.
We love you, Grammy.
Visiting from Lubbock, Texas. Today I'm turning 50.
All the way from Homer, Alaska.
Welcome back. Well, this morning on Today's Consumer, we are taking a closer look at some cutting-edge treatments used by elite athletes to see if the rest of us, the non-elites, could benefit as well.
NBC's Vicki Wynn tried out a few of these, went to Vegas for us, and she's back with what we need to know. We're really looking forward to this.
Definitely a non-elite athlete here, for sure. Good morning. You may have actually seen some of these treatments advertised at your local spas and gyms. Well, researchers are now looking into whether some of these services that athletes are using to improve their overall health could help with mere mortals like us. So if they work for super athletes, what could they do for weekend warriors? To find out, I went to the ultimate training facility.
Not all of us can defy gravity for gold or drain the most three-pointers, while elite athletes have long had access to cutting-edge treatments from cryotherapy to red light to electromagnetic pulses. These techniques now mainstream, ready to help us up our game when it comes to performance and recovery. With centers like these flexing the latest technologies, part of the nation's estimated $480 billion health and wellness market. But do these therapies actually work? Our best bet at finding out, a visit to Las Vegas, home of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, where extreme is the name of the game.
It's a priority for us to make sure that our athletes can get back on the mats in the best kind of condition day after day after day.
Duncan French heads the UFC Performance Institute, a $14 million facility employing innovative recovery modalities, especially those promoting brain health.
What are some data points that you look to that tell you this stuff is working?
We're seeing reductions in injury rates, less traumatic injuries, a return to play on a faster scale.
Not open to the public, the Performance Institute welcomes all UFC athletes to come here and train at no cost. With science and technology in their corner, they enter the octagon as well-rounded fighters ready for battle and what comes after.
In the fight, you can't really predict or prepare for what's going to happen.
UFC featherweight Dan Ige turned pro in 2014. Dan hopes to extend his career longer than the UFC average of 5 years by focusing on his recovery.
I've never had any serious injuries, no surgeries ever in my career, I know.
It's a sport with consequences on your body and your brain. What's your hope that your life will look like post-MMA?
I have pretty high hopes that I'm going to be in good health.
So, Dan, you're going to take me through some of these modalities that you use to keep yourself in top shape?
Yeah, but before we get started, you got to put on your fight kit. So let's get dressed.
Awesome. Let's do this.
A quick change.
Reporting for the Today Show, Vicki Victorious Wynn!
ready for the main event.
If I'm banged up after sparring, I'll jump in here. Or
Starting with Dan introducing me to red light therapy. So far, research shows it can reduce inflammation, boost energy, and improve sleep.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1.
20 minutes of full body exposure to 45,000 LED lights.
I feel drastically better when I do it. So just like everything, consistency. And you are all finished. You are brand new.
Am I a fighter now?
Not quite. I still need to chill.
Minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Can we survive that?
For a couple minutes.
Okay. Cryotherapy.
Covering our ears, hands, and feet to avoid frostbite, Dan helps me prepare to become a human popsicle.
My biggest thing when I'm in the cold is to try to control my breathing.
I'm a little scared.
Okay.
Sports medicine studies suggest cryotherapy can alleviate soreness, minimize stress, and heighten mental awareness. Side effects may include dancing,
Yeah. And
we did it! Ooh, there are icicles on my eyelashes.
Next, we really shake things up.
These are pulsed pressure waves traveling through your body.
Whoa, this is powerful.
The chair's maker says the vibrations tap into your nervous system to help with recovery.
When it stops, your body lets go and relaxes.
While many athletes report benefiting from these modalities, Andrew Starsky, clinical professor at Marquette University, says the research doesn't offer definitive proof.
There is certainly some science to it, but there's certainly the placebo component as well.
There's a power in positive thinking here.
Very much so. If your patient has better buy-in, you're guaranteed going to have better results.
Starsky suggests easing yourself into cold therapy to avoid shock and wearing eye protection when exposed to red light. And the experts agree, you don't have to break the bank to unleash the fighter inside.
If you can't afford to do all of these fancy tools, you say eating well and getting sleep, still the foundation of good health.
Absolutely.
We had a blast, and here's the thing. Is there some snake oil out there? Sure. The staff at the UFC Performance Institute says there's a lot of slick marketing, and so when they are trying out a new treatment or device, if it doesn't show results, they get rid of it. Prices for these treatments range from $50 a session to memberships where clubs make you pay about $120 a month, but you have access regularly. And by the way, this is really cool. The UFC and the Cleveland Clinic, they have actually partnered for a long-term study looking at brain health. The military goes to this facility because they're looking at how can we get people back in shape, recover faster with fewer injuries.
Wow, and how did it feel going in that freezer for you?
I loved it, and I'm like really into the cold plunge. Now I do the thing where you can do it in your shower. You can just turn the water down to cold, try to stand there for 2 minutes, and regulate your breathing. Honestly, you come out, your whole body is tingling.
Carson swears by it.
Welcome back. If there's one star who can pull off a comedy action thriller, it's this guy right here, Kevin Hart. He's doing just that with his latest film.
Oh, we have so much to talk to you about, Kevin. But the movie's called Lift. He plays a master thief tasked with stealing $500 million in gold from an airplane while it's in the air. But first, the team needs some convincing. Take a look.
We're taking the plane.
Nice.
The whole plane?
It's kind of hard to take half a plane.
With 250 people on board.
We're not hijacking a plane, Cyrus. It's not the 70s.
We're not hijacking anything, Camilla. Don't even use that word. We're borrowing it.
Love it. Love it.
Borrowing it.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Okay, so this is your play on a heist film. What did you? And this is your production company. You're the producer. So tell us about it.
I mean, I don't think there's a more exciting time for me in my career than now. You know, to have my company be in a position to handle a movie of this magnitude, work with other amazing producers, Simon Kinberg being one of them. Our partners in Netflix have entrusted us with a budget of $100 million plus, and you know, we wanted to deliver. We wanted to give a heist movie to the world that had another take on the play of heist. So having the heist take place at 40,000 feet in the air was the best way to do that. We wanted it to be global, which is why we have such an amazing cast. And from a visionary perspective, what director could pull it off? We were lucky to get F. Gary Gray, who was unbelievable talent and somebody that I wanted to work with in my time doing, you know, the thing called acting. So we checked a lot of boxes, and the movie in all, it really embraces action, it embraces thrill, and there's a love story underneath it. And you've never seen me on screen like this.
Wait, are you part of the love interest?
I am a part of the love interest.
Now
we're
a straight
interested.
guy. Do you have any makeout scenes?
I do have a little bit of a makeout scene.
Okay.
Now, you know, now we'll go see it.
Now you'll go see it. Now you'll go see it.
Like, now you're speaking our love language.
Yes.
Well, you know, Kevin, I learned a lot about you watching a documentary about your life, and I knew that you were a hard worker. I didn't know that you were a machine. You get up pre-dawn, you go to bed after 1 a.m.
Yes.
You're constantly driven, and whenever I see someone like you who can't stop, I wonder to myself, like, why? What is it about you that doesn't want to stop?
I love the fact that a sentence can go on, right? Like, you know, periods are there for a reason. So you can constantly add sentences, you know, to a conversation, to a story. And, you know, I don't see my story ending anytime soon. And I think when you constantly find things that generate the world of excitement for you to do something else, life goes on and life is fun. I don't want to be content or, you know, mundane in any way, or get jaded, right? Like this thing can become a schedule that you're just used to. So, for example, me stepping into the place of more of a serious role, stepping outside of the place of comedy, action comedy, or adventure. It's like I'm always finding something else to grab onto. The company, the scale of the company, there's just more that my brain kind of grabs onto and goes. It generates.
Is it about reaching and wanting to get that next big thing? Is it about not losing what you already have, or is it just about like pure passion? There's so much for me
It's about building, right? Like I feel like, you know, there's so much that you can build through the duration of a lifespan. And, you know, the last name Hart, I desperately want to mean something when it's all said and done. And it's not just for me. I got 4 kids. I got a family. So if it has a big meaning, then they have a big responsibility. They have something that they're left with that can go on and, you know, act as a attachment to the conversation of generational wealth.
Another part of this picture, this family picture, is your mom, who I know you described her as having an incredible work ethic and just being your foundation. I remember you saying, I think in the documentary or somewhere, I wish she could have seen this part of my life.
I say that, and of course I'm talking about the physical presence of my mom. Rest in peace to Nancy Hart, the best mother, in my opinion, to ever do it. But I do know for a fact that I got an angel. I do know that there is some type of guidance directing me and helping me navigate through these waters. Because, you know, through tough times, I never really feel it. I never panic. I'm never, what's the word? Like, I'm never rocked. Right, like within any problem.
Foundation. Is that your mom?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Strongly. I think within any problem is a better solution. So I'm solution oriented in everything, in life, business, friendship, family. It doesn't matter. I don't believe that problems last that long. There's always a solve. So
you do have this adorable family. We have to ask you about your Christmas prank.
What were you doing? I was kind of mad at you.
I want to tell you, I have nothing to do with this prank. I want to tell you, I have 2 teenagers that do what they want. My daughter being the oldest, 18. My son is now 16. And they decided to dress up as like Santa Claus and the Grinch.
Yeah.
So they go in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And my daughter comes out at the Grinch and freaked out Zoe and Ori. Look at this.
Wait, the Grinch comes in to terrify.
Look, she got scared. Look at my babies are crying.
Okay. This is wait. We're gonna have you're gonna have a therapy bill. You're gonna have a therapy bill that's gonna.
I got real tears.
I'm gonna tell you why I got real tears. I told my daughter, I said, if you're gonna do it, stay in it.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna do the prank, stay in the prank. But my little one, Ori, started crying, and you see Heaven in the video go, wait, oh no! And she grabs her face to run back.
Was it all okay at the end?
At the end it was, and then they took pictures and we explained who the Grinch was, etc. But it was definitely a prank going bad.
Okay.
For sure. But I love Zozo. Look, Zo didn't move. He cried, but he stood there. He rubbed his sister's back. He stood in it like a real man. Good job, Zo.
I guess they learned some kind of life lesson. I don't know what it is.
It's like they're crying. It's like,
But he's,
that's the funniest thing
I'm laughing.
Yeah.
But he stood there. If you notice, when he's crying, he's rubbing his sister's back.
That's love.
That's right. He stood there and protected his sister.
Can you dish on LeBron James' big birthday party?
Oh my God, what a time!
Over the week, was it
what
this
a time.
weekend?
Shouts out to LJ. No, that was right at the top of the year, January 1st. By the way, one of the worst dates to do a party. I think it's very selfish to do a party on January 1st, knowing what we just did the night before. But LJ had a themed 70s party. And when I tell you, man, he knows how to have a good time. He really does. We went, we all dressed up, we took it serious. And these aren't like party outfits that you can buy from the store. Everybody went out and they took their time in putting these outfits together. I did a custom themed party. Let me give you the story on my costume. So my wife's uncle, his name was Carl. He passed away, I want to say, within like a couple years. And he was a producer on my show, Real Husbands of Hollywood. And what I did was I found old pictures of him for his mom, and I found outfits that he had. And I had our costumer go and make one of my Uncle Carl's like big outfits that he wore.
Muse.
So that was my muse.
I love it.
My wife and her mom thought it was pretty dope. But that acted as my catalyst.
Kevin, will you come back in the fourth hour? Because we've got more to talk about.
You know what? If you ask me to come back, then I'll come back.
Will you please come back?
If you didn't ask me, I wouldn't have came back.
I'm so happy.
But because I want to come back and because you asked me to come back, I'll be back.
I love that.
Okay?
I love you.
You need more than
Thank you.
5 hours sleep.
Yeah, you do.
I worry about you.
Well, you should. You should worry about that. I'll work on it.
All right, Lift hits Netflix this Friday. Good Friday night film to check out.
Jill's Steals and Deals is sponsored by Wells Fargo Credit Cards. Credit cards made for the way you live. That's real life ready.
Real Life Ready, that's right. We're back with an exciting Steals and Deals to kick off the new year, filled with products to help you reset your routine. Whether you're trying to drink more water or eat more protein or get more active, we got all the deals. 67% off is the top. Joining us is our friend and lifestyle and commerce contributor, Jill Martin Brooks. who looks beautiful this morning,
Thank
I should
you.
say. All right, check out our QR code. You can grab everything that you need. All right, Jill, we're ready to reset.
Okay, we are sure ready to reset, and I just want to give a shout out. My voice is sore because my Wolverines won last night. Yes,
congratulations. Go blue, go blue.
Okay, so while you're watching a great game, or you just need a little workout, we have one of our first deals from Move Stationary Exercise Bike.
Move, okay.
The retail is $1,999. Let me tell you what's cool about this. You get a personalized workout right at home, and what's great is it's easy to use. There's no subscription fee for the app, okay? So you just download the free app. There's not going to be any random charges.
Extra,
it's
right.
free. Okay, so you scroll through, and during your workout, you can tap and say easier, harder, or skip.
Brilliant.
And the workout will adjust. The brand says your coach will make suggestions to keep you motivated and on track. When your workout is done, there's built-in wheels to just roll it out of the way. Assembly is required. I just want to shout that out. But there's a video to show you how.
Love it.
The deal price is $6.99 plus free shipping. That's 65% off. And I just want to say it's like cliche to say, but it's just taking the first step.
Right.
Like you get on for 10 minutes a day, that's better than 0 minutes.
Let's get dressed so we can look cute.
Part of the thing is wearing the right thing so you feel motivated and you feel like you want to go to work out. Task Performance, women's activewear, the retail 44 to 78. Go on today.com to see the options. It's one piece or the other. It's the leggings, the top. It's in that beautiful fabrication. The deal price is 15 to 26, up to 67% off.
Ooh, love it.
Okay.
We need our music, girl.
Yep, and these are great. These are the Ethos Habit wireless headphones. The retail $69.99. They fold up super easily. They're super light.
Easy to
Feel
carry.
the cushion
Let me feel.
that goes on your
Oh,
your
yeah.
ears. 36 hours of charge time. Again, wireless. The deal price is $29 with the case. That's 59% off.
You said $29?
Great, right?
Holy
and great
moly.
sound. Okay.
All right.
The
You love
fanny
a fan.
pack.
This is your go-to,
Happy
girl.
and I are still rocking these.
Still.
So this I love. It's either a waist or a crossbody. It's by Pop-Ups brand. $55. If you look in the inside and show the organization, there's pockets for everything. You know, I like a home for everything. So if you look, there's a mesh pocket. There's a zipper pocket inside. It's lined. It really gives you the ability to wear it, again, crossbody or waist. This is a great deal at $25. That's 55% off, and it's water resistant. Oh, that looks good.
And by the way, I like the clasp. It's strong.
Yeah,
it's not like one of those
flimsy, and it's
plasticky
adjustable.
ones. Yeah.
Okay, this is like all the rage now, these cups.
What are
the
these?
Purify You 40-ounce glass water bottle, the retail $49.97. Reusable water bottle, 40-ounce one. It has a sleeve with that slip grip. And also, it has markings on the side.
So you
have
can
to see
measure
it.
up.
So you really know what you're drinking hour per hour. And it has a wide mouth, so if you want to put fruit or any droplets in, these are really great.
But it's glass, but this protects it.
And
this
it's light.
plastic thing. Yeah.
So the deal price is $24, dishwasher safe, 52% off.
Let's get our protein.
Last but not least, this is awesome. The Butcher Box Essential Protein Favorites. The retail price, $2.29. You get the 4 6-ounce top sirloin steaks, a pound of ground beef, 2 8-ounce boneless pork chops, 16 ounces of Italian chicken sausage, 2 pounds of chicken breast, 10 ounces of Butcher Box bacon, and 1 bag of gluten-free chicken-free nuggets. Everything comes ready to store in your freezer. Defrost the products, and it's like our kind of cooking.
Yes.
And you cook, and you made it. The deal price is $99 plus free shipping. The retail's $229. That's 57% off.
Can you whip through these these things one more time?
One more
These
time.
products?
Okay. We have the Move Stationary Exercise Bike, the Task Performance Women's Activewear, the Ethos Habit Wireless Headphones, the Pop-Ups brand fanny pack, the Purify You 40-ounce glass water bottle, and the Butcher Box Essential Protein Favorites.
Jill, you're rocking everything. We love you so much.
Love you too.
Happy you're back. All right, these products, you can find them more exclusive. Scan our QR code, head to today.com/deals.
Welcome back. When it comes to phones, the focus is usually on the newest, latest, greatest technology. A lot of consumers upgrading to the latest model as soon as it's available.
But there are others who cling to their old devices year after year, and that includes our resident Luddite.
Counterpoint.
All right, so I have a confession. This is my personal phone. It is an iPhone 7 Plus, which was released in 2016. You can see it still has the button that does my fingerprint. No Face ID here. I do get teased a fair amount, but even though I'm on the extreme end of things, I'm certainly not alone.
Those famously long lines that stretch outside of Apple stores when a new iPhone model is released? Well, to some, standing here is about as desirable as a mosquito bite. On the flip side, you've got the flip phone.
Yep, it's flip phone.
What does your flip phone do?
It texts, not easily, voice calls. It has a camera. The camera's terrible.
Still, John Tomlinson is perfectly happy with his 2017 flip phone because he just doesn't want to be connected all the time.
You know, you see people walking around with smartphones and they're looking at their smartphones. I know if I had a smartphone, I'd be staring at it all the time. And I don't think that's good.
John's not alone. A 2023 report found 31% of us own a phone that's at least 3 years old. A year earlier, that number was 20%.
That's it. That's my lovely old brick of a phone.
Peter Barry still has an iPhone 4S, a model that was released in 2011.
It still works?
Still works perfectly well. Yeah, I get most things that I need on it.
Though he doesn't have the latest apps like YouTube and can't scan QR codes or pay for stuff with his phone, but that's okay.
If it still works, then why do I need to buy a new one?
Like Peter, many folks are holding on to their devices longer, in part because new phones are pricey. Plus, these days, phones last longer, retain their resale value, and the upgrades from generation to generation may not feel that dramatic. There's something else going on, an aversion to too much communication, which is why Nia Kufis switched to a flip phone.
I just noticed that I was getting really addicted to checking apps like Instagram mostly.
Do you have any desire to go back to a smarter phone?
No, I don't think I ever will. My mind just feels a lot clearer and it just feel more present.
She doesn't have a map app, so on longer trips, she'll use an old school atlas. And instead of snapping pics with her phone's low quality camera, she hooked this mini cam to her wallet.
Yeah, it's really tiny, but it does the job.
Such simplicity is important to Peter Barry. He plans to use his iPhone 4S for as long as he can, years if it lasts.
Then I shall progress to the iPhone 5.
Where are you going to find an iPhone 5?
I've got one in the drawer at home, already awaiting.
Redefining what it means to upgrade.
Maybe we spend too much time on our phones, so maybe taking a step back is not such a bad idea after all.
I mean, whatever your reason for holding on to your phone longer, we have some tips to make sure it lasts. Don't skip the updates. Delete apps you're not using. Get a good case in case you do drop it. I've dropped mine a few times. It still works. Keep the screen and all of the ports clean. And remember, sometimes you can replace the battery instead of the entire phone. Peter Barry has actually done that for his iPhone 4S, which is one of the reasons it still works.
So your phone doesn't scan a QR code?
This one does. Yeah, this is a 7. This one does it. Yeah, it does a QR code.
It's part enduring and endearing. Endearing is what I want to say. It's part endearing, and the other half of me is like, why?
Right, but it's like, think of the money I've saved.
Because
it still works. And I do, to be clear, I have a work phone, so that helps compensate for some things that maybe other folks don't have.
Joe, thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Don't fix it. Head on the third hour. Simple steps to get organized and give your space a whole new look in 2024. And later on the fourth hour, star Mean Girls will join us after this.
This morning on the third hour of today, wicked weather. A massive winter storm impacting more than half the country, packing a little bit of everything. Rain, wind, snow, and we're tracking all of it. Then, a concerning new trend in skincare. Social media driving tweens to seek out products meant for adults. What parents need to know. Plus, we're helping give your home a clean sweep in the new year. Great hacks to tidy up, get organized, and refresh your space. And in Today Food, a fantastic French-inspired dish that's so easy, you're going to want to make it tonight. Today, Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Al, along with Chanel, Craig,
Good morning,
Dylan,
guys. Good
taking
morning.
the morning off, and we want to thank you for beginning this Tuesday morning with us. Man, we've been talking about this storm. We started talking about it on Friday, and boy, it is threatening nearly 200 million people. We're going to show you where it's heading. First, we want to go to Des Moines, Iowa. So Maggie Vespa started in our studio earlier in the week, and then she was in Boston, and now she's made her way west to Des Moines, Iowa, covering two major storms. So, Maggie, what's the deal?
I don't know who I upset when I was in 30 Rock. Like, I thought it went well when I was in the studio, and we kept joking about, like, oh, we always see you out in a storm, and then cut to 24 hours later. This is my life now, guys.
Oh, no.
Like, I'm so excited. So, yeah, I know. Please pass my condolences along. We're in Des Moines. I just want to show you how hard hit this is. Take a look at how fat these flakes are, how quickly this is building. We're going to walk a little bit. This really transformed overnight, like several inches falling, close to half a foot and counting. Look at how much that is, the classic garbage can sweep. But really, they're expecting close to a foot, like 10 inches, possibly more, up to a foot in parts of the state. This is really hitting this area hard. They're worried about power outages. And actually, we have a snowblower coming behind our crew, so they may have to move out of the way because people are getting things done this morning. Close to 250,000 Americans, actually, this morning without power as we speak. You can hear that snowblower behind our crew. He's just turning. But he means business. More broadly, we're looking at all of the winter storm alerts. 54 million Americans. We're talking in the South, Midwest, obviously including Iowa, up into the Northeast. Here under those storm alerts, wind a huge issue. 180 million Americans, Al, as you well know, dealing with that. We saw gusts yesterday topping 70 miles an hour. Nebraska was a mess. I mean, we had crash after crash, just reports coming in throughout the day. At least one this morning, tragically, we know to be fatal. And then another big headline back here in Iowa is the effect on politics. Nikki Haley canceling an event less than a week before the Iowa caucuses. The big story heading into the rest of the day and into tomorrow, guys, is the wind making its way into this area. Frigid cold after that. And then, of course, I know you have a ton of rain in the Northeast. That's fueling concerns about flooding. So just a mess for hundreds of millions of Americans. That's coming to fruition in real time. And I'm so thrilled to be in the middle of it. Once again, guys, back to you.
We do love you, man.
I know we do.
Hey, Maggie, by the way, just for your travel planning, there's a big storm coming into the Pacific Northwest. So maybe you should head that way.
No.
Go west, young woman. Go
I'm so
west.
excited. Please stop saying regions and places. I don't want to go.
Maggie Vespa, nobody better. Thank you so much. All right, let's look at this storm because it's got a lot going on. Right now, we're worried about severe weather. We have tornado watches now for much of Georgia, panhandle of Florida through 2 o'clock. You could also see tornado warnings between Panama City and Dothan, Georgia, and then snow back behind that. So here's the timing of the impacts of this system. We start off this afternoon, 3 p.m. Peak impacts Buffalo, winds and heavy rain. Atlanta, strong storms, can't rule out tornadoes. Chicago, between now and 3 a.m., wintry weather. We move into later in the day. Philadelphia, from 3 to 3 a.m., a flood risk, strong winds. Charlotte, severe storms. Washington, D.C., more rain and more winds. And then we get into the Northeast. Boston, from 10 this evening to 7 a.m., a flood risk, strong winds. New York City, more of the same. And Hartford, Connecticut. So we've got this risk of really severe weather. We're really concerned about this. Take a look at where we expect the strongest tornadoes, EF2 or stronger. Panama City to Albany, Georgia, also up into the Carolinas. Then we've also got strong winds. Airports are going to be really impacted with wind gusts anywhere from 35 to over 60 miles per hour. That's going to cause travel problems and widespread delays. Flooding rainfall, especially in the Northeast where we had snow. Now you're going to have heavy rain on top of that, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches or more. And back to the west, we are also looking at snowfall that could be anywhere from 4 to 12 inches of snow through the upper Midwest and parts of northern New England. And there's another system coming into the Pacific Northwest, the one I was telling Maggie about. that's going to follow the same path right on into the weekend. So we've got a lot going on.
That's going to bring more snow and rain?
More snow and rain. Blizzard conditions possibly in the Midwest
My goodness.
later toward the end of the week.
All right, well, 'tis the season. All right, well, now to a growing skincare trend that parents need to hear about if you haven't already. There is a good chance you've seen those get ready with me and skincare routine videos all over social media. Well, now you see this little one here? They're part of the reason that some young people are flocking to beauty stores all over the country to purchase high-end skincare products meant for adults. Or maybe they were the hot holiday gift your kids asked for this year. So here to tell us what products are safe, which ones Tween should be avoiding is board-certified dermatologist Dr. Marnie Nussbaum. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I see it in my house. My 14-year-old son went from he could care less, and then all of a sudden I'm like, why am I missing my eye creams and stuff like that?
Wait, your son?
Boys and girls.
boys
They
and
all
girls.
care. When John Legend came and brought product, had all the skincare. I can't find that. My 11-year-old
Boys,
daughter.
girls,
I talked to
and
Savannah, her kids.
My 8-year-old girl, it is
a thing.
wild.
What is-
Long gone are the wish lists of toys and dolls. It's Sephora gift
But
cards.
they're not asking the professionals.
So they're not asking the professionals.
No.
The problem is, Generation Alpha, which is anyone born after 2010, is on pace to outspend any other generation in decades on skincare, which is wild.
Yes.
And the reason really is social media.
Sure.
They are not watching TV like we used to when we were
Yeah.
younger. So they're being bombarded on TikTok, on YouTube with all of these influencers and now skinfluencers. And then skinfluencers. I'm not a skinfluencer. I'm just a dermatologist.
Okay.
So don't listen to me. My daughter doesn't want to listen to me.
That's so funny.
But really what's happening is the beauty, the marketing agencies are targeting this demographic because they have their attention and they know that they're vulnerable because their appearance is what they're really concerned about. So it's a trend that is taking off without any end in sight.
Well, let's talk about specifically why it is that some of these products are not good for tweens. I would assume they have some ingredients that are probably
retinol or
Yep. So a lot of what these kids are using, and tweens, which are really 9 to 12, have alpha hydroxy acids, retinols, any exfoliators, harsh acids are breaking their skin barrier.
So it can hurt their skin?
It's hurting their skin. So every day I have more and more patients coming in with their parent with rashes. They're making a problem where there was none.
Wow.
They don't need toners or exfoliators at that age. So you need to avoid any harsh acids, retinols, peptides. They don't need peptides.
Who
Yeah.
needs peptides?
We need
when you're that young.
but-
So what do you, as a parent,
Yes.
thankfully I'm not dealing with it. As a parent, what do you do? How do you set your kid up to have your tween to have a safe skincare routine?
So that's exactly right. It's all about having a safe skincare routine and educating them. So I always say, A, keep it simple, and B, less is more. All they need between the ages of 9 and 12 is a mild cleanser, an oil-free moisturizer, and a lip balm and SPF. If you're really teaching them good, healthy skincare habits, SPF and cleansing is all they need at that age.
And last I checked, these kids at this age don't have their own cash. Well, how are they buying this stuff?
It's very interesting. So birthdays, holidays, all they want is Sephora gift cards.
Well, you don't, just because they want it doesn't mean they get it.
Literally, when they did like a Secret Santa, all the girls, they just wanted Sephora gift cards.
I tell my daughter's friends' parents, I was like, get creative with lip balms or body care, bath bombs, but leave your face alone. Your face is gorgeous just like the way it is right now.
Boom.
You have the rest of your life to get a routine. You don't want it now.
That's
Claire's like, this is Marshall's. I'm like, girl, come in.
I used Bonnie Bell at their age, so I mean, things have progressed.
Dr. Nussbaum,
We just had Noxzema.
I had Ivory soap.
You're almost
Clearasil.
You're almost there. Like you're almost there.
Thank you so
Doc.
much for having me.
Let us turn now to the pinnacle of the college football season. We're talking, of course, about last night's national championship game, pitting two undefeated teams against each other, the Michigan Wolverines, the Washington Huskies, and this morning, Michigan fans are waking up quite happy. Go Blue, indeed. NBC's Kaylee Hart live now. She was up late last night watching the game, of course. Kaylee, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys. You keep me up late at night for these assignments 2 days in a row, but I am here for it all. It has been such a roller coaster of a season for Michigan off the field, but on it, they never stumbled. Last night, they proved what fans have known all year. They were the team to beat.
Hail, hail, Michigan. They are the champions of college football.
After nearly 3 decades, a college football powerhouse finally back on top. The Michigan Wolverines.
Victor's valiant.
Defeating the Washington Huskies, winning their first national championship since 1997.
It's just such a glorious feeling, man. Really don't have any more words than that.
Michigan's epic celebration, stretching from Houston all the way to Ann Arbor. With college football's biggest prize up for grabs and megastars like Michael Jordan and Derek Jeter watching, the Wolverines sprinting past the Huskies early.
Racing to the end zone. Michigan flexing immediately. And he's loose again. Edwards off and running.
Including 2 incredible touchdowns by Michigan native Donovan Edwards. Then Washington cutting into Michigan's lead. Heisman finalist quarterback Michael Penix Jr. doing all he could, showing off his arm.
Touchdown!
But late in the game, Michigan taking control, with quarterback J.J. McCarthy leading the way, and All-American Blake Corum doing the rest.
Breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Michigan!
The Wolverines' undefeated season wasn't without controversy. Head coach Jim Harbaugh, who starred as a quarterback at the university in the 80s, served a school-imposed 3-game suspension for recruiting violations and was banned from the sidelines for 3 more games following the Wolverines' highly publicized sign-stealing scandal.
You just have to let it play out. Cooperate with the investigation.
But after a season of ups and downs, Harbaugh's family supporting him. His older brother John, the Super Bowl winning head coach of the NFL's Baltimore Ravens, and their dad Jack, who set the family standard with a college football championship of his own as a coach 20 years ago, joining the celebration. Family off the field and on it. A tight-knit team hailing their return to glory.
I'm just so blessed. I'm kind of speechless. Just trying to take everything in.
Blake Corum, give that kid all the love. Y'all, Michigan fans will enjoy this one for a while, but the confetti had not finished falling before Jim Harbaugh was asked the inevitable question about his future. And does he want to win a Super Bowl next? He deflected, no surprise, saying he wants to enjoy this moment. But what we do know is that Jim will be sitting at the big person's table, as he called it, at Harbaugh family gatherings from now on, now that he's got a championship of his own.
That's pretty cool.
There you go.
That's pretty cool.
That's very cool.
Their dad is my favorite Harbaugh.
Oh, he's the best.
He is.
The best.
Thank you, Kaylee.
All righty, Kaylee, thanks so much. Whether you're an athlete or a weekend warrior, we got today's checklist for you. We have some moves we can all do to take care of those nagging aches and pains. Third hour of today, we'll be right back.
Something for everybody this morning.
We're back with today's checklist, and this time of year, of course, a lot of folks starting some new exercise routines. But if you are perhaps worried about those nagging aches and pains that we all run into, fear not. We brought in an expert to help. Board-certified clinical specialist in orthopedic physical therapy, Karina Wu's back. Welcome back.
Hello. Happy New Year. Thank you.
Happy New Year. But I mean, generally speaking, I know in the past you've said that it depends on what part of your body that we're talking about. That's how we have to treat an ailment. But generally speaking, some things to keep in mind if you wake up with an ache or a pain.
Yes. So if you're waking up with an ache or pain, what I like to remind my patients, and this is an easy one for the general public, I'm using an old acronym called the Price Principles. And this one's good because this is the one that people remember. So P is for protection. Protect the area if you're feeling a new ache or pain. R is for rest. If you're feeling something there, you need to maybe give it a break, especially if it's an overuse injury. I is for ice. Ice not heat in the first 24 to 72 hours because it reduces swelling and inflammation, which helps reduce pain. C is for compression. Compression adds stability. It helps reduce pain as well. And then E is for elevate if there's swelling. So you're going to use gravity to move swelling.
Okay.
Price.
Price.
That's an old acronym, but it's easier for people to remember.
It's like that commercial with the insurance. Price, price, price. Anyway, okay, so some specific problems if you're after the holiday season. Neck issues. In fact, I've got a little bit of a sore neck right now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So, yes, neck is usually overstressed, overworked. So an easy one to do is a neck stretch. So everyone's standing with good upright posture. An easy one to do is just bring your ear to your shoulder, right ear to right shoulder, and you can bring your right hand over onto the temple on the left side, and the weight of your right arm is just going to drop to the right, and it will give you a nice stretch there. And this is great because it helps open and lengthens the muscles there.
Okay. So you just do that both sides, obviously.
You can do it on both sides. You can stretch the side that's more tight.
And was it just kind of relieve the tension there a little bit?
It lengthens the tissues because usually we're tense like this, and a lot of overuse
your
syndrome.
phone like that.
Yeah,
Let's talk about when folks have lower back pain. You know, you wake up and it's just like your lower back aches a little bit.
Yes, and people are still sitting, especially during the holiday crunch, right? So take a seat. We've got a lumbar roll. You've got a towel roll, which is a great at-home tool to use. I'll give you that. And then you can also use a pillow, a very small, squishy pillow.
Okay.
So you want to sit and make sure your butt is all the way to the back of the seat, and you're going to put that roll into your low back. So you want to make sure it's in, you can lean forward a little bit. You want to make sure it's in your low back, and it should feel really comfortable. So your butt needs to be scooted back more.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, in the lower back.
Yes,
Okay.
and it creates that arch in the low back, which helps with that lordosis, which creates space and reduces low back pain. So this is important. It's positional, and you're using something that you can find at home.
Okay.
What about leg and ankle pain?
Leg and ankle pain. So would you like to come down on the floor with me?
Sure.
Sure. Go ahead and lie down. So if you are taking a seat, go ahead and take a seat here. Turn this way.
Lie down on my back.
You're going to lie on your back.
Okay.
So people, you want to elevate the leg. If you've got a new aching pain and there's some swelling, go ahead and lift. This is not really elevated because his heart is here, so it needs to be above your heart level. So
use
his
pillows or
leg would
something?
need to be up here.
Okay.
And I'm going to steal this now.
Okay.
What you're going to do, this is even better. So go ahead and lift.
Okay.
We're going to put a little pillow for cushion.
that's
And
nice.
this is really using gravity to assist to get the swelling out of the area, and it helps decompress.
So while you're watching TV or
You can lay on the floor, your pets
put
will
your
come
feet
down
up.
to you. Yes.
There you go.
Put your
I like
feet
that.
up.
Okay.
It'll help.
All things you can do at home, too.
Thank you so much, Karina.
Karina,
Really
thank you.
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Can I get up now?
Yes, you can.
All right. Well, speaking of getting up, coming up in our series, The Upside, a place where prisoners are finding a purpose and giving back thanks to some very good dog. Good dog. And then later, give your home a clean sweep. Great ideas to get organized, including a whole new way to store those Christmas decorations. Third hour of the day, I'll be back in just 60 seconds.
Hi, Charlie.
60 seconds.
This morning in our series, The Upside, a look at a unique program at a California prison. Women who are incarcerated are being given a purpose and forming special bonds with some four-legged friends. NBC's Steve Patterson is here to show us the impact that this is having. Good morning to you, Steve.
Steve.
Good morning, guys. This is part of what's called the California model. It's a new method of incarceration that is supposed to focus much more on rehabilitation and not just punishment. To learn more, we went to one of the largest women's prisons in the world to hang out with the prisoners and their pets.
From the outside, it looks like any prison you've ever seen or imagined.
Where are we?
We're at Central California Women's Facility.
Barbed wire and guard towers enveloped in an electric fence.
Yeah, this is our electrified fence.
We're completely surrounded, the whole prison.
Affirmative.
But deeper in, to something you might not ever expect.
Can we give a warm welcome to NBC?
Wow, this is a really warm welcome. Unbelievable.
These women are dog trainers.
And do they live with you guys?
Yes.
So everybody just has a dog in their room?
Right now, 15 dogs living with 32 inmates. Actually, here, they're called incarcerated people.
Hi.
Or they fail.
You want to come and meet me? Hi.
Since 2017, these denim-clad women have worked with close to 130 dogs. 50 of them have gone on to be placed as service dogs, helping others in all corners of the country. But it's what the dogs do for the women that's even more impressive.
How long have you been in?
Since 2012.
Are you getting out soon? Is there?
Well, that is my hope.
That is your hope. Are you eligible for parole or no? A lot of people here, when they hear life sentence, they wonder what gives you hope.
I have to have a purpose in living every day, and doing those things helps give me a purpose. It makes me feel like I'm giving back, like I'm doing something good for the people around me to make up for anybody that I've hurt in my lifetime.
That purpose, providing a light to many here in their darkest moments. LaToya Jenkins has been in long enough to remember a time before the prison underwent reform.
What did it look like?
It was dark.
Yeah.
It was actually no hope. There was no hope. There was no one going home. There wasn't a such thing as reform. There was none of that taking place. But today there is.
Now, programs like this are enabling California inmates who once felt forgotten to feel like they can still contribute, no matter how terrible their mistakes may have been.
For me, I took a life. I was a part of a crime. And so every day there's a living being waiting for me when I wake up, and to know that I am doing the right thing today in my life.
The program has enrolled 90 inmates. More than 40 have been paroled, like Amy Davis.
What's your story? How did you get in? How long were you in? And then
I was involved in a robbery gone wrong, and I was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, and I served 17 years total.
Turn around, and say all these women look up to you, right?
Davis has been out of prison for a year. She's now a director for the program that she says saved her life.
What does that mean to you? And then what's it like to be in here wearing a purple shirt and not a blue shirt?
Color. I feel that when you have people that look up to you, it's a responsibility. And I have to continue to be successful and become a better person. Just because I paroled doesn't mean I'm not working on myself. I want them to be where I'm standing, because I believe that everybody deserves another opportunity.
A role model for redemption.
How big of an inspiration is she?
Beyond.
A step toward a better life, inside and out.
Am I allowed to hug inmates?
You can.
So LaToya, the woman that I'm hugging at the end of that story, says that she is reformed, she's done her time, she's hoping a judge can change her sentence so she's one day eligible for parole so she can one day see her family. Guys, back to you.
That's a positive story. Thanks so much.
Thank you,
really
Steve.
appreciate it.
Nice hug there, too. Coming up, we are going to help give your home a clean sweep with some great hacks to tidy up, get organized, and more when the third hour of Today comes right back.
new year is the perfect time to get organized and refresh your space. So we have Executive Lifestyle Director from Apartment Therapy, Charlie Penn, here this morning with some genius hacks for your home, for anyone who hasn't yet packed up some of those holiday decorations. Good morning to you.
Hey, Good morning, you all. Thanks for having me back. I have some great tips for you.
Yeah, I will admit this year when I pulled out some of my ornaments, I had some cracked ones on the bottom of my box.
Don't we all?
Yep.
It happens. They're fragile. So listen, we're all going to be tempted now that we're packing up decor to buy like an ornament holder or buy products. You can use what you have at home. Promise. Here's a quick DIY. You grab your red plastic cups, a plastic bin. These are things we all have, some cardboard. Get it from your packages. Your glue gun. And you glue the glue gun. And it keeps it in place. Make layers. Put it on right there. Wait for it. Grab your ornament when it dries. This one's dry. We'll do this one.
Good idea.
Stack them.
And you just stack it in here.
Stack it in there. Oh, thank you, Hart.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you put a little thing on the
You can do ribbon handles.
And put that with a glue
Thank
gun
you for
too.
being my assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
I love it. And boom. If you need extra protection, tissue paper and bubble wrap.
That
Now,
works.
garland, beads, all the things that tangle. No more. Use a single-use bottle, like so. Put it in. It won't be tangled. It'll be ready to go for
you
next
just pull it
year.
out.
Just pull it
I have
out.
to admit,
No more
next
throwing
holiday
it in the
season
box.
when you can just take it out.
Yes,
quickly.
you'll thank yourself next season.
Now this is cute for your blankets.
Yes, so cozy season is still upon us.
Yes.
You have your blankets. You don't have to just fold them up and put them in the closet.
That's
you
boring.
guys, it's boring. It's blanket wall time. Make a blanket wall. You can use a coat rack or you can hang different hooks and make a canvas. Grab your most displayable blankets. Hang them up. Not only is it easy to access, but it's decor. It's a pop of color and texture.
like that.
I love that. I love
So
that.
a little
What's next?
wallpaper decoration.
Yeah, and speaking of easy decor, removable peel and stick wallpaper. If you've always thought about trying it, now is your moment.
Okay.
It adds instant texture and pop to your
Would you just
wall.
put it on the little?
This is right on a cork board,
Uh-huh.
and boom, and you can use a large one. You can use it as backsplash in your kitchen or bathroom. It's
That's a
easy
good
for
idea
renters.
if you have like a little small office.
Yeah, or
that's
if you
cute.
rent,
Yes.
you know, it's removable. You
Yes.
can really go as far as you want to go with it and
I
have a
love
lot
that.
of fun, and anybody can do it.
I just saw this. The Forbes Health One poll survey says 1,000 U.S. adults found that the average New Year's resolution lasts just under 4 months. But you have a great hack for us to keep our resolutions, right?
Yes. When you're redecorating and resetting your space, do it with your resolutions in mind.
Okay.
So, for example, if you want to read more, we all say that, right? I'm guilty. We do it.
Right.
Make your reading nook in your living room. Get that
reading
chair. Get that end table.
Candle?
Style it.
Perfect.
Your candle. Make it cozy. Make it comfortable. You will want to complete
You'll want
your
to
goals.
use your reading nook.
Yeah. At Apartment Therapy, we say treat yourself with your goals in mind.
I love
when
that.
you're cleaning and
Treat
tidying your
yourself with your goals in mind.
Yes, if you want to work out more, have your workout gear on a cart, roll it out, roll it back in.
That's cute. All right, what's
This is a
next?
cleaning hack.
Yeah, now, okay, so we've organized, we've decorated, let's get clean.
Yes, yes.
You know, we love reusing things at Apartment Therapy. This is a Parmesan cheese shaker. We know those from the grocery store. Okay, we know this. When you're done, wash it, clean it out, dry it. And everyone uses baking soda all over the house to clean everything. You know, the pans, we get in there. You can use this a million ways, right? So reuse it. Now you've got the big holes. It's so easy to just shake it out whenever you need it.
nice.
And it's easy cleaning hack, simple.
Now, when it's time to start to declutter, you're going to donate stuff, move stuff around. What's the best way to do this?
First of all, you have to get rid of what doesn't serve you, but that's hard to do. So at Apartment Therapy, we use the 20-20 rule. It's very popular. If you can replace it in 20 minutes or for $20 or less, let it go.
That's good.
Replace it.
20 minutes,
20 minutes.
or $20 or less.
Let it
Like the mug you love but have 8 of, pet toys, books, makeup, nail polish.
You can run to CVS and get one that's not all
Girl, how many
gross.
spoons and spatulas?
I know. How many do you
You know
really
what?
need?
That is
That's
no,
true.
that's my weakness because I have them from like when I took them when I left home from college.
And it's not like
And
you
why do
use
you
them all.
I know.
And you can replace everything
was
on
that a
this
dig?
table.
I'm like,
I know. That was
yeah.
a dig.
It was a double dig. It was a
You
double
can replace everything on this table in $20 or $20.
And you say
That's
you
good.
do a little box system.
Keep, toss, donate. Have a box system, goes in, goes out your house.
And donate.
Donate.
So good.
Donate.
Good stuff. Thank you, Charlie.
Always
Happy
love
New
when you come.
Year.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So coming up, it's Tuesday, and of course, it's Tune-Up Tuesday. So we're going to talk about the power of manifesting and how to do it the right way. Then later, we're going fishing in Today Food, a fantastic French meal that will have your whole family saying, magnifique. Third of the day will be right.
Okay, where am I?
Learning French in the new year.
We are just over a week into the new year, and we're looking to bring in good energy and good vibes in 2024.
Absolutely. Now, you may have heard of the term manifesting, but what exactly is it and how do we do it? So we're joined by self-development coach and author of Manifest in Action, Roxy Nafusi. Roxy, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
So, you look on the internet, everywhere you see, there's about everything talking about manifesting, manifest. So is this more than a trend, or is it something that's going to be here to stay, do you think?
This is so much more than a trend. So manifesting has actually been around for centuries, but it kind of goes in and out of trend. But there's lots of misconceptions around it. So a lot of people think that manifesting is just about visualizing what you want, thinking really positively, and essentially waiting for it to happen as if by magic.
Yeah. Right.
But it's really not what it is at all. To me, manifesting is a self-development practice. It's a mindset and a way of living. And to manifest essentially means to make it happen. So it's using the power of your mind to change and create the reality that you experience.
In what way? How do you put that into action and then make sure that you're on the right track? I mean, you actually do have to take action. You can't just sit and wait for something to happen.
Exactly. So this isn't a passive experience. Actually, it's very proactive. So it's about knowing what your goals are and setting really clear intentions. And as we come into the new year, this is a perfect time for that. But then it's about understanding what's the action you need to take. What are the
What's an
steps you
example?
need
What
to
would you
take?
say? Like, for example?
So let's say that you had a career goal in mind.
Okay.
There was something that you really wanted to achieve at your work, or there was a certain client that you wanted to work with.
Okay.
You then need to work backwards. Okay, what are the steps that I need to take to get there? So there's going to be different times where you're going to need to step outside your comfort zone. You're going to need to take risks. You're going to need to go after new challenges. But as well as that, you're going to have to change what you're doing day to day, your daily habits, how you're showing up for yourself, because it's actually what you do each day that really determines where you end up.
And you say no excuses.
Absolutely. I say excuses are a kind of a form of fear and doubt. They're coming in to self-sabotage you. So you'll say, no, I'm too busy, or I'm not ready, or I'm not confident enough, or I'll do it when. But actually, the when is now. You have to really override that urge to make excuses.
I love that. If you have a goal for, let's say, in a few months, if every couple of days you're checking in to make sure you're getting there, you're going to get somewhere, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to just stay stagnant. But how do you know if maybe it's just not for you? Or sometimes people think, oh, this is a test, I have to keep going. And other times, maybe it's just not for you. What's the difference?
Yeah, it's a good question. And what I always say to people is, like, do you really want it? Because sometimes when it's not working out for you, actually you kind of think, oh, forget it. Like, you know what, maybe I didn't even want it that much. I'm just going to go in a different direction. And if you want to go in a different direction, do that. But if you think, no, this is what I want, this is what I know is going to give me that feeling of purpose and fulfillment, then you just keep going. You keep persisting, because to get anywhere and to achieve anything great, you have to persist through challenges.
And you talk about being flexible with your goals.
Yeah, I think this is that, some people might set some really clear intentions at the beginning of the year, and then they get disheartened, let's say, if they don't happen for them, or if they don't really want them anymore. And actually, we're always evolving and changing, and the things that we want do change. And so be honest with yourself. It's not a failure. I always say accepting something isn't working isn't a failure, it's a power move.
And go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, and to that end, you talk about, we tend to be almost kind of self-defeatist and not look at the positives. You say you need to celebrate the things that do happen, even if they're not exactly what you wanted to happen.
Yeah, I am all about self-celebration. So I think every day we're making movements, we're making steps forward, we're achieving things, however big or small. And actually there are so many ways that we can bring in this feeling of, boosting this feeling of confidence by using self-celebration. So we might use a mantra such as, I am proud of all that I've done today. I'm proud of how far I have come. I love that one. We can give ourselves little rewards. So this might be that it's a candlelit bath, or it might be that you're taking yourself to watch your favorite movie, talking to someone about it. Like, I did this great thing today. Allowing your friends to share your joy. And then journaling is another great exercise where you can write down all the good things that happen to us, or all the things that we're proud of. It's such a beautiful exercise.
I love it. I remember talking to you when you were here before, and I think sometimes people think manifesting is, like you said, it's just some I'm just going to think really hard and it's going to happen. I remember when I was in college, there was a guy who said, ask for what you want, take what you get, use what you get to get what you want. And I remember writing it down, right? And so one step at a time, I was like, okay, how can I do this news thing, right? Okay, first I'm going to intern. Okay, now I'm going to network. And now I'm going to, and one step at a time, you may not end up the Today Show. but sometimes you can.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, it really is about having self-belief. Like at the core of manifesting is self-worth and self-belief. It's knowing what you want, believing you're worthy of it, and then taking action to make it happen. Because when you believe in yourself, you're also more likely to take the risk, you know, and to do the things you need to do.
Roxy, great advice. Thanks
you,
so
Roxy.
much. Appreciate it. Manifest Action is out right now.
All right, up next, we are heading into the kitchen to show you how easy it is to bring a taste of France to your kitchen with a meal. This will come together in minutes. We're going to show you how to do it when we come right back.
We are back with Today Food, and this morning we're going to dish up some French-inspired American cuisine with Chef Ben Traver.
So Ben is the executive chef at The Benjamin in Ridgefield, Connecticut, and today he is showing us their signature dish. It's olive oil poached halibut. Yum. Chef Ben, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I admitted to you that I've never poached anything in oil, so this is new.
Yeah, it's nice, low and slow. First, we infuse here. We want the oil about 150 degrees, not too hot.
I use a candy thermometer?
Yeah, candy thermometer or a normal kitchen thermometer.
Okay.
So we poach that or infuse that for about 20 minutes.
What did you infuse it with? What did you just put in there?
Thyme, parsley, lemon peel, and garlic.
Could you put any herbs you might want?
Yeah, of any kind of flavors you want in there if you want.
Okay. How long do you let that, whatever?
About 20 minutes.
Okay.
So then we'll come over here and season the halibut.
Okay.
How far ahead should you salt and season?
We at least 15 minutes. We like to let the salt at the restaurant kind of permeate into the fish. And then,
no skin?
No skin, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that, actually.
So we'll let that sit there, and then after 15 minutes, you want to kind of just dab the moisture off, and then you just pop it in. You could use a fish spatula too. You want to make sure the oil
keep it from not getting so greasy?
Well, it actually starts cooking as you put it in the oil, so it kind of locks in the moisture.
And about how long will it stay in there?
8 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
You do want to make sure the oil covers over the top.
Got it.
Okay.
So we also do some fennel fronds, roasted fennel. With it at the restaurant. You can cut it into wedges. We like to pare it down at the restaurant into nice little shapes. Here we'll have the braising liquid for that.
Okay.
It's basically wine and water. Put a little
In
salt.
here?
Yep. Salt, fennel seeds, black pepper, bay leaf, thyme. You could put garlic. Again, you could infuse it with whatever you want, really.
And then just put it in there?
And then you just kind of pop the wedges in there.
Okay.
You want to make sure the core stays in so it stays together, but that's an important part.
Okay, so then, now is this the sauce?
Yeah, so this is the sauce. This is the Beurre Blanc. It's white wine reduction with, again, kind of the usual suspects, thyme, bay, garlic, black pepper, stuff like that. We strain it out.
Okay.
And then you want to add in a little bit of cream. It helps keep it emulsified and stuff like that.
I like it.
Wait, I know. And then you just said thyme. What were the other things you put in there?
Bay leaf, garlic, black peppercorn.
So you're going to add the cream slowly.
Add the cream, and then it kind of helps emulsify it and keep it emulsified. If it breaks, it'll be very greasy. You'll see fat at the top, and it's not that great. So you just want to make sure your butter is cold. Add it in at a few tabs at a time, and kind of whisk slowly.
I told you my goal was to wait for him to be finished before I start trying it, but I can't wait anymore. So you keep telling us what you're doing here.
So we'll emulsify the butter in, but basically it takes a little while. You gotta take your time.
Right.
You want to be able to touch the pot on the side, not too hot.
Okay, and then what about this last part here?
So this last part, we'll just finish off the dish with a little roasted fennel. We like to roast in a little butter at the restaurant after we braise it.
And then this is quinoa you've got there? Or?
That's so couscous salad we serve with it. Usually in the bottom we use leek top puree from another dish.
Oh, that's
so
fantastic.
we'll take the trim from that.
That is really
Wow.
good.
Yeah. And then we make a little herbed couscous salad. It has a bunch of different herbs in there. Mint,
And a lot of
dill,
people are doing a
cilantro.
little dry January, and you've got an apple cider mocktail?
Yeah, so at the restaurant, we're doing a new mocktail menu for dry January. It's called Apple Cider Mood. It's kind of a riff off of Moscow Mule. Apple cider,
great.
ginger beer, and,
This
and
is
lime
good.
juice. Yeah,
Wait, what is it? Apple cider?
ginger beer and lime juice.
Yum.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So
This is very
you can
good.
Come on down and try that.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We hear
Yeah,
Sweet Willie
thank
G
you.
is a fan of your place, so we have to come
Yeah.
next time. We'll
Yeah, he's
just
been
all,
in a few times.
We'll all come with Willie Geis. Chefin, thank you so much for joining us. By the way, you can check out these recipes and more at today.com/food, or just scan that QR code to save it for later. This is delicious, both of them. We'll be right back. Yum. Tomorrow on the third hour of Today, we are helping clean up and help you organize all of your digital devices.
Coming up, Hoda Jenna, they've got comedian Kevin Hart stopping by.
Fun. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Today, actor and comedian Kevin Hart is here with his Lyft co-stars Gugu Mbatha and Ursula Corbero. Plus, the newest Mean Girls heartthrob actor Christopher Briney. And big news for Keke Palmer, Halle Bailey, and Ariana Grande. Justin Sylvester has the scoop.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hi, guys. Good morning. What a beautiful day it is. It is January the 9th. We're so happy to see you. It's a beautiful
Sure
day.
are. We have a
Great
huge
day.
show today.
Huge.
Huge.
Someone's going to be here for the very first time who we've interviewed in the past, but never in person, never
Always
in the
on
flesh,
Zoom.
never together.
Yeah, and that's Kevin Hart. He's hilarious. I have to take out my.
What do you have?
I'm sorry.
What was that, a cough drop?
It was a cough drop.
You know what? You're feeling a little funky. It's okay.
I'm feeling a little funky, but here I am.
But
It's
you know
fine.
what's good about you? You are one of these people who, even though you don't feel your best, you just do your.
Well, I try.
Yeah.
I mean, you do it too.
I know.
But it is a weird thing when you wake up and, I mean, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I just have a cold. But when you wake up and you're a little bit like,
Uh-oh.
oh no. Okay, here we go. But anyway.
I feel like whenever you're around someone funny like Kevin Hart, and I've watched you and I've observed you, and you're hilarious, but I think you up your funny game about 6 or 7 clicks when they walk in.
Does it embarrass you as my stage mom that I do that?
I enjoy it. I enjoy when a comedian walks in and you're like, but like you get this sparkle in your eye, and if you could even get a little laugh,
it's true.
You're like,
it's true. If somebody like Heather McMahon laughs
Well, you love when Heather comes in. That's when you
I like
actually
to make her laugh.
You do, and you hit your stride with Heather.
I also think you know your audience.
Yeah.
Like I have a twin sister who laughed at everything I
Yes.
did as a child.
Yes.
I would put like a jalapeno up my nose, and she would laugh hysterically. And she regrets it now. I mean, she says she wished she hadn't enabled me as much as she had. But when you know your audience, it's like you go back and you're like, look
at me. Yeah. But I also wonder about comedians because sometimes everyone thinks they have to be funny. Like
I
now,
know.
Can you imagine if you were a real, like if that was your job and you walked in and you just felt like talking and they're like,
or you don't really feel good, or you're not in the mood to just be hilarious. You just want to be
in the mood. Just be a
I will
normal
say,
human.
One of my favorite interviews of all time was Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, tell me.
And that's because he laughed at me. I mean, we had a
what did you
fun
say?
conversation. I can't remember, but I just loved.
Yeah.
I was like, he's probably going to think, who is this person? He was into it, and I love him because of it.
Of course you do.
You know,
because how he made you feel.
Yeah.
Feels so good. All right. Speaking of comedians, Joe Coy hosted the Golden Globe Awards this year. You know that happened. Viewership was up 50% from last year. I mean, a lot of people.
He must feel good about that.
He's got to feel great. We'll also just add, as a disclaimer, the football game was on right before the Golden Globes, so that means that there was a huge audience rolling in, which is great.
Yeah.
And it did well for the Golden Globes.
And I think last year it was on a Tuesday, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But anyway, he received some mixed reviews. You've probably seen them.
Yeah.
Which I sort of feel sorry for anybody that puts themselves out there and then gets backlash. But anyway.
It's like the feeling I got when he started was everyone kind of sits with like arms folded.
Yes. And
like,
waits.
imagine when you go to a comedy show for the first time and you're like, is this person really funny? I paid $20 or $50 or whatever it was. It's got to be a weird feeling, like.
Well, especially when all of the people are the most famous people.
Yes.
You've got Oprah sitting right there. You have Taylor Swift. You have this and that. And I'm sure it must be wildly intimidating.
Yeah, it's got to be
to try
super
to
weird.
Be, yourself. But anyway, he told People magazine, even though his reviews were mixed, he'd love to host again.
Get back on the horse.
Yes.
That takes a lot of moxie.
He must have enjoyed it, I think, because I feel like when something isn't right, whether it's a relationship or a date. If it's not fun.
I think stand-up, though, is one of those things that you can either hit the mountaintop or die on stage, because that would be it. Sometimes you just don't get the laughs, and that's just the way it goes on that day. Doesn't mean you're not good at it. Doesn't mean, it's not your thing.
Yes.
But it means sometimes in that room. But good for him for wanting to get back on it.
I know. I wonder if they'll have him back. We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
Yes. Do you have anything to say about basketball?
Not really. Let's move on. No, let's move on. I think so.
Okay, I told you I watched this movie, Saltburn.
Yeah.
Over a 3-day period because we can't sit long enough.
I love you.
What is it about?
It's kind of like a talented Mr. Ripley set in the modern.
Okay.
Early 2000s.
Okay.
It's the #1 movie on Amazon right now. It's got some shocking parts of it. I'm just going to. There's some things that might shock you. I'll just say that. I'm just telling you.
Wait, what are you talking about? Like, what's so weird? We've seen the weirdest stuff on TV.
No, you haven't seen this.
Oh, it's weirder than that?
Yes. I mean, has anybody else seen it so they can agree with me?
Strange.
There's a scene in a bathtub, which is
no. Rainey's giving the no. Shake no.
Rainey says she. Okay, well, she hasn't seen it, but anyway, one of the stars, and he's the main character, Barry Corgan. No, Kogan. Whatever. He is on the cover of GQ.
Yeah, what did he say?
The February issue. And he said that landing this cover was such a big deal for him that he wrote it in his to-do list. He manifested it.
He wrote, I'm going to be on the cover of GQ, and he was. I think I think it's cool to write down what you want, because there's all those sayings about dreams and things. If you don't know what you want, you're not going to get it. You kind of have to say, this is my dream, this is what I want, this is what I see. Because otherwise, you'll be like a leaf blowing in the wind, going wherever the breeze goes, and you'll wind up God knows where.
Also, don't you love that he sort of took that risk?
Yes.
Because not that many people are on the cover of GQ. There's 12 a year.
Yes.
They're main actors, stars.
Yes.
Whatever,
people we've heard
musicians,
of.
people we all know.
Right.
So the fact that he had the guts to write such a gutsy thing down.
Yeah.
I like it.
I know that you are a manifester. You write down what you want. So did you guys do something like that at the start of the new year?
Yeah, we did it at the start of the new year. We shockingly did it in the cab ride home from the airport. We went around and each person said something. That, for our family, that kind of sort of forced fun. Or forced, like, manifesting.
Doesn't work.
Our kids are like, Mom, stop.
Yeah.
You know, no. But it worked this year. And I don't know if it's because we were all
In the
stuck
car,
together.
yeah.
And we each said, you know, one goal at home and one goal, and Henry wrote them all down. And then I kind of write a visualization of what I want more of, you know? I wrote down in my notes just the things that I wanted to do more of.
Yeah, like what?
I mean, would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
How do you find your notes?
I go to notes.
Notes. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I did it. I'm like my mom. No, I did it. I did it in drafts. No, it's fine. I did it in drafts. Okay.
What, email drafts?
Okay, yeah. A house filled with joy, laughter, kind voices.
Good, I like that.
Music.
Good.
This is sort of strange, but be like water, softer, more gentle, more flexible. Less screen, more creation.
Good.
Daily adventures find beauty in the mundane.
I love
this
that.
This feels like I'm reading somebody's
No, I
self-help
love
book.
it. I love it.
Daily nature, white walks, hikes, foraging.
Good. Foraging. Good.
Foraging in
I like
nature.
that. I like that.
Travel, joy, and dancing.
Those are beautiful.
Do you like it?
I love that.
Okay.
I think a good, that's beautiful.
Thank you, guys.
Beautiful. I think a really good exercise for anybody is to write down in one column what you have, okay, whatever it is, family, my job, whatever the things are. And then write in the next column what you want to subtract or add. So think about that in your second column. What I'd like more of.
Yeah.
And what I'd like less
see, I
of.
did more, only more.
But I like that.
I'd like some less.
And then the last one, so it's that one, and then what makes me happy. And somewhere in the merging of those, you find the thing.
Yeah.
Like you're like, these are the three things that make me happy. Is it present in this? Am I losing? And I think there's a way to kind of put the puzzle together.
Oh, that's so
a good
fun.
one. That's
Let's
a good
do
one.
it.
All right, coming up next, Keke Palmer, Ariana Grande, Halle Bailey. They're all making big headlines.
Yeah, we're going to get the scoop from our guy, Justin, right after this. You really get...
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
All right, are y'all ready for some hot Hollywood headlines?
I'm ready, so it's time for
The
Scoop.
We've got our guy, E! News co-host Justin Sylvester. He's in LA. Justin, lots going on.
All right, we heard something, Justin. We didn't know we missed anything, but we missed the Creative Arts Emmys already?
Yeah, Creative Arts Emmys happened. It was the same weekend as the Golden Globes. And listen, a lot of people sleep on the Creative Arts Emmys, so don't feel bad. Because A-listers normally go to the Golden Globes, but this year, the Creative Arts Emmys were packed with A-listers. I had to put it in the scoop. First of all, Keke Palmer. You know our girl, we love her. She's always winning at life. She won an Emmy for hosting a Password, which is a game show, and it's the first time in 15 years a woman has won in that category, and she is the first Black woman to ever win the award.
That is amazing.
Wow.
It's phenomenal. Queer Eye swept as well. They won Best Structured Reality Show. Jay-Z, one of the biggest stars in the world, won for producing the Super Bowl halftime show. I mean, does it get any more A-list than that?
No.
Well, actually, it does. It does. There's one other person who won that night. Barack Obama took home an Emmy.
For what?
This means he narrated a documentary called Working. But the good thing about this Emmy and the most historic thing about this Emmy is that he is halfway to an EGOT.
What? Wow. So he has an Emmy
Oscar
and an Oscar? No.
No, he has a
Grammy.
Emmy and a Grammy. Now he's going to go for the Oscar and the Tony. So I'm calling it right now. You will see a play about his life in the White House on Broadway.
It could.
Watch.
Oh,
It definitely
that could be
could.
right. All right, let's talk about the music world. Speaking of music, any new stuff coming out?
I'm going to call it right now. Ariana Grande is about to give us the album of the year. Okay, so you know how Ariana Grande has had this whirlwind year. You know, there's the relationship, falling apart with her husband, her new relationship with her Wicked co-star. There were all these rumors and speculations online. Well, Ariana Grande just announced that she has new music coming out on Friday. The song is called Yes and ? And she posted this week, I have never felt more pride or joy or love while simultaneously feeling so deeply misunderstood by people who don't know me. Now, if I know anything about music, we are about to get a lemonade, girls. She is about to give us her whole life in this album. This is going to be unbelievable.
Okay, we can't wait for that. Do we have any sort of hints about what it's going to be about?
So I have talked to people in the music industry, someone close to Ariana Grande. They said that this is going to be her most personal album she has ever made, and she is ready to talk, and she is not afraid.
Okay, we love it.
We love celebrity baby
We
news.
do.
We love a baby.
First of all, I'm going to congratulate Halle Bailey on two things today. One, she had a baby in 2023. It was one of the best kept secrets. Everyone had been speculating. Yeah, look at that little hand that she had been pregnant. She had the baby. His name was Halo. She said that she's so in love, and it was the greatest thing that happened to her. But I also want to congratulate Halle Bailey for having the greatest friends in the world, because not one leak, not one crumb, a source close to Halle says she's pregnant. Her friends kept this secret for her and let her do it on her own timeline. And that is great. And speaking of friends, Hoda, I'm your friend, and I will not let you watch Saltburn. You cannot be corrupted by Jenna Bush.
No, I did not recommend Saltburn. Hold on, let the record be straight.
Wait, what?
I did not tell you to go and watch Saltburn.
Why? What's the
I'll
weirdo
tell you
scene in the
off-camera.
bathtub?
It's best that we don't talk about it here.
I watched
In case
Saltburn
my mom is
twice,
watching.
okay?
You watched it twice?
I went ahead and I watched it for you and me, because I can't have you watch
No,
it.
she's
Jenna,
not-
don't corrupt her.
I am not telling her to watch it. In fact, I told her she would not like it. Those were words.
Hoda, watch it by yourself, but not on a plane.
Really? Okay.
All right, thank you,
All right, you can
Justin.
catch Justin weeknights at 11 on our sister network E.
Coming up next, y'all, the one, the only, one of our favorites, Kevin Hart is here. We're going to hang with him right after this.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Whether he's acting, producing, or doing stand-up, we can always count on Kevin Hart to entertain us.
We're so happy. He stopped by to tell us about his latest project, playing a very skilled thief in the Netflix film Lift. Kevin, we want to get to your film, which is amazing, but we cannot get over you at LeBron's party on New Year's Day.
Yeah.
You came to
Look at
play.
this outfit.
Cutting the rug.
I mean,
what is Kevin Hart like at a party? Are you the first to leave, last to leave?
You know, at this party, I think I may have been close to last.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was close to last. Because this is one of those parties where you dance and you look up, you start to realize everybody else is left. But you,
Do you have a signature move on the dance floor?
Well, at a disco party, you're going with everything 70s themed. So it was a lot of Soul Train line, a lot of one arm up, one arm down. I had a fake cigarette in my mouth all night.
Ooh.
What I wanted to do, and my wife told me it wasn't appropriate, I wanted to put some powder on my nose.
Not appropriate.
Keep it there.
By the way, your wife
She's
is
right.
wise.
I was going to leave it there.
You're wise.
I was going to leave it there just see how many people said something.
Ridiculous.
It was 70s.
That seems like a bad idea.
By the way,
I was
You're
embracing.
Kevin
I was
Hart.
embracing the character. My character.
Kevin, people have phones.
Yeah, that's
What
the
was
point.
your name? What was your name that night? Did you have
Ralph. My name was Ralph that night.
Yeah.
Ralph with the nice pants.
Yeah.
Ralph
Just
always
'cause.
wears nice pants. That's what it was.
Can we talk about your wife, by the way,
Please.
who's looking out for you?
Please. She
really
You
is.
guys are best friends, which I think is at the root
She's
of all
dope.
the great relationships. So what is it like being married to her? And does she enjoy, like, your humor? Is her humor
Does
around the
she ever
clock at
get-
your house?
I'm still funny. I can still get a laugh out of her. But she's dope. I can say she's the backbone of our household. She definitely has shaped and molded me in ways that I never knew that I possibly could, just with like growth in the world of adulting. You know what I mean?
How has she helped you?
I mean, the idea of family, right? You got to remember, I don't come from a household environment. I wasn't raised under the concept of marriage and, family dinners, family gatherings, family trips, family conversations, themes, etc. So this is it's a new learned behavior, and you're redefining the mindset of a man that didn't have that particular mindset because of my background. So I can say with a collaborative effort, we've definitely patiently got to a good place today.
It's so interesting because anybody that follows you on social media knows that being a dad is probably your most important role.
It's the best. There's nothing better or more exciting for me in life than being a father to Heaven, Hendrix, Kayori, and Zoe.
What are you
doing here? What's happening
this is me, first of all, an amazing pair of Crocs. An amazing pair of Crocs. Yeah.
Do you wear those Crocs?
I wear those Crocs. Yeah, Zoe, get it. Yeah.
Wait, I want to come over for a dance party.
Well, that's the Eagles. That's what we do before Eagles games.
I'm sorry about the Eagles.
Don't you?
It's such
all
a
right.
bummer.
All right.
No,
what just happened?
I feel bad.
We took a weird shift.
Listen,
they were doing so well.
I don't need y'all to remind me what's happening.
I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm just sorry.
Can we talk about Lift? Okay, that's enough. What just happened with the Eagles and everything else?
You brought it up.
Simultaneously, I'm sorry. How do you feel?
We do, because we thought they were going to go
my household is in
Eagles
shambles?
Nation.
We're in shambles about it right now. We haven't danced in weeks. You know the last time we've done a dance? It's been 5 weeks since we've done a dance. We've dropped 5 in a row.
That Giants game was not.
Okay, what are we doing?
What about the Cowboys game?
Why do y'all have
lose to the Cowboys too?
Are we reporting sports or are we talking about? Can we talk about Lift?
We do have to talk about Lift.
Oh my
We do
goodness!
want to talk about Lift.
You just made me cry. Like what type of hurtful environment did this turn into? So hurtful.
We're apologizing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize on behalf of the Cowboys.
Let's let it go.
I don't like that you did it at the same time. Like we were talking.
we do
and I said
everything in
Eagles and
unison.
NC. Oh, we're so sorry, Kevin. Whoa, we're so sorry.
Okay.
Talk to us about something uplifting. Like Lift.
Uplifting.
Let's
You know
go.
what? I can talk to you about Lift because I'm about to be joined by two of the most amazing assets that this movie has, and Google and Ursula, who I know that you guys are about to talk to with me as well. But I couldn't be more excited about the cast. I couldn't be more excited about the scale. You're looking at a global IP. This is a movie for everyone to enjoy. We're talking about action. We're talking about friendship. We're talking about a love story. It checks all the boxes, and it's told through the amazing lens F. Gary Gray. I said Gary Gray. Gary Gray. Literally, we check all the boxes the world needs to know and see this film.
By the way, it's a little bit of a departure for you because no pun intended, but it's funny, but it's not only comedy. It's a real action flick.
Well, in this one, I'm not responsible for the funny, which is what I love.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm more of the straight man, poised, polished.
And in good shape.
In good shape in this film, thank you. But Billy Magnuson is an amazing comedic relief in this film. And it was very nice to be able to pass that baton and see other people score while being responsible for the story. My character is very much a leader, and the characters that he has around them are assets to the trail that we've set out and embarked on. So
we're gonna, Kevin, don't leave, because we're gonna talk to your co-stars. You were just talking about them, Gugu Mbatha and Ursula Corbero. They are here with us. We're gonna talk to them right after this.
We knew that
They're
Google
adorable.
painted.
We gotta get to the cockpit!
Grab him! I can't fly! My wrist!
Okay, switch.
Camilla, tell us what to do! Pull up! Pull up! Pull up! Pull up! Pull up! Pull up!
You okay?
I'm loving every second of this.
Wow! Our hair's blown back. That's a peek at Kevin Hart's new action heist movie. It's called Lift. It drops Friday. We're joined by two of the amazing co-stars, Gugu Mbatha and Ursula Corbero.
Are you okay? Is that the reaction? Is that the reaction?
We were on the ride with you.
You were hoping that people would have, which is just sheer terror.
Well, you know what's crazy? Last night was the first time that I've watched it with a live audience, I think, for you as well. But seeing the audience's reaction, honestly, it was exactly in that space. Like, people yelling, people screaming. Like, they were very much invested into the world of, like, action that we provided. So that was pretty dope.
It's awesome.
So, Ursula, did you have to learn how to simulate a plane, fly a plane?
I mean,
you really had to go through
I did my best.
Yes.
They gave me this flight simulator.
Yes.
And how
I'm very bad at technologies, I have to say.
Yes.
It took me like 4 days to set it up, and then I was crashing the plane everywhere.
You were crashing the plane, okay.
For an entire week, and I was like, okay, I give up. I'm an actress. Ursula, just act that you're a pilot.
Just pretend you can save them.
Yeah.
Okay, Gugu, you play this agent that's kind of following Kevin's character.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
also play a little bit of a love. There's a little bit of a love interest here.
Yeah, they kind of have a backstory. I mean, my character's more the straight woman. She works for Interpol. She's hunting Kevin down and his team of thieves. But yeah, there's this fun little backstory. They had a romantic week, or maybe a business week, in Paris. So there's a fun banter, which is really cool.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good of a kisser is Kevin Hart?
Well, that's a risky question, Hoda.
No, it's not.
10, obviously 10.
Oh, 10.
I like
10.
a good answer.
And what's this guy like as a boss? Because he is, we love Kevin.
He
we love
produced
having
this
him here.
film.
He produced it. He's in charge.
He has a big company.
Exactly. I mean, it's amazing. I feel like obviously everybody knows Kevin from his comedy, but I think what really surprised me about, Kevin's work ethic, on this show and as a producer, all of the different things that you're doing and keeping the energy up with the crew. But this is also, not just a comedy film. It's like action. It's more of a suave action character. So it's kind of cool to see you have a different side to you.
The idea of boss, I think, doesn't present itself when you are in an environment where people are, collective about the work. But I'm not like, I don't stand on that. I think, that's the thing, and we know that that's there, but it's more about the camaraderie, the chemistry, the rapport. And I think we were able to build an amazing one on set. Like, there was a great through line for that.
You guys got to travel really all over the world for this. Was it?
Yes.
Was
Where'd
it fun?
you go?
Venice.
Yeah, London, Belfast,
Cortina.
Trieste.
Yeah. Yes, there you go.
Did you get to enjoy?
Oh my God, I think we all ate our way through Italy.
There was a minute where the body started to fall apart.
Belfast was cold though.
Yeah.
Belfast was very cold.
I remember it was like June and it was snowing.
Yes, it was,
oh, wow.
I know. It was like, what the hell?
You're multi-talented. We know this from interviewing you before. I did not know you were an artist, that you spent your COVID time perfecting that. Yeah. And you made a beautiful
look, there it is.
picture.
There it is.
Wait, so you had COVID when you painted this?
Painted that for me.
Right, yeah. Well, obviously it's an art heist. My character is in the art world. We talked a lot about art in the film.
Wow, look at that.
So when I had COVID, I had to take a bit of time off during filming, and it wasn't a too severe case, so I was still able to paint.
Good.
So I painted that and gave it to Kevin as a wrap.
And where is
that's
that,
good.
Kevin? That beautiful.
That's in my office.
Okay.
At my house. At my house.
Are you happy that he, like, what would it be awkward if he was like, that made it to the basement?
I know, it's like, where is it?
Well, you know what I love? I love that she took the time. Wrap gifts are traditional. People go out, they purchase things, maybe their cups, maybe their hoodies, maybe their mugs with something on it. I love that she took the time to do something as nice as that.
Yeah, that's lovely.
You have to pay that the correct homage that it deserves.
It's lovely. Ursula, one thing we learned about you while Googling you on the internet is you're good friends with Madonna.
I mean, well, good friend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
Well, you were
she
pulled
pulled you up on stage
We are
at her concert. That does not happen to
I know.
everybody.
What is happening here?
I don't know.
Wait, how did this happen?
Are you friends?
I don't even know. I don't know. We just met in a plane.
You met her on an airplane?
Yeah,
God,
she came
all
to me
circles.
and she said she's a huge fan.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I'm laughing, but it's just.
Were you flying?
Madonna coming to you and saying, I'm a huge fan. It's like.
And
crazy.
then what happened?
You didn't tell me none of this.
You don't know that?
You didn't tell me this.
Yeah, that was right after COVID.
This is huge.
Okay, so then then you went to her concert?
Yeah, and she.
Where was
How did you wind up at her concert?
She had the concert in Barcelona, and I was there. So she texted me. She invited me.
You have her text?
I mean, yes, we're texting.
What is happening?
You have Madonna's text?
Yes, we are kind of friends.
So cool.
Wait,
so iconic.
Not like close friends,
but close enough to have
we
her
love
text.
each other.
You love each other.
Now, why didn't you invite her to the premiere of this film? Because she's on tour.
She's on tour.
She's on tour, and I don't want to
be
bother
too
her.
much.
No, that's right.
Too
Keep
much.
that friendship. Keep that friendship.
All
Okay.
I like how you're playing it.
Lift hits Netflix on Friday.
Yeah,
Kevin,
so much
thank
fun.
you.
Thank
You guys are amazing.
We love you. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Don't you say it. Don't laugh at that. Don't laugh at that. Cut the cameras off when they do that. Cut the cameras off. It's very selfish what they're doing. It's hurtful. It really is. We're here to talk about Lyft. And they're hurting me in ways that nobody else knows. It's really sad. Really sad.
Oh my gosh. Well, anyway, now y'all know how to get to him.
Right. Coming up next.
Yeah, the Summer I Turned Pretty star, Christopher Briney. He's been hanging out with some mean girls. He's going to tell us all about it. Right after this.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs, and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom.
We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Yeah. Christopher Briney is no stranger to teenage drama. He's one of the breakout stars of the hit series The Summer I Turned Pretty, whose character was in an incredible love triangle, and that's proving to come handy for his latest role.
So Christopher plays the ultimate high school hunk, Aaron Samuels, in Mean Girls, and just like in the original film, all the girls are crushing on him. Take a look.
Find the value of k for which the following limit exists.
K equals -3.
Damn, girl.
Wow. Are you trying to make the rest of us feel dumb?
No, I'm not trying to. It's just happening.
Oh, okay, it's like that. All right. Well, challenge accepted.
I mean, Christopher, we're grown women who have
and embarrassed,
but that is such a steamy moment.
Oh, thank you very much.
I was just thinking about you as this was playing, and I was trying to imagine you for a second in high school. Were you anything like this character?
It's such a good question. I think you'd have to ask the people that knew me. I think in some ways, yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite things about Aaron as a character is he's good to people and he cares about people. He's a kind person. And whether he executes that perfectly every time, I don't know, but he tries. And I like to think that I always try to be good to people. I mean, I was like a theater dork. He's not a theater dork. He plays soccer. Like, I played baseball, but you know, so he's cooler than me. But
okay, there are some rumors out there that you almost said no to this iconic role.
Well, it was never an offer. It was just an audition, and I saw this audition in what was it, September of the year before now, and the audition required like 16 bars of singing, and I didn't want to do that to the casting director's ears.
You sing not at all.
No, I mean I'm sure I could figure it out, but like when you look who's attached to this movie. You know, you have Renee and Ali and Jacquel, and like.
Yeah,
I'd sound like a fool. I'd truly sound like a fool.
So so at first you were like stiff arm. I don't.
Yeah,
want to do this.
I just passed the audition.
And then what happened?
And then my agent, who's here, called me, and she was like, "Mean Girls is coming back around. Would you consider taping if there was no singing part of the audition if he didn't sing?" And I was like, yeah, of course.
So
like, this is so cool.
Did they like you so much that they were willing to say, okay, he doesn't have to? Or
I think it was, I don't think it was changed for me. I think it was, they were like, we don't care. It's Aaron Samuels. He doesn't need to sing.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, obviously, in the original film, he didn't sing, and then what about in the Broadway musical?
I think he sings a little bit in the musical.
Yeah.
I think he has like 1.5 songs.
We were with some of the Plastics.
Yeah, I heard they came by.
They were here yesterday.
They're terrible, right? It's awful.
Just awful, but actually quite lovely.
Yeah,
was it
so
fun?
sweet.
We heard there was some arcade.
Yeah, no, it was lovely. One of the first sort of weekends
That looks like a picture from 1990.
I think it was on a disposable. We were shooting in this town called Red Bank, New Jersey, and it's a very kitschy town. It's cute, and they have this arcade, and it's BYOB, and they have rock band and stuff set up.
Fun.
Yeah, so we spent 2 hours, and I was like, oh, these people are like talented, right? Because we hadn't like started working yet, so to hear them sing, even in that sort of a setting, was.
What was it like working with Renee and the rest of the group?
It was great. They're wonderful. Like they're so talented. I saw the movie for the first time last night, and it was really cool to like see it all come together, because so much of them I didn't see on set. Like I never worked with Jacquel and Ali besides maybe twice, and so to get to see them do all that, I mean,
Did you see the original movie when it came out, or have you?
I've seen the originals. I think
really
countless
young.
times.
You were a baby.
I was 6 when it came out.
Okay.
But it's one thing that like when it was on TBS, I watched it, and
we also know that you used to work at Trader Joe's.
Oh yes, I
which
did,
is
everybody's
favorite grocery store.
We're really impressed.
My pride and joy.
And
down
we
in
brought you a little
Lower East
something.
Side.
This is one of our favorite Trader Joe's snacks.
It's my favorite Trader Joe's snack.
It
Is it yours too?
No, it's his. But we wanted to get it. The tortilla, what are they?
They're the corn
fake-
tortilla chips, the chili lime. They're the fake Takis.
Is Takis a new thing? Why are my kids into Takis all of a sudden?
I mean, maybe it's becoming like a cultural thing, but no, Takis aren't new. I don't
Oh, they're
think.
not new?
No.
I just never saw them.
I
They're
guess
like the
not.
same as the Bugles. Do you remember a Bugle?
They're similar to Bugles.
Okay.
They're more like flavored, I think.
What about a combo?
I think totally different. I think wildly different.
Combos
I don't
are
know.
way out there. All right, Christopher, thank you so much.
And by the way,
Thank
this
you,
summer I
guys.
turned pretty.
Yeah.
Is it
Oh,
about? Are you all about to go for season 3? What's happening?
If I knew, I'd tell you. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
they haven't told me
now we
anything.
know we'll have you back when you can tell us.
Good. Mean Girls hits theaters this
Thank you, guys.
Friday. Make sure you check it out.
Coming up next, the category is fun. We're playing one of our favorite games right after this. Thank you, Christopher.
You guys are the best.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help. That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all. If you want to play along with TV trivia games, turn up the volume because it's time for another edition of Categories.
Here to host is our one and only associate producer, Ben Bass.
Hey,
Ben Bass.
He's
play some
also the
categories?
creator of this game.
That's
Yes, he
true.
is.
Fun fact. So today we are playing categories for Tanisha. She's from Montgomery, Alabama.
We love Tanisha.
First time in New York. She's really excited.
It's
so,
her birthday. I met her outside.
Oh,
It's her birthday.
happy birthday, Tanisha. So each round you'll see a list of names along with a category. You'll have to figure out, you're working together, which 5 of those names fit into the category. There are 3 wrong answers on the board, though.
Okay.
So if you get all 5, you win. 3 strikes, you're out. This first round, you'll be playing to see if Tanisha gets our coveted Hoda and Jenna mug. Huge item.
And
with the nail polish.
Don't leave that
That's
out.
very
2 for 1.
It's a biggie.
Okay, what is our first category?
So let's get our names on the board. Your first category is Julia Roberts movies. So which 5?
Let's go.
My best friend's wedding.
Yep, you got it.
Mystic
The
Pizza.
Proposal.
Mystic Pizza. No,
Yes.
Proposal is incorrect. That's a Sandra Bullock
Can you
movie.
Wait,
Mystic
who's it? Oh,
Pizza.
Julia Roberts.
Mystic
Wait,
Pizza
it's
is
pizza.
Yeah, I've already
Yes.
said that.
Ocean's 12.
Ocean's 12. You got it. Yep.
Okay,
Of course.
Ooh, this is where it gets tricky.
God.
She wasn't in Catch Me If You Can, was she?
No, she wasn't.
What was she?
Wait, don't.
One of
you
these
have
is
to guess.
a couple of these are animated.
Fireflies of the Garden? What the hell?
You know she's got to be in one of them.
Smurfs.
Yes, she's in Smurfs. She plays Smurf Willow. So we just need one more correct answer.
Oh, got it.
Was she?
Well, we have 2
Fireflies.
strikes.
You can
No, you
get
have
another
one.
wrong answer.
Fireflies in the garden.
That's correct. You got it.
We had 2 strikes.
Tanisha wins the Hoda and Jenna mug.
Well, anyway.
Wait, we're
Let's
not
keep
in
going.
sync. We're not in sync.
Yeah,
Go like
we
this.
gotta get-
Go like
yes.
this. Go like this.
We're in the flow.
Okay, we gotta go.
All right, round 2. We're
Apparently,
playing
there's not much time
to see if Tanisha wins a
for
copy of both of
Tanisha.
your books.
Go.
So let's get our names on the board.
I'm stressed.
Your category is albums with a color in the title. 5 of these are real, 3 are fake.
Okay, Red.
Yep, Red by Taylor Swift is correct.
The Black Album.
Yep, The Black Album by Jay-Z, that's right.
Under a Blood Red Sky is not it. Golden Hour.
Golden Hour is correct.
Good
you got
one.
it.
I don't know.
Some of these get tricky.
Yellow Light.
I don't know. Let's try it.
Yellow Light.
No, she has a
You have
song
to with
Green
confidence.
Light. So
Wait,
that's one strike. Jenna, one of these you should be able to get, I think.
Under a Blood Red Sky.
Is that a guess?
Yes.
You got it. Good. That's a live album
I
by
like how you did that
Thank
with the
you,
question
control room.
mark.
All right, just one more. One of these just came out, a sequel to one of these just came out pretty recently.
Aquamarine Sheryl Crow.
That is a fake album.
Oh, dang it. Pink Friday.
Pink Friday is correct. You got it. Yep. So Tanisha's got the books.
Okay, let's go. Let's
Last
get the big
category.
prize. Come on.
Swag bag. Let's get our names
Let's go.
on the board for Tanisha. These are Lay's flavors. So 5 of these are Lay's potato chips flavors. 3 are fake.
Sour cream and onion.
Jalapeno.
Yep, both of those are correct.
Okay, now we get down.
Chesapeake Bay crab spice.
That's real, and I would love to try
yes, it
it.
is.
It's not deviled eggs.
2 more.
Flamin' hot dill pickle.
Yeah, that's correct. You got it.
That'd be
Maui onion.
You got it. You swept
Let's
the
go.
board.
Swept it.
Tanisha's going home with the whole.
We know our carbs.
Happy birthday, girl.
Happy birthday.
Tanisha.
And congrats, Tanisha. We love you.
All right, thanks, you,
guys.
Ben.
Okay.
You did a great job.
And we'll be back
After
right
this.
After this. We know our chips.
God.
I mean, if anybody
We
knows their chips,
swept it.
my girl knows her Lay's. She
Coming up tomorrow, actress Busy Phillips is going to swing by.
Plus a performance by country singer Nate Smith. That'll be fun.
Fun show. See you guys Wednesday.
Bye.
Bye. So I've got Haley's birthday.
Back with today's checklist, and this morning we are going to help you take charge of your health by talking food, breaking down the nutrients that you need right now and in the right amounts also. So joining us this morning is Vanessa Rossetto, registered dietitian and CEO of Culina Health. Good morning, Vanessa.
Good
You're
morning.
first time joining us.
Yeah.
It's so nice to have you
Thanks
here.
for having me.
And I think it's so important, when we talk about all this stuff, it's like you think, oh, this is good for you, but how much are you supposed to be taking in? And is it different for men and women? So we're going to start today with fiber.
Yeah, so this is one that is actually, there are differences for men and women. So men should have about 35 grams and women
Okay.
about 28 grams. But when I say, hey, get 28 grams of fiber, you're like, cool, where?
What does that even
How?
mean? Yes.
Exactly. And fiber is good for gut health, it's good for weight management. And so easy ways for me, I always think like more bang for my buck.
Okay.
So 2 tablespoons of chia are 11 grams of fiber.
Oh,
So you add
toss
that,
them into
add
anything.
that to your oats, which are 4 grams, right? And so now we're at 15. Then we're gonna
And
have
this stuff all has fiber too?
all has fiber.
Dark chocolate?
Dark
and-
chocolate blows everyone's mind. 85% or over
Yeah.
has about 3 or 4 grams of fiber.
Take a little piece of that, right?
Yeah. And also,
Wow, that is the hardest dark chocolate I've ever had.
also
Okay.
1 cup of raspberries is 8 grams of fiber. So,
Okay.
if you want to just like add something extra to your oats, just toss it in.
That's the easiest way to do it.
Exactly.
Pistachios, edamame, all
Exactly.
examples. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about vegetables. We can't do this segment without vegetables.
You need vegetables.
Right?
Everyone needs
While I chomp on my dark
Yes.
chocolate.
Yes.
Okay. How much?
So I like to say 1 cup of vegetables at lunch and dinner. Doesn't have to be roasted broccoli
Mhm.
or, roasted edamame.
Right.
We can just cut up carrots, cut
Right.
up celery, cut up red bell peppers.
Is
and
raw best?
depends on
Yeah.
what's good, what your stomach can take.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you can tolerate raw vegetables, that's awesome. If you want to cook them down because that's a little bit easier for you, that's okay too.
Right.
But it doesn't have to be, shaved Parmesan and olive oil and roasted for 30 minutes. It's just cut them up, put them on the side, keep it going.
You could even munch in those during the day,
That's
right?
right. That's right. Yep.
For those people who do that whole all-day eating thing.
Exactly, and you can add some cheese with it
Yeah.
to help you, help you get full. So it's
All
really
right.
great.
So here's the next thing. Right, I see so many people in this building who walk around with
Yes.
these things of water
Yes,
this big.
and good for them.
Right. if they don't get to the bottom, they feel like they're a failure.
Yeah.
How much water?
90 ounces? Yeah, so I'm looking for 90 ounces a day, which could be a little bit difficult, but many of us are working at home, so we have easy access to a restroom if you need.
Good point.
Sometimes that bothers people. But actually, some quick ways for you to get hydration in. You can just add a pinch of Himalayan sea salt. That helps with electrolytes and helps to keep you feeling more
Really?
hydrated. Yep.
Himalayan sea salt?
Himalayan sea salt, yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry too much about, the 90 ounces if it's a little bit taxing.
That's kind of the good salt. Let's talk about the not so good salt. It's funny because the thing is, it's not just table salt. There's sodium in so many of our products.
Sodium is everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you have some issues with blood pressure or things like that, you want to pay attention. So the American Heart Association recommends 1 teaspoon, about 2,300 milligrams. Salt is hidden everywhere. So
A day?
A day.
A teaspoon a day?
And so here's the thing. Most people eat fresh food, right?
Yeah.
And so if you are eating canned soups, you want to look for things that are low sodium. You can also get low sodium cold cuts.
Yeah.
It's just being mindful of those words so that you don't overdo it.
All right, since we're talking about goals and 2023, healthy eating, all of this, this is where I mess up. Snacks. My snacks aren't right. I already know. Well,
You got to get your snacks
my
lined
snacks
up
are
right.
just, I got to get it in order.
Well, what happens is people are looking for snacks that are already processed,
And yummy?
packaged, and
No,
yummy.
I'm just-
Yes, I'm always
kidding.
looking for things. If it's not delicious, we're not eating it.
Right, right.
And so sometimes you'll get a bar, and the bar will be 300 calories, and maybe that might be a little bit over. So you could do the dark chocolate with 15 almonds. So
Okay.
there's fiber, and there's protein, and there's fat.
That's not bad.
And it's going to hold you over. So I'm always looking for more than 150 calories, but no more than 200.
So between 150 and 200.
Yeah.
Is this where I'm supposed to live?
This is where you can
Is
live.
this home?
Yeah, this is home. So,
Okay.
And so here's a fun way, because eggs maybe by themselves are a little bit boring.
Just a little.
So we can add a little hot sauce. We can add everything but the bagel seasoning. It's
Okay.
very delicious. But also we can always go back to the dark chocolate and the almonds for something fun.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Welcome to my home, Harry.
That's right. Doritos. Oh no.
No.
Eggs.
An egg.
Yum.
That
was great.
Thank you,
so
Vanessa.
much.
We're back, another edition of Superfood Friday SOS. This is where we answer your questions. And to do it, we brought in the expert, today nutrition and health expert Joy Bowers here to break them down, to share some helpful, healthy eating strategies. Always good to have you. Let's dig in. Here's our first question from a viewer.
Hi, Joy. I'm Ina Espinoza from Ann Arbor, Michigan. How much protein should I be eating?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, and so we spend so much time talking about why protein is important. It helps with our muscles, our tissues, keeps our appetite in check, jacks up our energy levels. But we don't talk about how much we should be eating
Right.
each day. So I really appreciate this this question. Here's the easiest way to figure out how much you need. Take your weight in pounds, divide it in half, and that's about how much protein you should be eating each and every day. It's not an exact
ounces,
science.
obviously.
In grams.
In grams.
In grams. So it's not an exact science, but it's a really good reference number. So, for example, if you weigh 140 pounds, you want to aim to eat 70 grams of protein each and every day. Yeah.
Never knew it.
And also, I should say that you need a little bit more if you're pregnant, if you're nursing, or if you're a serious athlete.
And these are some foods that are rich
Yeah,
in
so the
protein.
good news is that there's so many foods that have a lot of protein. So, for example, a cup of cottage cheese has about 24 grams of protein. This is Greek yogurt. A cup has about anywhere from 15 to 18 grams. 2 tablespoons of peanut butter, about 8 grams. An egg, 6 grams. A cup of beans has a lot, or lentils. This is a palm size or a deck of cards for chicken, fish, or meat, 21 grams. And when you think about it, we probably have double this for lunch and dinner.
Let's talk about these next foods here because we've got a viewer question related to heart health.
Okay.
Let's take a listen.
Hey, Joy, this is Steve from Westchester, New York. I was just wondering if there are any specific foods that I might be able to eat to help me lower cholesterol.
That's a great question.
Yeah, so diet has a huge impact on our cholesterol level. And in order to lower our cholesterol numbers, first you want to minimize saturated fat, refined carbs, and added sugar. And I know that's easier said than done, but it's really important. But the good news is that there are actually foods that have cholesterol lowering capabilities. And I geek out over this because it really illustrates the power of healthy eating. So first I'm going to start by saying that there's a type of fiber called soluble fiber, and it has the capability of latching on to circulating cholesterol and escorting it out of our body. And you find it in things like apples, avocado, oats. These are chia seeds, lentils, and beans. Here I'm showing pistachio nuts because pistachio nuts, as well as sunflower seeds, they have this natural occurring plant-based compounds called plant stanols or sterols, and all you need to know is that that helps to block the absorption of cholesterol.
I love pistachios.
These are the things you want to put onto your menu.
Very, very helpful.
Sunflower seeds also help keep you awake on a road trip.
That's true.
Who knew there was a car in the studio?
Okay, now we have a question about chocolate.
I know that dark chocolate is healthier than milk chocolate and I want to switch. What % should I look for in the grocery store? Thanks so much, Joy.
Oh, that's nice.
So sweet. Yeah, sometimes if you get too much dark chocolate, it's bitter.
That's right. So, like, as a general guideline, the darker the chocolate, the higher the percentage of cacao or cocoa, the greater the health perks. But it's not as easy as just going to the store and buying the highest percentage because then you don't have that out of this world indulgent chocolate experience. So what I like to do is, first off, we're showing here the middle ground. So this is between 60 and 80%, I think, is the sweet spot because
that's good chocolate.
it delivers the health-promoting flavanols, but it also is gently sweet and it has that melt-in-your-mouth deliciousness. I would tell people to start at 60% and then slowly work your way up and see where your palate prefers.
70's great.
I love like 72%, and there's a lot of great brands out there. If you're only looking for pure health, you could go for the Gusto, 80+%, but I'm just going to tell you it's going to be intense, it's going to be
That's
dark.
a lot.
It's not as sweet and indulgent.
Yes.
All right, so next we're talking, I think, sodium. Let's listen to our last question.
Hi, Joy. This is Darby and Mango from Austin, Texas. I wanted to reach out about salty foods and why they make me swollen. I've always heard this happens, but why does it happen and how long does it usually last?
That's a great question.
We have this saying in my office, where sodium goes, water flows.
Ah.
This is a real thing. So
It is. I've learned my lesson in the mornings.
the sodium is a component of salt. And when you eat a salty meal, that sodium draws in water, and you're going to feel it in your fingers. Sometimes you get a swollen face, puffiness around the belly. The good news is it will usually ease up in 24 hours or so, and you can also expedite the process by drinking a lot of flat water and eating potassium-rich foods.
Oh, shoot, we're out of time, so let's hurry.
Okay, so some of the more surprising places that you would get sodium, we have, like
sausage,
sausages,
meat,
jerky. Shrimp is really salty.
Shrimp?
Bread Really? Bread has a ton. And obviously, restaurant meals, they pack in the salt. So
For
you just want to
more
be mindful.
cholesterol-lowering recipes, it's today.com/food. We'll be right back.
Thank you. I learned something.
We are back, 8:52 now, with more of our Heart Health series. And we just showed you the importance of exercise, but there's, of course, another key factor, what you eat. The Cleveland Clinic just released results from its annual National Heart Survey, and the response to what posed the greatest barrier to getting healthy really caught our attention. Check this out. Nearly half of Americans surveyed said they viewed healthy food as more expensive. So we wanted to try and debunk that assumption. So we're going to do that this morning. And to help us do that, Vanessa Rossetto, registered dietitian. Good to have you back.
Thanks for having me.
This has been a misconception in a lot of communities for, I think, a long time, the idea that healthy has to be expensive, but you maintain not so.
Not so. This is why dietitians exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, there are a lot of tips and tricks for you to be eating healthy. So, for example, people always think, vegetables and fruit are super expensive and that you can only eat organic. Well, actually, the dollar store has frozen fruits and vegetables for sale for $1.
Wow.
So, if you want to have vegetables in your life and you are afraid or you don't have time or, cost is a problem for you, you can go to the dollar store and you can get a bag of carrots or a frozen bag of berries.
And to be clear, there's the same nutritional value in frozen fruits and vegetables as raw.
That's right, and actually minimal processing. So they're allowed to ripen to peak and then flash frozen. So it's up for grabs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oatmeal bakes.
Oh, that's what I do. I make these oatmeal bakes for my kids. I want them to eat oatmeal, and I dump the frozen fruit in there, and I bake it, and they think I'm a genius. They add peanut butter. We've got fat. We've got protein. We've got fiber. We've got antioxidants.
Yeah.
And I'm a winner.
And it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about, we've covered fruits. Let's talk about veggies now. You've got a simple trick for veggies as well.
So find the ones that you like.
Yeah.
My son only likes carrots. And you get them in bulk on a Sunday. You cut them up. You put them in water in a glass container, or for my kids, we just put them in Ziploc bags because they're grabbing and going. Yeah.
So buy in bulk is a secret.
It's the secret, and you go through it pretty quick.
And you also mentioned to buy non-starch veggies.
Yeah, so non-starchy veggies help to keep you full. They help your gut be healthy, which helps for immunity. It's winter, so people are getting more sick, so more vegetables help you be better for longer.
And a few examples of non-starch veggies.
Yeah, so carrots, celery, arugula, spinach.
There's, again, one of the greatest misconceptions, perhaps, seafood. Expensive.
Well, it can be expensive if you're going to go to, a fishmonger and you're going to buy $30 a pound halibut or, salmon. But if you don't want to do that, and also people are a little bit weird about fish as a leftover. Yeah. So buying them in bulk, you can get them at the regular grocer, or you can get them at, a Sam's or a Costco. And so now you're just getting one piece at a time. You can defrost before you leave the house, put it in the fridge. When you get home, it'll be ready. olive oil, some Dijon mustard in the air fryer, and you had one perfect piece, so you're not wasting.
And these are packed with omega-3s.
Omega-3s is for your cardiovascular health, for your brain health, reduces the risk of cancer.
A lot of recipes, of course, call for butter, that call for olive oil. How do we save there?
So, I buy in bulk. You can get 2 to 3 pounds. I know
that is quite the large can. That's quite the large container of olive oil.
Yes.
You're right.
Also, you can get online just a container that will allow you to perfectly portion that out. So you could fill it up and then hide that so you don't have to look at it. It's about $16 to $20 depending on the weight that you have. And remember, the serving size of olive oil, is still 1 tablespoon. So we know it has anti-inflammatory properties, but 1 tablespoon is sufficient.
All right, let's talk about really quickly here, saving money on snacking as well.
I'm a dietitian, so snacking is
how
I live my life.
Good.
I'm always thinking about the snacks that I'm having. I love to go to any kind of pharmacy to get the deals. So the 2-for-1 for the nuts or the chickpeas, fiber. I'm always looking for fiber and protein. But also, I will always die on the sword of chocolate, which is my favorite thing. I eat it every single day. It has fat, it has protein, and if you get over 85%, it also has fiber. So,
Vanessa, thank you. Thank you.
We're back on the third hour of today with another edition of Superfood Friday SOS. Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is here to answer your superfood questions. Hey, Joy.
Hi,
Good to see
I
you.
love Fridays.
Okay, we got our first question from Lily in New York, and it's something I think we can all relate to. Lily?
I seem to always hit a wall around 3 p.m. and start feeling so tired. What are the best foods and drinks to help with the afternoon slump? Thank you.
Good question.
So we've all experienced the dreaded afternoon slump. It's frustrating, but it's quite normal, and there's a scientific explanation. It's all about our circadian rhythm, which then triggers a drop in blood sugar smack in the afternoon, and it's typically right between when we wake up in the morning and when we go to sleep at night. The good news is there's a few things we could do to perk ourselves up. First, sip some water. Hydration is very important. And also consider a gentle hit of caffeine. You don't want to drink too much because it's going to interfere with sleep. So you can either do a cup of coffee that's a mix with regular and decaf, or I'm showing a cup of tea because that has half the caffeine of coffee. And definitely power up with energizing snacks. So these snacks are great for focus. They keep us feeling sharp and sustain energy. It's an apple with string cheese, or we have a rice cake with some peanut butter or yogurt with berries. Here I'm showing my fudgy. These are energy bites, delicious. And I have 2 different versions. So this is a chocolate peanut butter, and this I gave it an extra kick with some espresso powder. So if you want a jolt from the caffeine.
Just the powder?
Yeah, I add in the powder with a whole bunch of things like rolled oats, and I have chia seeds and nut butter, and it's so simple. And the good thing is you make a great big batch. It lasts in the refrigerator for weeks and weeks, and it'll lift you up.
I know, it's good.
It tastes
Almost
a little
like
bit like a
I can eat that
brownie.
whole tray. All right, so next we have a question for all of the tea drinkers out there, like myself. Take a listen.
Joy, this is Melanie from Denver, Colorado. My question for you today is about tea. I drink a lot of tea, and there are a lot of options: green, chamomile, black, and I'm wondering what you think is best.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know the difference.
It's a great question, and truly, it's impossible to pick just one tea because there are so many great varieties. But here are the standouts. So black, white, and oolong tea are packed with antioxidants, and they help to fight inflammation, which means that it's also going to reduce the risk for a laundry list of conditions like heart disease, cancer, type 2 diabetes. Chamomile tea is great if you're feeling frazzled because it helps to ease stress and anxiety. Green tea is
Which one am I
a
drinking?
superfood in its own right. I don't even know.
I don't either.
But green tea has
call it
all
green
of the
tea.
antioxidants that black tea has, but also it can help to
English
protect and
breakfast?
promote skin health. And some studies show that it has a modest assistance with weight loss as well. And then we also have turmeric and ginger. Fantastic if you're dealing with aches and pains from exercise or arthritis. And the last one is peppermint. Peppermint is great for IBS. Peppermint can help with gas and stomach discomfort and
You should
distension,
try that one, Chip.
but not with heartburn.
As Ted Lasso says, I used to think tea was just brown, dirty water. Yeah, pretty much is.
All right, we got 2 minutes.
We love anything Ted Lasso says.
All right, what's this next one here? This one for you, Craig.
Oh, yeah, we've got a question here from someone who's trying to get in shape for the summer.
Hey, Joy. My name is David Rodriguez from Miami, Florida. I work out a few times a week for about an hour per session, and I was wondering, what are the best foods to eat before I exercise? Thank you.
Okay.
So
That's a good
contrary to what a lot of people think, you do not need to eat anything before a bout of moderate exercise. And I would define that as an hour or less. So it's really a personal
Wait,
choice.
an hour of exercise is moderate?
Yes. So if you,
If you're Joy Bauer, it is.
if you feel energized and strong without eating anything on an empty stomach, go to it. But if you feel jittery and you need a little bit of oomph, the name of the game is keep it light. So one of the most perfect snacks, I'm showing a banana because it's total. It is easy to digest, and it also contains a lot of potassium, which is an electrolyte that we tend to lose through sweat when we exercise. And I also have a cup of coffee because 30 to 60 minutes before, a cup of coffee can actually help you work out longer and
It
stronger.
gives you the energy,
Yes.
I imagine, yeah. This next one is from Marcy in Connecticut, having to do with acid reflux.
Okay.
I suffer with acid reflux, and I was wondering if there are any foods that might soothe it or any foods that I can avoid. I really need some help, so if you have any information, I'd really appreciate it.
There are no magic foods that can help minimize acid reflux, but there are a lot of things that you could do to make yourself feel better. I think the first thing is to eat smaller meals because larger meals puts pressure on the stomach walls, which increases stomach acid. The second thing is to not lie down after eating. So wait at least 3 hours after eating dinner because it's easy then for the food to travel up. And in terms of trigger foods, you want to avoid bubbly beverages, avoid alcohol, avoid caffeine. Sorry about the coffee thing. And also acidic foods like we're showing here, tomato sauce, the citrus fruits, heavy rich meals. And ironically, I'm showing peppermint over there because peppermint and chocolate can relax the sphincter in the esophagus and make it more likely that the food is going to come up. So peppermint is good for IBS, but not for reflux.
Yes. Good to know these things.
Yes.
These
Definitely
guys.
check with your doctor. And there's great medications that help, obviously.
Well, thank you, Joy.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Head to today.com/food for the recipes for Joy's chocolate peanut
Those
butter
were good.
energy bites and the espresso bites.
This morning on today's checklist, we are going to take a closer look at our gut health. What's the difference between, this is good, probiotics, prebiotics, and then something I just learned about today, postbiotics. So here to help us is registered dietitian and CEO of Culina Health, Vanessa Rossetto. Hi. Vanessa, welcome.
Nice to see you.
So let's first just tackle this. Let's talk about why gut health is so important. We're hearing more and more about it lately.
Sure. So gut health is important because it helps you to regulate your immunity. It helps with your mental health. So that beneficial bacteria is really going to help you be well. But
metabolism too?
Metabolism too, which also gets everybody very turned up,
Yep,
very excited. But the research is still ongoing, right? So we don't exactly know what is right and what isn't. We think we know what a healthy microbiome looks like. But the other thing to remember is that your gut microbiome changes every 60 days due to environmental factors, any kind of stress, any kind of antibiotics that you're on. So taking Probiotics every single day may or may not be the best thing.
Okay, so let's dig in because that's the thing. I always worry I'll mess something up. It's already messed up, but I don't want to make it worse. Okay,
So
your turn.
So we've got pickles, kimchi, fermented things. Those are
probiotics.
Okay.
So if you're not really interested in taking a
love
pill
kimchi.
every single day, you don't have to. Actually, there was an article that just came out that said if you eat kimchi every single day for 2.5 months, that is just as good as taking a probiotic.
Really?
I love that.
Yep.
I love kimchi.
Yeah, so you could save your money and like there's pickles, there's kefir, there are chia seeds, there's cottage cheese, there's sour cream. Again, kimchi. So you can find the thing that you like, and you could save some money.
All right.
That's good
And
kimchi.
do
Where do
it
we get that?
naturally.
Do it naturally.
Okay.
Yes.
Yummy.
Yes.
So
enjoy
if
that.
you are doing it naturally, there is no reason to take a supplement.
You can or you can't. It
Okay.
just depends on what your symptoms are. So that's the other thing. You have to take the exact probiotic at the exact dose for the symptom that you have. So when someone says like, oh, I take this probiotic, it makes me feel great, that's great, but maybe that person has bloating and maybe you have delayed digestion.
Something
and so
else.
you need to take care of yourself and whatever works for you.
So how do you work it into your daily routine?
Eat fruits and vegetables. That's really good, right? Diversify what your intake is. And then if you are having probiotics, you want to have one every other day. You're introducing a new bacteria into your body.
Right.
That's
What's going on?
You're introducing a new bacteria into your body, and that might cause a lot of GI discomfort. So you want to take your time with that. And if it doesn't work for you, don't take it. Nothing bad's going to happen.
And what is this with antibiotics?
Right. So the antibiotics are ridding you of all the bacteria in your body. So if you take it together, there's no point. So you want to separate. So if you take your antibiotic in the morning, then you want to have the probiotic.
Oh, like don't take
later,
them together.
Later
You
on
could
in the
still
day.
do both.
Yeah, you could still do
Okay.
both. Yeah.
Great.
Mr. Rooker's taking your advice
that's
clearly to heart.
If anybody else
Hopefully,
Listen,
no one else wanted any
I
pickles.
want his GI tract to be healthy and happy.
So let's talk about prebiotics for a moment, since we just talked about probiotics. What are prebiotics, and what are the health benefits to these?
So prebiotics help the probiotics do their job, but you cannot find them in supplement form. They come from indigestible complex carbohydrates. So you're thinking chicory root. If you had a bar that had 17 grams of fiber, that comes from something called inulin or chicory. You also get it in oats, you get it in garlic, you get it in onions, asparagus. So eating that helps your probiotic do its job. Also helps with an absorption of calcium, which also helps the gut with more immunity.
And you can't get this as a supplement?
No, you cannot. Only from food.
Not yet, or
Never.
Never.
Just the way that it's going to be broken down. That's not going to
So
work.
let's talk about these postbiotics, because again, this is a term that I was not familiar with until yesterday. But what are they?
So postbiotics happen after the probiotic bacteria break down the fiber from a fruit and vegetable.
Okay.
But we don't really understand it. It's kind of a buzzword. You don't need to do anything special. Eat your fruits and vegetables. Also, you can find it in chocolate, in tea, or coffee.
Okay.
But the verdict's not out. So don't start searching the internet for postbiotics thinking it's going to make some kind of difference. It's better for you to go back to getting it naturally from foods, anything fermented, fruits and vegetables. Make sure you're drinking water, take vitamin D, get your gut healthy, and you should be fine.
So focus on prebiotics and probiotics.
Prebiotics
But
and
it
probiotics.
sounds like if you diversify what you eat, you're getting all the necessary nutrients.
Yes.
Okay.
Vanessa, thank you so much. This was good. For more information on gut health, just head to today.com.
Are you done like binging on everything?
Oh,
It's like we
these
love all the props
pistachios.
today.
Those are Sicilian.
Ooh, it's very nice. That's right. They make you an offer you can't
Maybe
refuse.
they
Just
know where
go ahead.
maybe they know where my luggage is.
There is new evidence this morning that the so-called Mediterranean diet, it can sharply reduce your chances of developing dementia, even if you have a genetic risk for it. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to tell us about the new study, and that could have us eating healthier. What encouraging news.
Yeah.
I mean, when anything can fight back against dementia and Alzheimer's, but this is a diet that a lot of people have been on or are on.
Absolutely, Hoda. It is definitely another vote for the Mediterranean diet. So this study looked at over 60,000 individuals who were middle-aged and followed them for about 9 years. And there were close to 900 cases of dementia. People who followed strictly a Mediterranean diet had almost a quarter lower chance of developing dementia. And as you said in the lead, they actually took into account genetic risk, and that didn't even make a difference, which is really, really encouraging, because you think that certain things are predetermined, but this is the kind of thing that we can all actually implement in our lives.
Can you remind everybody what the Mediterranean diet is, and then why it might have affected something to do with your brain health?
Right. So the Mediterranean diet, think plant-based. Okay, so we're talking about fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, seeds, legumes, things like that, fish, seafood, olive oil. You want to limit or eat in moderation red meat, eggs, poultry, cheese, yogurt, and sweets. Why is it? Well, some people have said maybe it's not a direct effect on the brain, but maybe because it's reducing inflammation, it has antioxidants, that it's helping your heart health, that helps the blood vessels in the brain. We don't know exactly why, but nonetheless, this is very compelling. It was such a large study.
Besides the change of diet, other ways that folks might be able to reduce the likelihood that they develop Alzheimer's or dementia?
Absolutely, and all of these things, again, are lifestyle changes, getting adequate sleep, controlling your blood pressure, controlling cholesterol, your blood glucose, staying physically and mentally active. These are all things that can help with cognitive decline and hopefully stave off the risk of dementia.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Natalie.
Diet can play a big part in our ability to stay sharp and may even reduce your risk of cognitive diseases such as Alzheimer's. Here's a look at how the foods we choose can impact our ability to focus and function. We have all felt that dreaded mid-afternoon slump, and it turns out there's a reason for it.
What's happening in the brain when you feel this slump is it doesn't have the fuel it needs. The fuel that you're providing all have an impact on whether or not your brain will be as sharp as it humanly can be.
That fuel comes in the form of food. 20% of the calories you consume go toward brain function, which needs specific nutrients to focus and function fully throughout the day.
What goes into our bodies is almost certainly going to reflect itself in our brains.
We're in an era now where we can get all kinds of processed, packaged foods that aren't necessarily what our bodies have evolved to deal with. To keep our health maximal, what you want to do is eat naturally.
Research shows that people who eat a primarily plant-based diet are more likely to experience brain-boosting benefits, both short-term and long-term.
The clearest evidence of benefit and risk reduction revolves around the MIND diet and the Mediterranean diet, which have both been studied quite well and show good effects.
MIND diet stands for Mediterranean Intervention for Neurodegenerative Delay. It's broken down into a list of healthy foods like leafy greens, beans, nuts, whole grains, fatty fish, having about 2 servings of berries every day actually help to reduce cognitive decline by about 2.5 years.
Of course, there are foods to limit, too.
Things you want to avoid are going to be anything that is high in sugar, refined carbohydrates, so white pasta, white bread, obviously any sugary drinks. You want to limit the amount of overall saturated fat that's coming into your diet, typically coming from meat, animal products such as high-fat dairy, things of that nature.
75% of the brain is made up of water, so what you drink is important, too.
Many times when people say they feel drained of energy or they're hungry, they're just dehydrated. Water is really critical as a drink. Coffee is great. Any kind of tea will have benefit.
In the short term, there's no doubt that caffeine improves processing speed and helps with attention. A lifetime habit of caffeinated beverages may be protective against brain disorders later.
Psychologically, people see the effects of a diet shift pretty rapidly. They start feeling better, they start having more energy, and this cascades into all sorts of other things in life, like how happy you are and how well you're sleeping at night. So when people shift their diets so that they're eating well, it really matters.
A brain-healthy diet may also help prevent cognitive diseases like Alzheimer's, which is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States. 64-year-old Debbie Morden has a history of Alzheimer's in her family.
My father had Alzheimer's for 12 years. His brother had Alzheimer's, and 3 of his first cousins had Alzheimer's.
Debbie has tested positive for an Alzheimer's gene and is taking a proactive approach. She's seen an Alzheimer's prevention specialist who recommended the MIND diet.
That gene means I have a higher risk of Alzheimer's. I went on basically a vegan diet except for fish. I've cut out dairy and I'm eating more grains and more legumes, increasing olive oil and a daily intake of berries, and also lowered alcohol to 4 ounces of red wine a couple times a week.
After 8 months, Debbie has significantly lowered her cholesterol and hopes her new diet will ward off cognitive deterioration.
I watched my father for 12 years decline. The whole thing with Alzheimer's, it starts developing 10 to 20 years before you see signs of it. So you want to start preventing it as early as possible. I'm making the changes because I want to live a healthy life as long as I can and enjoy it.
Whether you're 85 or you're 8, now is the time to start building that base. Diet can prevent certain things. And I never want to have a conversation with my patient where they've developed something and we didn't have the years to work into that prevention factor.
It's something you have to commit to and do it for the long haul. We always say we want a brain span to match your lifespan.
For more on the Mind Diet, head to hodaandjenna.com. Here with more is the author of This Is Your Brain on Food, Dr. Uma Naidu. Welcome, Dr. Naidu.
Hi, Dr. Naidu.
Thank you so much, Jenna and Hoda. I'm a big fan, so I'm excited to be here.
That is so sweet. Okay, you know what? I sort of know in theory how this works because I know when I eat terrible food the night before, I wake up the next day and I feel even worse. And my goal in eating that terrible food is to soothe myself at night. So there's a real direct correlation between your gut and your brain.
Exactly. You know, Hoda, you'd be surprised to know that some people call the gut the second brain. And here's why. They have a profound influence on one another, and they actually have the same origin in the body. So I think that's something useful for people to know when they, when they're making a decision about what to eat.
Okay, so we wake up in the morning. Sometimes we have those days where we're feeling sluggish, we're not motivated. And I've noticed that if I eat certain things, I feel worse. So, but what can we eat to make us start our day on the right path?
That's a great question, because I think we're all feeling a little bit of that these days. I like to add spices. So, you could add things like black pepper, cinnamon, and ginger, which are actually ingredients of my grandmother's chai tea recipe, but they're great to kind of liven things up. Also things like saffron, which can be added. It's a great aromatic. It can be added to a risotto, or adding, things like rosemary and sage to roasted veggies can help liven things up for you. And maybe because what you're trying to do is feel more alert and feel more energy as well.
What would you say is like the best breakfast if you want to start the day right?
So I actually love either something like a chia pudding or, chia pudding, a little bit of coconut milk, and topped with lots of different nuts. And my favorite go-to nuts that are great brain foods are either hazelnuts or macadamia. And, a simple thing like that you can even make ahead is a great way to, you can plan for the week, set out your little chia puddings, and you have them ready to go.
So we have been talking all morning about how people are more anxious than ever. What are some foods that can actually help soothe anxiety?
So, when I think the uncertainty is what's so difficult for people, and this is where fiber is your friend. So adding in fiber-rich foods that you get from, vegetables, certain berries, beans, nuts, seeds, and legumes, those help to sort of even out your blood sugar levels because they break down more slowly in the body. But it's also important to know things to avoid when you're feeling anxious.
Yes.
And what I like to remind people about here is that there's sometimes hidden sources of caffeine that we don't think about, such as, sodas that have caffeine or other beverages, and then things like, chocolate could have caffeine, and some over-the-counter headache pills as well. So you want to try to avoid these if you're feeling super anxious and you're feeling stressed.
What if you're feeling just down? You don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's a funk or whatever. And usually in those moments, that's when you go for the comfort food that
like
really take you down the rabbit hole.
Exactly. It's a long rabbit hole. So I like to suggest things that people can do right now. Adding prebiotic or probiotic-rich foods, which are fermented foods, into your diet even right now can really help you and start to make a difference. But, I also think the same thing with depression, Hoda and Jenna. I think that also knowing things to avoid becomes super important. And here's where I want people to know that there are actually a lot of studies that show that sugar is associated quite profoundly with levels of depression. And things like, nitrates, which you find in processed meats, are also linked to depression. So maybe cut back on those foods and add back, prebiotic-rich foods and probiotics, which are usually fermented foods like kefir, unsweetened, and things like that.
Like what were the pre or probiotic foods that we can try?
So prebiotic foods are like garlic, leeks, onions, it's different types of vegetables, and these feed the good bugs in your gut and really help you stave off symptoms. And then probiotics are usually a supplement, but fermented foods are rich in these active cultures, and things like miso, kimchi, unsweetened kefir, sauerkraut, kombucha are all good options for you.
So I think a lot of people are having a hard time sleeping. I used to drink chamomile tea before bed. Let's talk about things that are good for sleep and then the benefits of chamomile tea.
Absolutely. So chamomile, the great aroma really helps us to de-stress, and it's well known. I also have another tip about de-stressing, which is turmeric with black pepper, a pinch of black pepper, and you can add it to a soup or smoothie. And why turmeric with a pinch of black pepper? It hits the high notes on so many conditions in mental wellness. So that's one of my go-tos.
Great. Okay. Dr. Naidu, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Okay, are you ready to feel your best yet? If the answer is yes, we've got some power foods to tell you about that can improve your overall health and wellness.
We're talking about immunity, sleep, brain health, all the things. Max Lugavere is a health and science journalist. His recent book is called Genius Kitchen. First of all, I love the fact that the things we need are right in front of us, right in the fridge, right in the supermarket, that can actually help us physically. We're always taking pills if we have a problem. We're not working the front end.
Food as medicine is such a cool way to think about life, right?
It is. I mean, food is so powerful. I mean, with every bite you take, you are essentially either feeding or fighting disease. And so I'm here to present some of what I think are the most powerful foods available to most people in your average supermarket.
Mushrooms, they're all over the place.
Yeah, so mushrooms can actually be used to balance immune function, to foster better immunity.
Wow.
So there are a few mechanisms here which are still being elucidated, but essentially some mushrooms create vitamin D, which can tamper down an overactive immune response. But I think most interestingly, mushrooms like lion's mane, which are typically pretty available, they actually create antioxidants that we produce in our own bodies, one of which is called glutathione. It's considered the mother of all antioxidants. It helps to detox and reduce oxidative
Which
stress.
one's lion's mane? This one?
So
that's oyster, right?
Yeah. So we have.
Is that lion mane?
That's not a lion's mane. No, lion's mane actually has it has the consistency of crab, fresh crab. It's really.
By the way,
tasty.
whatever this one is,
it's really good.
I want to keep eating it.
Here's a tip. Actually, you don't want to rinse mushrooms. You just want to.
Eat them a little dirty.
Cook them. Yeah, eat them a little dirty with some nice butter or olive oil.
Move on to kiwi.
So here we've got kiwi. Kiwi can be used to promote better digestion and good sleep. So we're seeing clinical trials now that 2 kiwi a day. Yeah, actually in a head-to-head match against psyllium husk, kiwi has been shown to help reduce constipation, which a lot of people suffer from, and also can help fight constipation and also improve sleep too before bed.
Should you skin on or off?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked. Eat the kiwi with the skin because
Skin
the
on.
skin contains more vitamin E.
I've
never eaten a kiwi with skin.
Yeah, it's good.
Try it. People think that it's weird, but
It's
it's
not
actually
bad.
really tart and delicious. You like
It's
it?
not bad. I don't know that I could force my kids to eat. Wow, tart.
It's good, right? But it balances out the sweet.
Okay. But what if the kid doesn't eat it? Is it okay, the middle stuff?
Yeah, the middle is great too. The middle is great
Okay,
too.
let's get to these fruits.
Okay, so here we have brain foods. So these foods are loaded with compounds
Love a
called
plum.
flavonoids, which are plant pigments that are usually in the outer skin. We've got apples, we've got citrus, we've got plums. Berries are a great source of flavonoids. They've been shown to boost BDNF in the blood, which is a miracle grow protein that actually helps to support healthy neurons.
BDNF, it's called?
BDNF, yeah.
Okay.
We produce it in our muscles when we work out. One of the reasons why exercise is so great. But this has actually been shown to boost it. So you never know. An apple a day might keep the neurologist away.
Doesn't matter red or green, whatever?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
High
got it.
flavonoid foods.
Okay, let's
There
go
you
to strawberries and almonds.
Yeah, so these are anti-aging foods. Strawberries are rich in a compound called fisetin, which is known as a senolytic. So we have in our bodies, all of us, especially as we age, cells called senescent cells that secrete pro-inflammatory compounds that can make our skin look more aged. And so these actually fight aging by helping to kill off those zombie cells. Yeah. You can actually
No, thank you, zombie scouts.
And actually, this is actually also very interesting. Strawberry leaves are rich in caffeic acid, which is a very powerful antioxidant.
So eat the leaf?
So when you
Yeah,
eat
can
a
the
strawberry,
leaves.
you eat the whole
Yeah,
thing?
I do. And almonds are loaded with magnesium, which 50% of Americans don't consume adequate amounts of, and magnesium can help fight DNA damage.
Wow, this
So,
is
again,
crazy.
yeah.
Okay, hit us with the last one.
Okay, so here we've got dark chocolate and coffee. So this, I mean, people are probably at home rejoicing.
I am.
Loaded with compounds called flavanols. When you buy dark chocolate, you want to make sure that the cacao percentage is high, and it hasn't been processed with alkali, also known as Dutch processed, which greatly degrades the health quality of the chocolate. And then from the standpoint of coffee, coffee's long been associated with better cardiovascular health, reduced risk for Alzheimer's disease and other neurodegenerative conditions. And we now know that caffeine actually can help promote better lipids in the blood, so better, healthier cholesterol levels.
Wow.
Welcome back. It is Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is back, and this week she has not one, not two, but three surprising superfoods that could help boost brain power and enhance your memory. This is exciting. First of all, the role that food plays in terms of our memory, in terms of our brain health and all that.
Which is a great question. So there's a lot of studies that we have now that are showing that there are certain compounds within foods and beverages that can help to slow cognitive decline and also boost memory, boost brain power. It's all good. And I'm going to feature three today.
Let's start with the blueberries.
Blueberries blueberries, you can tell from their color, they are packed with antioxidants. And in fact, that they rank #1 when the USDA did like a huge rally of all of the fruits and vegetables. Number one. And they get their blue color from something called anthocyanins. That's the name of the antioxidant. And we know that that helps to boost brain power. There's actually even a Harvard study that shows if these women, they ate 1 cup a week, that's not a lot, and they had significant increase in their smarts. They did all sorts of tests and stuff. How easy is that, right?
Yeah.
You could throw them in pancake batter and muffin batter on your oatmeal, but this is my favorite way. Classic peanut butter and jelly sandwich, swap out the sugary jam and just put whole blueberries. And this is so fun for your kids. No, they stick because of the peanut butter. And then for kids, you can make a tic-tac-toe board.
that's clever.
This is like the ultimate pre-exam morning breakfast.
I love that. That's a great idea. So cocoa powder is the next superfood.
Cocoa powder is like the king of dark chocolate because it's 100% dark chocolate. And they contain something called flavanols. It's another type of antioxidant that we know can keep your blood vessels healthy and elastic, which means a healthy heart. And a healthy heart equals a healthy brain, because when your blood vessels are open and elastic and healthy and happy, all of the nutrition goes right up to your brain. You get more oxygen, you get more nutrients. So what I'm going to show you that you can do is add, it's not sweet, cocoa powder is not sweet and indulgent like dark chocolate, but you could do a lot of things with it. If you take some and you mix it into, this is just a vanilla low-fat yogurt. 2 ingredients, and you've now made a brain-boosting chocolate
So
pudding.
my kids will just think they're having chocolate pudding,
Just
and really,
tell them it's chocolate pudding.
Really?
wow.
Isn't that good?
That's terrific.
2
Like dessert.
ingredients.
Now, this
Doesn't
one-
get easier than that.
This is the most surprising superfood to me. Coffee?
Coffee. Al, every single week we are hearing more and more studies showing that the benefits in terms of brain health for coffee. We used to think it was just the caffeine. We know that caffeine keeps you alert, it wakes you up, but it's a combination of the caffeine and the antioxidants within coffee that can help boost brain power. And that's really good news because a lot of people are caffeine sensitive. So that means decaf gives you these health perks as well. And all you need is about a half a cup to 4 cups a day to reap these benefits.
So you're making a breakfast cookie.
I developed, I'm calling this
You're
my
so excited about
exclusive.
these.
I'm so excited about these cookies. These are brain boosting breakfast coffee cookies.
This is exclusive to the Today Show.
Just to the Today Show. I'm going to put them on Instagram and I'm going to put them on our website. So for the dry ingredients, it's whole grain flour, we have cocoa powder, some cinnamon, and we have a little bit of baking powder.
And some salt?
And some salt, kosher salt. Now I'm adding instant coffee, boom, right into the batter. We're going to mix.
I thought that was connected to this, but no, this is just instant coffee.
This is just instant coffee. You could also use finely powdered regular coffee as well, but it's easy to buy the instant.
So you mix this up.
Yeah, so the wet ingredients are a lot of usual breakfast foods. I have Greek yogurt, I have eggs, I have mashed banana, and a little bit of honey. You mix these two things in, then you fold in your blueberries, because all 3 superfoods are in here.
That's
Go taste a
amazing.
cookie, see what you think.
I can
And
taste
then
it.
a little bit of chocolate chips. Each cookie is only 80 calories and comes packed with protein and fiber, so you could have 3 with a cup of coffee for breakfast.
Fantastic.
Wait,
Joy, thank you so much.
3 cookies for breakfast.
For these recipes, go to today.com health, and we'll be right back.
Cheers.
Oh my goodness.
going to tell you about 5 foods to add to your diet to help improve memory, energy levels, and sleep. Dr. Taz Bhatia is an integrative wellness physician and host of the Superwoman Wellness podcast. But this is for everybody. Dr. Taz, good morning.
Good morning.
So you're saying before we get to it that if you start incorporating these into your diet, you'll see results relatively quickly?
The beauty about kind of getting your diet right is usually within 3 weeks, you can see a change, and it can be as quiet as you have more sleep and you have more energy to like you're on and you're focused and ready to go.
Wow. What is it about these foods that we're going to look at here? What is it about these particular foods and other items that give the brain that boost?
Well, why we have picked these foods is because we call them superfoods. They just have a ton of nutrients for every serving. So they're efficient, right? So if you're trying to get these nutrients in, this is an efficient way to do it to keep your brain and your energy superpowered.
All right, our first super ingredient is magnesium. Where do we find that?
So magnesium, I always call the miracle micronutrient. It helps us with sleep. It helps calm us down. It helps balance serotonin.
Try that.
Believe it or not, dark chocolate is going to be one of our best sources. An ounce of it has about 64 milligrams of magnesium in it. Legumes are great. They come in at about 70 milligrams. A tablespoon of flax, which you see right here, at about 40. Avocado also has magnesium, but less than the dark chocolate.
So you have this recipe, these little balls. What are in those then?
So it's a lot of cacao, which has a lot of the magnesium and the antioxidants in it, almond butter for the healthy fats, flax seeds. Mix it up together, super easy. It has a little bit of oat too.
Little dark chocolate in there.
Little dark chocolate in there. So it's
yummy,
yummy
right?
stuff.
And not too much calories either,
Not
is
too many calories. So if you have a chocolate craving, you can go for
Let's
it.
talk collagen here, because collagen, you say, it's actually naturally occurring in our bodies.
We all have it. We've all got collagen. It's naturally occurring. We know it for skin and hair and overall health, but it actually helps support the gut lining, helping us to absorb the nutrients. So many people are eating healthy, but they're not absorbing what they're eating. Collagen comes in and helps us with that, helps the brain, helps energy. It's in a lot of naturally occurring proteins. So we've got salmon here, for example, and chicken. You know, these are things that are a great way to get salmon in.
This looks like chicken stock. How would you use it?
This is bone broth.
Bone broth.
Some people will just drink bone broth and get a great source of collagen.
Try a swig. Wash that
and then
down.
if you're vegetarian, you can get some collagen from your vegetables as well. It's just that we get a lot more through our proteins and through our bone broth.
These are cruciferous.
Those are
Can you
cruciferous.
only get the collagen from cruciferous?
Not
vegetables?
necessarily. No, you can get it from other vegetables as well. It's just not as dense.
All right, this is a new one on me. Choline. What is that? Why is it good?
So choline, I feel like, doesn't get enough press, and I'm so glad we're talking about it today. So choline actually is a nutrient that comes in and coats all our nerves. So it helps us with learning, with memory, with focus. And we really want to get choline in our diet. So choline is naturally found in eggs. Eggs are one of the best sources, but you've got to eat the egg yolk. The yolk has the choline, has about 140 milligrams. We've got mushrooms and burgers here. Which one do you think has more choline?
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
You guys win. Good job. So mushrooms actually have more choline
How
than
many
a burger.
eggs would you have to eat, or mushrooms? Like, what's a serving to get enough choline any given day?
This is the beauty of eggs. One full egg, including the yolk, will do it. You need a cup of mushrooms. You actually need 2 burgers to get the choline.
Ooh, I love choline.
Mushrooms and eggs, I guess.
There we go.
Do a mushroom burger.
This is something I've never heard of.
Oh, ghee. I've heard of this.
I've
It's like
never heard of
butter or
ghee.
something?
Ghee is it's like butter. That's a great way to think about it. It's clarified butter. It's been used in Eastern systems of medicine for a really long time, and it's been used as a healing fat. And the reason is because ghee actually has less lactose, less casein. So if you've got somebody that's dairy intolerant, can't tolerate that stuff, they can usually tolerate ghee very well. But the secret superfood ingredient here is MCT, or medium chain triglycerides. That helps the brain. It helps the gut. It balances everything living down here in the gut. And that is really the powerhouse, the source of our energy. So if we're not getting some of these healthy fats in, that's one of the biggest reasons I see brain and energy start to go down.
How do you get ghee in your diet? I'm not looking to
Yes,
take a big old
no,
bite
we
of
don't want
that.
you, we don't want you to
Do
do
you put it on
that.
toast?
You can put it on toast. Literally, all you need is about 1/4 to a half of a
make sure they say
teaspoon.
that, a tiny little bit.
Tiny little teaspoon. You don't need a lot, and you can spread it on something. It also has a higher smoke point, so you can bake and fry with it as well.
So you can use it as butter.
Exactly.
If tacos can totally fall apart and still be amazing, so can you, bestie.
All right.
I love it.
All right. Words to live by. This morning in Today Food, we are getting a delicious meal with a side of inspiration and humor. Plant-based cook and content creator Roddy Devlukia Shetty is here, and we are making tacos.
Roddy, good morning.
Good morning.
Yay.
Thanks for having me.
I did my love fest during the commercial break so that I can be normal during the segment. Yeah, so we're going to be normal now. I really admire you. Whenever I'm having a crappy day, you talk about health and wellness.
You've really been
You're
using
so,
that
I
word
know,
a lot
I used it
today.
twice today, and I'm using it crappy. But you're such a light, and it just jumps off of your social media.
I really appreciate that.
And
Thank
I
you
didn't
so
realize,
much.
I knew you were cooking, but I didn't realize that was how you started.
Yeah, that's how I started everything.
So let's
Food.
get started on we're using cauliflower in tacos.
And
We are.
Cauliflower can be difficult to cut. How would you?
It can. So we're going to start off. Honestly, I usually just throw it back and cut off all the green part.
Okay.
I'm going to chop that off.
Boom, it's gone.
It gets a bit messy, but
It does. You drop it all
cooking
over
is
the
never
floor.
clean. Okay. If it's clean, you're not doing it right. I usually just chop it off the stalk, and that's it. Chop it up into small florets. You can also buy them as florets as
But
well, like
this is cheaper.
Yes, this is much
it's
cheaper.
much cheaper. Okay, and you have a lot of seasonings
We are.
here.
So we're going to actually marinate it with different spices and also chickpea flour. It's a good egg substitute. So
Really?
Yeah, it's a great egg substitute. It keeps it really
That's
thick.
chickpea flour.
This is chickpea flour.
Okay.
So I've got vegan yogurt in here, but you can use any kind of yogurt that you have at home. Throw in your chickpea flour. We've also got some tomato paste.
And what's your goal? Because there are a lot of us, I'm not a vegan, but I'm trying to eat healthier, and I'll see that you're doing it. So I'm like, okay, let me try it. Are you trying to help us kind of step into something a little healthier, or what's your thought?
My honest like desire is to help people figure out how to use spices to make plant-based food taste great. Because a lot of the time, the issue is we don't use enough flavor in food.
Right.
And so when you use spices, everything can be so delicious. Okay. We've got garam masala, we've got smoked paprika, and we've got turmeric. So we're
I
gonna
think the other thing that's
chuck that
important is to
into.
let people know what it is. Like they always say, oh, it's such and such that it tastes like. No, it's cauliflower.
Yeah, and it's good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in this recipe with this marinade, you can also use tofu, you can use jackfruit. I use this marinade for so much. We've also got some oil that's going in here.
What kind of oil?
Well, I use avocado oil when I'm cooking, but you can use olive oil or sunflower oil too. So we're going to mix that up, throw in some milk.
I'm so curious to taste this. I can't wait.
I'm excited for you guys.
What kind of milk do you use to keep it vegan?
I use almond milk.
Okay.
I find I prefer that, but you can use oat milk as well. It's a little bit thicker. So you're going to mix that up.
Right.
And then we're going to take these cauliflower.
Just like marinate that up?
We're going to marinate up. So
How long are you going to keep that in there?
I honestly don't keep it in for long. The spices are quite vibrant, and so I usually just mix it up in that. You take it. I usually use my hands. Love hand cooking, but I'm not going to do it right
What is
now.
that?
And just breadcrumbs?
Breadcrumb it up, and then you're going to put it onto your oiled tray.
Okay.
And then, while this goes in the oven, we're making a slaw. Now, fennel is a great spring vegetable. And so, if you haven't seen one before, it looks like this.
Do you do anything with the tops?
I do. You can cut them off and you can use them in your soups, you can use them in your stock, you can freeze them and keep them for later. But this is also great for garnish and it tastes amazing.
Okay.
But we're gonna just slice this up. So I usually just chop off the bottom.
How often are you cooking now? People should know you're married to Jay Shetty. You guys are a power couple, rock star couple. Are you guys
We
cooking?
should say Jay Shetty's married to you.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You guys are together. Beautiful couple. Do you have time to cook together?
I do.
And
Well,
you guys, you know what I mean? Because you guys are both so busy.
He's not a cook, and I prefer he stays out of the kitchen, if I'm completely honest. I usually try and do a lot of meal prep in the morning, so I'll usually do a lot of my chopping and everything in the morning.
Okay.
So then I can have it all ready for
That's a
the
mise en
evening.
place.
Yeah. So you're just going to chop up, shred it up if you've got a shredder or a mandolin.
Okay.
And then we've got our slaw. I've got cabbage, carrots, and the delicious fennel in here.
And is there a dressing for
There
that?
is a dressing. So what we've got here is it's an apple cider vinegar, mustard, agave. Go on, you can pour it all in. You've got your olive oil, mustard, agave, and apple cider vinegar. It's zesty. It's really refreshing. Salt, pepper, perfect. Mix it all up. And then we're going to throw that into this.
Yummy
I feel like
dressing. I could put that on. You can put that
So
on.
that goes on that.
that goes on this, yes.
And then what's in this one? I
good.
feel like the sauces bring this all to
Honestly,
life.
everything is about sauces and spices
Yes.
for me. I love that. So
Good.
this is a yogurt and mint sauce. So we've got yogurt and then there's a zesty mint. We're going to drizzle that on top.
Okay.
You know what?
That's yummy.
You are a pro in the kitchen.
Well,
Al is definitely
Oh
a pro.
my goodness, I
And
love this.
Dylan, they both
I
are.
should just leave, really.
and then you're putting this on some naan?
Yeah, so we're putting it, you can use a wrap, you can use lettuce wraps as well, but I traditionally use it on a naan. Go on.
So good.
This is fantastic.
Take a bite.
You know what? It tastes fresh and yummy.
Oh my God.
Isn't that good?
Yay! So yeah,
Yum.
then you're just gonna throw it on here and drizzle this on top, and that's your
Oh.
tikka
That's
taka.
fantastic.
Mission accomplished.
Lottie, thank
There's
you
just
so
so
much.
many flavors.
so much.
They all come together so nicely.
Yes.
For these recipes and more, you can check out today.com/food.
You're dusting off the air fryer. We're whipping up a super simple restaurant-style bowl that you can make in a pinch. And here to show us how it's done is Chef Kevin Curry, author and founder of Fit Cook Meals. Kevin,
what's going on?
So I love this because it's delicious, but it's low carb and it's yummy. And we're starting with a cauliflower rice.
Cauliflower rice.
Okay.
It's super easy to make. So you
All
can
right.
actually buy rice in the store, but if you want to save yourself about $5 or $6, just do this at home. All you're
Chop
gonna do
it.
is chop it up and break off the leaves and also the cauliflower
Yeah.
florets. And then we're gonna add these to a food processor.
That's it.
Now this part is super easy. This is also a kid-friendly thing to do together with the family. And then we're just gonna post blend it.
Okay.
There we go, and just like that. Go ahead. Boom.
Okay, so when it's done,
It
this
looks
is the
just like
texture?
this. Now,
Okay.
it's really hard right now. You taste it?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like really crunchy. Kids aren't gonna like that. So we're gonna steam it. You're gonna add a steamer basket to a pot of water and then put it on here. Steam this for 10 to 15 minutes. Boom, it comes out literally
That's
soft,
it?
just like rice.
That's
Doesn't it, y'all? It
easy.
tastes kind of like,
Texture is exactly like rice.
See, there
It's
you
good.
go.
My kids will not eat vegetables.
Yeah.
This is good.
and there's no
brilliant.
bite on cauliflower way either. All
Okay.
right, next is the bang bang sauce. So this is an
Bang,
all-
bang.
Bang, bang.
Y'all ready?
Hey, you got, I was waiting for someone to do that. So this is some olive oil mayo.
Okay.
We're gonna add in some Greek yogurt.
Yogurt. This
And
is non-fat, or what is it? Regular
This
fat,
is
full
2%.
fat? 2%. Okay.
2% tastes much better than the non-fat.
Yep.
It's not as much sugar in there.
What's
And
that?
This is
Tabasco? No.
Sriracha. This is Sriracha sauce. If you don't like too much heat, it's okay. And then some garlic.
And
then honey.
I love honey.
And then mix that together.
that. Look at
It's
that.
Super nice.
Dump
a
it
good
in.
combo of sweet and
Okay.
spicy.
And then
now,
hot peppers.
and hot peppers. If you want some heat,
Yeah.
stir it all
Okay,
up.
so this is just what you're going to dunk the shrimp in.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. This is the dipping sauce for it.
Okay.
And now for the personality of this dish, this is going to be the shrimp. Look at you.
I just want to make sure I get it right.
Get it
looks-
right. This is camera.
The dipping part is very important.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here's my thing about shrimp that's breaded, because I wanted a low-carb shrimp, but
Right.
when you buy the shrimp in the store that's like coconut shrimp or whatever, it's
It
like
gets-
it's got a lot. So how
It's
do you,
got a lot.
Yeah.
So first off, this is going to be an eggless recipe. This is garlic, onion, smoked paprika, and arrowroot. Arrowroot is going to be our key here. Arrowroot makes it really sticky. Also in medicine, arrowroot is good for a gastro problem. So if
Okay.
you've got a little bit of, kind of digestion issues, it's perfect for that. And arrowroot just makes this super sticky once you do this. So I'm going to get my hands dirty for you. I know. This is...
You're solving all kinds of problems, Kevin.
I'm learning a lot. Yes.
So
maybe
so
too
wait,
much.
can I ask? You
Oh,
left
yes.
the tails on, but you took out that vein
Yes.
in the back.
Please peel
gotta
and
get the
devein.
vein out.
Yeah,
I know,
get
but
that
tails
vein.
and vein,
I know.
what's important? Sometimes you don't know. Okay.
All right.
Now,
once we do
what's
this, this is cornflakes.
Plain old cornflakes?
Plain old cornflakes, and they can be gluten-free too. So crunch these up.
Oh, yeah, that
And the
feels
cool
good.
thing about cornflakes is that cornflakes stand up to liquid, right? Because you put them in milk. So whatever you're coating it, it won't get soggy. So then you're gonna mash these into the shrimp just like this. Just mash them up.
Okay.
This is why kids love this type of recipe.
Yeah,
it's really
it's
easy
fun.
for them to do.
So you get a lot
Mash
on there.
it, boom.
Look at that.
Add it
This
to
air fryer is the most brilliant invention
Isn't
of
it?
all
How
time.
do it know?
Put it into the basket of the air
You
fryer.
don't even put anything on the bottom.
Yeah.
You just plop it out.
Al, he's got strong thoughts about the air fryer.
I know.
Al.
Strong views.
But how does it work?
Uncle Al, you don't like it?
Here's the thing. Everybody who wants to use it, go with God. I'm happy for
But
you.
why are you
I just don't want
using
one
it?
more thing on my counter. That's
It's
Oh, 'cause
super
it's
easy,
big. So
but
good.
the
Yeah.
end product. I mean, you liked it. The end
very
product
good.
is great.
So
You
it
know
gets
what's
it really
good about
crispy.
it though?
Yeah.
Because when you preheat your oven to 425, it takes forever.
Yep.
This thing you go boom, 425, and then it's half the cooking
and
time.
everybody knows I don't have much time left.
Oh, stop it! Al.
Absolutely that. Oh, yours is
Look
so
at
much
mine.
better. Look at that. Look
Okay,
at that.
now you place them in, and then how long do you cook them
This
in the air
is
fryer?
5 to 7 minutes.
That's
it.
wow.
Look at that.
I'm telling you, and then all of a sudden,
What do you got?
get your beautiful bowl with your cauliflower rice with some slaw
That's
on the
gorgeous.
side.
And the
you
slaw is
do.
terrific.
I love
delicious.
the slaw. What did you put on the slaw?
It's just a store-bought slaw that you can just buy.
And,
All right.
Can't
Save
beat
and
time.
you dunk it in the aioli, and how is that?
That's what I
Yummy?
do. Delish.
Spicy?
It's
Bang,
bang,
bang.
bang. It's bang,
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 bang.
bang. Kev, thank you so
Thank
much.
y'all.
Great job.
Elena. Good morning.
Good morning, my friends.
Hi.
It's so great
We love
to see you.
when you're here because you always make something
So
delicious.
good. Thank you. It's spooky season, so we got to keep it spooky. We are making really delicious forbidden rice bowls. So we start off with this gorgeous purple forbidden rice. This has tons of antioxidants in it. You're going to bring your water up to a boil. You will pour that rice in, cook it for about 20 to 25 minutes, and then we're bringing in some sweet potatoes. So this recipe is great because it's vegetarian. If you want, you could also make it vegan by substituting the crema, which we'll get to, with some coconut yogurt instead. We are seasoning this with some salt, and then I made a little spice blend, some cumin, paprika, chili powder, a little garlic powder as well. We give this a nice toss. Jacob, would you like to toss this?
Elena, I'm gonna eat this entire
vegetarian.
thing.
Do it.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
perfect.
revealed for the first time on the show. I'm always
I
faking
know,
it, guys.
I know.
Faking it with the meat.
I love it. And then next up, we are creating a little dressing to go with our rice because we want to add as much flavor as we can. So we've got lime juice, olive oil. We're going to add in some lime zest. You're going to want the zest of the entire lime.
Can I do that? I have a lot of fun doing
I
this.
would
Thank
like
you.
if you
Thank
did.
you so much.
And make sure you stop when it turns really light green because that part is bitter, the pith.
Oh, okay.
So
The
we are
pith.
adding in, yes, the pith.
You learned
We are
something new.
adding in the white parts of scallions. What's going to happen is to make them a little more mellowed out. That lime juice is allowing that to happen. We have some cilantro that we're adding in here, some very finely diced seeded jalapenos. So it's just a little bit of heat, not too much. And then we've got garlic powder and, of course, a little salt.
Stir it up.
And stir it on up.
You got it.
So that's the dressing.
This is the dressing. So
Okay.
once this
My
is all
goodness.
done, you're going to take that rice, you're going to add it in there, toss it together,
got it.
and you have this delicious flavored rice. We are going to decorate our flavored rice with a little bit of black beans that have been warmed up on that sheet tray after we've roasted the sweet potatoes, and some of our sweet potatoes, some avocado, and a nice healthy drizzle of, this is the crema. It's salsa verde and sour cream, equal parts mixed together.
Okay.
And you will drizzle that on top.
I will
That is
do
our
that,
sweet
yeah.
potato bowl.
I love that.
Next up, if you want to
All
have
over
a
the whole
fun
thing?
little, wherever you
Yeah, drizzling.
And next up, if you want to have a fun little appetizer for Halloween, I am a huge fan of buffalo wings.
Yes.
My husband and I actually have a framed photograph of buffalo wings above our bedroom, giant one.
Wow.
That's
That's
we went. You know
says a
Chanel.
lot.
Did
Yes.
you ever go to Buff Joe's at
Are you kidding? That's
Northwestern?
where we used to date.
So that's where we dated.
Oh, that's
too.
right. Her husband also. Okay.
Yes,
sorry, that's our
exactly.
connection.
It's
You have
all
a picture
connected.
above your bed of
So
buffalo
we are
wings?
making our homemade buffalo sauce. So
Okay.
we've got, I'm sorry, you guys.
It's all been
It's
revealed
just keeping
today.
it real. We're
Oh,
really
God.
giving you all the info. We've got the butter that is melted. Buffalo sauce is just butter and hot sauce mixed together
Okay.
with a little bit of garlic powder. So we mix all that together, whisk it up so it's nice and emulsified, and
That's
then we
this.
take our finished sauce and toss it in roasted cauliflower. And
Did
then
you do the same thing? Olive oil, salt, pepper.
Yes,
Okay.
olive oil, salt, pepper. We add this sauce. We toss
Is
it
it really
together.
that simple?
It's that simple. We crank it up to high heat to get a nice crisp, and
Okay.
then we're getting spooky again, you guys.
Yes, what is
so
all
this
this like?
is black tahini. So we all know tahini paste. It's sesame paste, but it also comes in black sesame.
Oh,
so
I didn't
this
know
is
that.
a little more roasty, toasty flavor. We're
Okay.
creating our own tahini ranch. We've got maple syrup. We've got tahini. We got olive oil, lemon juice,
Oh my
lemon
goodness.
zest, garlic powder, fresh garlic, medley of herbs, dill to give us that ranch flavor. And you do actually want a little bit of water in here to thicken it up.
Okay.
Okay.
So
30
we
seconds.
garnish
Oh,
it all
Jerry.
up. Oh no, here we go. This is panko breadcrumbs and more sesame seeds
Oh, my
to give
God.
it the crunch we want. We're gonna give some celery on the side. We have our dressing, a little
Elena,
more buffalo
this is
sauce.
ridiculous.
You
This
like
might be
it?
one of the
Yeah.
best things we've had.
Oh my goodness. That is
Celery
delicious.
leaves, which
and
are
what
a fun
these?
garnish. And then I couldn't help myself. I wanted you all to have a little bit of sweet. We have some homemade Twix bars that I brought for all of
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
I'm coming to your house.
We did it.
Oh,
We did all the recipes.
This
It's
is amazing.
time.
Oh.
Thank you, Elena.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Elena?
Elena, thank you.
And we're back with Today Food. This morning, we're joined by two very special guests on a mission to make your meals extra good. Take a look at this first.
Yotam Ottolenghi is one of the most celebrated chefs in the world.
Smoking.
The Israeli-born food writer and best-selling cookbook author has quietly amassed an international food empire. From his debut cookbook in 2008, he quickly gained a cult following, bringing to life 8 cookbooks and 7 delis and restaurants in London. And inside this humble warehouse, he developed this creative hub.
This is our modest test kitchen.
A vibrant test kitchen, the home of mouth-watering magic, where recipes are tried and tested by his team of chefs. It was the breeding ground for Ottolenghi and co-writer Noor Murad's new book full of delicious, fresh ideas called Extra Good Things.
Cheese on toast with extra good things.
Quick chili sauce. Pickled onion and green chilies.
Jammy peppers.
Ottolenghi and Murad cooking on tour for their audiences.
We're going on tour.
And we're gonna bring it to you.
A mission to bring that little extra in every meal.
Oh, let's get right to that little extra. Our gang is over there. We're going to cook here in a second. It's great to have you both. From America to the Middle East to Europe, what is it about your cooking and your style that just transcends borders?
Well, I think there's just this attention to flavor. So it's all about big flavors with spices, with herbs, with vegetables, with contrast. And people love when you can inject their vegetables with lots of flavor. And this is kind of what we're doing here now.
You talk a lot about flavor and these flavor bombs that are created in the
That's right.
test kitchen. What are some other examples of flavor bombs?
So flavor bombs are like sauces and condiments that have so much packed into them. We're doing one today, which is za'atar tomatoes. You'll see them being prepared in a minute. So it's olive oil and tomatoes that have been cooked slowly, and then you add za'atar spices, fresh herbs, a bit of a balsamic vinegar, so you've got like earthy and sweet, and that can go in a jar in the fridge, and there's your holiday condiment.
Well, let's get to it. We got about 3 minutes, so let's fire through. Norm, where do you want to start?
Okay, I'm making a vegan take on shawarma, so it's shawarma cauliflower. So I'm going to start with the spices. You've got cumin, coriander, allspice, paprika, turmeric, and cloves. These are very typical shawarma spices. I'm going to add the cauliflower florets in the olive oil with a bit of vinegar and a pinch of salt and some pepper. And just kind of mix that up. You want it to marinate so the flavors really, really permeate into
How
this.
long at a minimum?
So I would say at least half an hour, but you can do it the night before, throw it in the fridge, get ahead.
Cauliflower
really
needs the flavor bomb, that's for sure.
It really
Have you guys
does.
had the cauliflower yet? We're prepping it over here.
Are you eating?
No.
Are we eating? Oh, wow.
What it is, right?
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
We're also adding some onion in there too and give it a good mix.
All right.
And then
You're going to blend that?
Yeah, and then while that's marinating, you can get on with your extra good thing, which is this green tahini. So you have lemon juice, garlic, and all this.
Oh, there's a moans for the tahini. That's top tier tahini.
And some parsley. If you don't have parsley, you can use any other soft herb, and then you just give that a good
Maybe
blitz until
cilantro.
it's nice. Oh yeah, cilantro if you like, or coriander depending where you are in the world. And then you make your red cabbage. So you have thinly sliced red cabbage with some thinly sliced red onion, and a pinch of salt and this lemon juice. Because usually shawarma has some kind of pickle there. So this kind of emulates that, and you get it, and it has this really nice sharpness. It cuts through the rich tahini and that spiced cauliflower. It's such a wonderful thing.
Tom, people might be watching at home just thinking, well, here's like one of the best chefs in the world. You and Noor, you guys do this here in the test lab. It looks like I can't do this at home.
Oh my goodness, you can do this at home.
Can do this at home.
Every one of these steps are so easy to make. But the thing is, when you make it, you can make more than you need, and these extra good things, they keep in a jar. So next time you just roast a potato, make a bowl of rice, make some eggs, and the extra good things give it all the flavor.
All right, so the cauliflower.
Okay, so the cauliflower would go into a
Only got about a minute.
very hot oven. Put it in with some chilies, and then you have a nice sauce. You plate the whole thing. You got your cauliflower, cabbage, tahini.
What do you got going over here with the tomatoes?
So I'm gonna do what we call a polenta pizza. It's not really a pizza, but it's got
you guys have the pizza?
that are
Are you kidding?
Finish it.
Insane.
Tomatoes are cooked with
my
balsamic
God.
vinegar.
It's
Then
good
we
cold.
add za'atar spice mix. Those are your magic ingredients. And then we make a bechamel. So we've got butter and flour here going nutty and kind of like popcorn. You add your liquid. I'm kind of fast forwarding.
Yeah.
it. Then you add your polenta, and you do that like that.
Polenta.
Like
That's
that.
the creamy goodness.
We used to call it grits.
Yeah.
It is like a grit. It's a cousin to a
like
grit.
Italian
Right?
grits. And then we spread it out, and we put the bechamel on top.
Oh my gosh,
with
Noor,
feta
what did
and
you
oregano.
do?
We
I
put it
know.
under
Look
the
what
grill.
you've done.
It is.
Why the parchment paper, chef?
The parchment paper is just to protect the bottom of the pie.
Yep.
And then we take these za'atar tomatoes, which
tomatoes
are
are
The tomatoes.
so
We're just going to watch you do this
Would
in
you
the
make
final
those ahead
30
of time and
seconds.
just leave those in the fridge?
This is easy to do at home.
It is. It's so easy to do at home.
And for the home chefs, get the cookbook. This particular one, extra good stuff. I mean, get it, and it's called Extra Good Things is the name of the book.
Norm?
Buy it, that way you can help
Will
guide
you marry me?
Thank you. All these recipes, of course, at
He's
today.com.
married to me.
/food.
You're already
that was
spoken
awkward.
for.
Chef, thank you very much. If you reconsider opening up in New York, please let us know.
We're back launching a new food series called Today Table.
So the idea is simple. Order the ingredients for the recipes we're about to make by using the QR code on your screen. You can even find the kitchen tools to help you make it.
I like it.
All right, and it works like any grocery service. After you check out, just schedule a store pickup or maybe even a delivery for
We're
your order.
taking care of everything.
This is a great idea that we're
need-
just finding out
You
about.
never need to leave this show.
So we're going to start with a January resolution reboot. Healthy, easy recipes from Gabi Dalkin, creator of What's Gabi Cooking. Gabi, good morning. Thanks for helping us launch this thing.
Thanks. You are so welcome. Do you like the darkness outside in LA?
It's very early. Oh my gosh.
It's an early one. Who doesn't want to wake up and make chili? What do you got for us today?
So we've been making all sorts of healthy recipes in January, and this is one of the most popular recipes on my website. It's a black bean sweet potato chili that even like a true meat lover would love. As you saw earlier, I just sauteed some onion and some sweet potatoes in like a large heavy bottom skillet. And I'm going to season it with garlic, salt, paprika, cayenne, and a little cumin, and just kind of toast that up. And then everything just goes into here. So we have black beans, we have quinoa, we have fire roasted tomatoes, and it's just going to sit on the stove and kind of simmer with a little bit of stock. You could use quinoa, you could use farro, you could use barley, you could use rice, and literally it's just kind of a set it and forget it kind of thing, and I'm obsessed with it.
Could you swap out the black beans? Gabi, if you don't like black beans, could you use a different kind of bean?
You could use chickpeas, you could use kidney beans, any red beans, like whatever kind of beans you have. It's amazing.
Could you use meat? Ask it for Carson.
Yep, ground beef.
So yes, if you wanted to saute some like chicken or ground turkey or put shredded chicken in before, it is like perfect, and an extra way to add some protein.
And Gabi, with most chilies, they're better even later. Is this a good make ahead?
This is one of the, so yes, this I actually made yesterday, and it's better today than it was last night when I made it. The flavors have time to develop, and I'm just gonna season it with, or garnish it with a little cheese, a little cilantro, some lime juice, and then if you wanna get a little fancy, like you see on that photo, I like to add a little crema, which is just kind of like a watered down sour cream to give it a little extra creaminess, and it's perfection.
Looks yummy. What's our second? You got another dish for us?
Yeah, so let's talk about vegetables, because I feel like so many people don't know how to make vegetables properly. And the key to vegetables, in my opinion, is roasting them. So as you can see, we've got a bunch of cauliflower. I haven't overcrowded the pan, and it's super caramelized. I just popped it into an oven, 425 degrees, let everything roast up until it's nice and golden. And then to make matters like even better, I make a homemade tahini sauce.
Oh.
So this is a little
Oh.
tahini. I'm just going to put a little bit of garlic in there, a little bit of Meyer lemon. I mean,
Dip
I'm in
my French
LA.
fries in
Why
it.
not? Yeah, you could dip your French fries in it. Some salt and pepper. Stir it all up. And this, you could put it on cauliflower. You could put it on broccoli. You could, I mean, I'm blanking on other vegetables right now because we're live, but
Carrots?
truly,
Oh, look at that,
carrots,
Gabi.
you could put it on every vegetable known to man, and it's a perfect way to make vegetables, you know, a little bit more delicious, especially for kids.
Yeah, Gabi, speaking of vegetables and kids, you're admittedly, you ate like a 7-year-old until you were 17, right? I have a 9-year-old, and I'm asking this for every parent watching right now, because it's really concerning for Siri and I now that Etta literally only eats grilled cheeses and pasta, and I wonder, like literally almost, and I'm wondering, like, when, is there anything we can do to help that along, or are we supposed to just let that happen?
My parents let it happen, to be totally honest. And then I went to culinary school after college, and I seemed to be okay. But I will say, when you make vegetables like this and you get that caramelized flavor and you tell your kids it tastes like candy, like when I was a private chef, I used to tell the kids that, and they would clear the table. So I feel like, and getting them involved in the kitchen is really nice. My daughter's 1. She can't cook yet, but I can't wait till I can make her chop things.
Well, you're living proof that there's hope for us all, so thank you.
Thank you, Gabi.
I've actually wondered that, you know, when your kids eat no vegetables, like what happens?
They turn into world-renowned chefs
exactly.
like Gabi. There you go. It's incredible.
It makes me feel a lot better.
There's hope out there.
There is hope.
Lost time. I also never had seafood before I was 24, so my culinary school teacher thought I was.
There is hope. You're right.
That's right.
It's gonna be just
Eating
fine.
Nutella every morning for 20 years is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. Gabi, thank you so much. We
you.
appreciate it. Remember, you can get these recipes.
Thank you.
And anything you need, just shop the ingredients, the tools, whatever it is, with the help of our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning that QR code that you see. Or you can text food to 34318. And just so you know, Today earns a commission from purchases through links on today.com.
Let's talk about the fact that it's Superfood Friday. So you're going to see what we did. Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer cooking up a cozy dish to beat the cold weather. It's taco soup. Hey, Joy.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so let's get let's get started. What's the first step? It's kind of like chili with a twist.
Yes, I love this so much. I hope you guys are going to love it. So basically what we're doing is we're taking the beloved taco and we're transforming it into a slurpable soup with all of those wonderful Tex-Mex flavors that we love and we crave. And the best part is it comes together in about 30 minutes, maybe even less, in one pot, which I can really appreciate from the cleanup afterwards.
So how do we get started?
Okay, so here what I have is 1 pound of lean ground turkey meat that I added into the pot together with 1 diced onion. So you could cook these things together and just take a wooden spoon, and as it cooks, you're gonna chop it up. It takes about 7 to 9 minutes. And what happens is the onion is gonna infuse a lot of flavor into the meat, but I love the fact that you can cook them together. And for people that don't want turkey meat, you can swap in beef. You can even swap in cooked about 2 or 3 cups of lentils. So you can make it vegetarian, you could really make it your own. So now we basically just build the soup. So all of those things that we love in tacos, I'm adding in 2 cans of rinsed, drained black beans. So you know now we're adding a lot of plant-based protein and fiber. I'm also adding in, for a pop of color and more fiber, a can of rinsed and drained corn. And then this is going to be 2 cups of, well, I'm already up to the taco seasoning, but I added in some quartered cherry or grape tomatoes.
Right.
And you could, if you don't want to deal with slicing, you could always toss in a can of those diced fire roasted tomatoes. And I would say go ahead and throw the liquid in also, because it's only going to bolden up that broth. And now when it comes to the taco seasoning, you have 2 options. You could just go to the store, take the easy way out, and add in whatever's on sale, a taco seasoning packet. if you want to go that extra mile, I'm going to show everybody. I'll put it on today.com, and I'll also show you on Instagram and Facebook how to make the easiest do-it-yourself taco seasoning blend. So it's just chili powder, cumin, salt, pepper. This is paprika. You could go sweet, you could go smoky, garlic, onion powder, red pepper flakes, and oregano. And the cool thing about this is you know exactly what's in it, and then you got a whole stash in your pantry.
Yeah, and you can adjust the salt if you want.
Exactly. So speaking of salt, when it comes to the broth, so you mix all of this together, and then you're going to add in 4 cups of a reduced sodium, either chicken broth, beef broth, or vegetable broth. And the reason I like to do a reduced sodium is because you can always add more in at the end, but you can't take the sodium out. And so this is going on in there. And I just mix this whole thing up, and then it was 4 cups, and then you're going to mix this thing up, and you just let it simmer. So one thing I will tell you is I really like an intense Tex-Mex flavor. So what I would do
is you put tequila.
Al, I've never tried that, but this would probably go really well with a margarita. And now I add a second taco seasoning packet in there. Yeah. So everybody could adjust to their own taste buds. And I'm going to bring you over to my... Yes. Come with me over to my island, and we're going to add some special toppings.
It's always my favorite part is the camera switch.
That's right.
I love
Ta-da! Thank you. So here I have it in the bowl. You can see how gorgeous this is.
So it's kind of cooked down a bit.
Yes. And honestly, Al, it only takes about 5 minutes to simmer the whole thing. Look how action-packed this is.
Can you put one together real quickly, Joy?
Yes. So here I have with my ladle. I'm going to spoon it in here. And like you said earlier, you really are combining the flavors of a taco together with a chili. It's it's soupier than a chili. Now, I'm going to add on some Mexican cheese. I have some avocado. I have some jalapenos. If you don't like the spice, take the seeds out of the jalapenos for sure. And here's one last thing you can do.
And then do you crumble the taco shells
Here
on top?
we go. I'm going to make a little bit of a mess.
Right.
Ian's going to cringe.
There you go. Look at them. Muscles like steel. Joy, it's always good to see you. Thanks so much.
Joy.
Perfect for this weekend.
Love you guys.
We love you too. For more recipes like this, head to today.com/food.
You can always count on Today Nutritionist and our pal, Joy Bauer, to whip up something healthy and delicious. Joy, a lot of people, we didn't get a real reset, so we're resetting today. So what do you have for us today?
I am so crazy excited to show you how to make this meal. I think it's going to be on repeat in both of your homes, and it's super kid-friendly.
Okay.
So this is a turkey bolognese. It's healthified. It's packed with protein, vitamins, minerals, antioxidants. But I'm telling you the best part, it is a one-pot wonder. And I think you're going to be amazed how easy this thing comes together.
Okay, and you've decided to swap beef for turkey. Is that because it's a little leaner? That's what you're supposed to do?
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is a pound of lean ground turkey, and when you shop for it at the store, look for a turkey that is between 90 and 94% lean, because it's still going to be flavorful and juicy. If you get up to the 99% lean, it's too dry. So between 90 and 94%. After this was already cooked, what I've done is I threw in, you can see here all the vegetables. I have diced celery, red bell pepper, onion, and carrots, and I saute it with the meat. But because I want to save a little bit of time, because I'm going to nail this thing before we close the spot.
Okay.
I pre-sauteed all of the yummy vegetables, and now we basically have a nutrition party in this pot.
Okay.
We now take, this is a 28-ounce can of crushed tomatoes.
Oh, wow.
1 cup of broth, whatever you have in the fridge. And I'm going to take another easy way out. And instead of dealing with separate seasonings, I have here just 5 teaspoons of Italian seasoning. So this adds oregano and basil and thyme. Yeah. And then stir this whole thing up. I'm going to put it on the stove, let it cook for about 25 minutes covered.
Can I
uncover it?
Can I ask one question, Joy, just to be clear?
Yeah.
So the turkey was already cooked, and if you were just starting from scratch, you'd put in the raw turkey and all the veggies together at the same time and saute.
No, I'm so glad you asked that. No, so first what I do is in stages, I cook the ground turkey first, and it takes about 6 minutes, right? and I'm just sort of chopping it up. When the ground turkey is cooked and there's no more pink, then I throw in the veggies. We're building, and it's another 6 to 8 minutes.
Okay.
And then you throw in everything else, and look at this.
That looks like a sloppy Joe.
So, it's interesting that you say that, Hoda, because I actually like to put it on toasted English muffins or in soft, like Portuguese buns. Oh my goodness. So now I'm going to take this pasta.
Now, what is this pasta?
This is a whole grain pasta. And for people that are sensitive to cutting back on carbs, you can use zoodles, which are zucchini noodles, or you can also do spaghetti squash. Wait, I have over here some parm, because you guys know everything's better with a little bit of parm.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. By
Is
the way,
this amazing?
I've seen some chickpea, like some other kind of flour pasta. Are those better for you?
That's what this is, actually. So I said it was a whole grain, but if you opened up my cabinet, I have true whole grain, which is just 100% whole wheat. But I also have so many different brands of like chickpea or bean or lentil pastas. I would suggest people experiment around. It has a little bit more protein and it has a little bit more fiber. It really depends on what you prefer in terms of your taste. One other thing I'm going to do as soon as we shut down the segment, I'm going to try to make a bolognese burrito. I'll let you know how it works out. I'm going to put it in a wrap.
Yes, with a lot of cheese on it.
We love a bolognese burrito.
Yes,
Joy,
yes.
we miss you. We miss you. It's good to see you, though. To get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Delicious.
It is Cheat Day Friday, and today nutritionist Joy Bauer is putting her spin on a crispy chicken sandwich. Take it away, Joy.
Guys, I am so jazzed about this copycat chicken sandwich. It mimics the famed fast food version that we love, but for fewer calories, less fat, and more protein and fiber. It is the ultimate winner chicken dinner. We start with 2 skinless breasts, and I sandwich it between either parchment paper or wax paper, and we're gonna pound them thin. We want the width to be no wider than about 1/2 inch. And I love that you get a mini workout too. Now I have 2 gigantic pieces of chicken breast. And I'm gonna slice these pieces in half because we're gonna make 4 servings. Next, you can take a bag or a bowl and place your chicken pieces right inside. And we're gonna marinate it with something surprising. 1 cup of pickle juice. That's right, we're using pickle juice. Now, your chicken is not gonna taste like pickle juice, but the pickle juice is going to tenderize it and it's gonna make it nice and juicy. Then you're gonna pop this in the fridge and let it marinate from 30 minutes until overnight. And now we're gonna set up our 2-step dredging bowls. So here I have 2 tablespoons of mayonnaise, and I'm gonna mix that with 1 egg. It's almost making like a glue. Okay, and now for the yummy breading. I'm starting with 1 cup of breadcrumbs, but you can also use flour. And to season them up, I have garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, a little bit of salt and pepper. Whisk this up. You want to make sure all of your seasonings are evenly distributed. Take each piece of chicken and shake off the excess pickle juice and dunk it in the egg mayo mixture. Get it nice and coated, shake off the excess, and then douse it in all of the breadcrumbs. You really want to pat it down and then place it right on your baking sheet. I mist the top with a little oil spray. And then I like to sprinkle a bit of kosher salt right over the top. Now I'll place them in the oven, set at 450 on the middle rack for about 20 minutes. And while the chicken is cooking, we're gonna make the sauce. So we're starting with a 1/4 cup of light mayonnaise, adding in 2 tablespoons of your favorite barbecue sauce, a tablespoon of yellow mustard, and 1 teaspoon of lemon juice. Just gonna mix this up. If you do like it a little bit sweeter, you can go ahead and you can add in honey. And here is our crispy chicken. And now we're going to build our sandwich. I'm starting with pickles, lettuce, tomatoes, our chicken. Look at that piece. And of course, our special creamy, dreamy tangy sauce. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, this is a chicken sandwich. And you didn't even have to leave the house.
Looks really good.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
does.
for these recipes and more, you can head to today.com/food. We are chasing away the winter chill with 2 warm and cozy recipes.
Today, nutritionist Joy Bowers here, joining us with a corn chowder and a spiced chai tea. Good
Let's
morning,
start
Joy.
cooking. Good morning.
Oh, my people. Hey, guys. So today is all about warming the bones with healthy foods and beverages. So the first thing we're going to make is, like you mentioned, a cozy, creamy corn chowder. And I'm telling you, this is scrumptiously slurpable. I'm going to take you over to my stove.
Okay.
So here I have what I'm calling my nutrition confetti. All I've done is I sauteed some carrots, celery, and onions. It kind of looks like confetti, doesn't
Carrots,
it?
celery,
Look at
onions,
that.
okay.
And now we build the soup. It's as easy as that. Because corn is not in season, I'm taking advantage of canned corn, actually for a few reasons. One is because I get to use it. You notice I didn't drain it.
The juice,
I'm using the flavorful broth that normally we just discard. I'm putting 2 cans in there. Then I'm putting in a full 4 cups of either a vegetable broth or a chicken broth.
What did you use there?
I'm using, this is a chicken broth, and I'm using a reduced sodium because I'm controlling the salt.
Okay.
So there we have that. And then just a little bit of cayenne because it really does give it a pop of flavor.
Okay.
And then last, 1 pound of small red potatoes. I leave the skin on for extra fiber. And I cut them up into bite-sized pieces because I'm going to put a lid on this. I'm going to simmer it for about 15 minutes, just until those potatoes get fork tender.
Okay.
I'm going to put this over here, and then the fun begins. I want a lot of body in this soup, so I use an immersion blender, but you can also do this in small batches in either a food processor or a regular blender.
Okay.
And see what I'm doing there? I'm just blending it so they get a lot of richness and body within that soup. And if anybody doesn't have a blender or an immersion blender, you can leave it chunky. It's totally okay. So
good.
now, yeah, it's really good. You could stop right there, but we're not going to stop.
Oh, no,
so
of course
then, to finish it off, more texture, I'm adding in drained corn. So this time it's 2 cans of drained corn.
Because I saw all these
And-
whole corn kernels in there. I was wondering when.
Yes. And before I actually pureed the whole thing, I like to reserve some of the potatoes,
So you can
again,
get-
for a little bit of texture and like surprises as you slurp through.
That's really good.
And a dash of salt. And it makes a great big batch. And I like to garnish it with
This
a
is
little
really
bit
terrific.
of dill.
How about the tea, Joy? 'Cause
Yeah,
we
we'll
don't
try
know how
that.
to
The
tell.
chai
This
tea?
is fantastic.
The chai tea. So here we go. I put 4 cups of water in here. I love chai because my kitchen smells so unbelievably right now. It really infuses it with such aroma. And in the 4 cups of water, my combination is some cinnamon sticks, ginger, a little bit of nutmeg, fennel, peppercorns, cloves, and cardamom.
Okay.
And I give you a recipe for a balanced base, but really you could ramp up any of these spices if you like a stronger flavor. And so as those were simmering in here for about 15 minutes, then you put in your tea. So I have 4 tea bags that I added in. They've been in here for just about 5 minutes. Stick this over here. And now we build it. I add in 3 to 4 cups of the milk. Truth be told, I tried this with an almond milk and it came out a little bit too thin, so I'm using a 2% reduced fat.
Okay.
And
maybe an oat
a
milk.
little
I
bit.
was going to ask you about oat milk, yeah.
Oat milk would be fabulous. And this is a little bit of vanilla and a little bit of honey. And then I'm going to bring you over to my finished product. Come back with me over here.
I'm sure it smells good.
Here,
You can't
I strain it through a colander, and here's the cool part. I feel like if you're going to be putting in so much effort, because it's much more involved than just steeping regular tea, I make a great big batch, and then I stash it in the fridge, and whenever a craving calls, I just warm it in the microwave, and you have about 7 cups.
All right, Joy. Well, thank you much. We are ready for the weekend.
I know,
Thank
cozy.
you.
Yummy,
We
yummy,
appreciate
yummy.
it.
Thank you, Joy.
And for more
Bye-bye,
on these
guys.
recipes,
Have a great weekend.
You too. Head to today.com/food.
Now I'm ready for a nap.
We've got today nutritionist Joy Bauer here with a sweet and savory take on the classic. Joy, good to see you. Good morning.
Hey guys, today's forecast is cloudy with a huge chance of mouth-watering meatballs. And now I've been waiting to say that to you my entire
Nicely
career.
done, nicely done. So let's get started. What goes into this?
So the meatballs are very standard. I'm starting with lean ground turkey meat, and I'm adding just simple stuff, an egg, a little bit of panko, and everyday seasonings, some garlic powder, some onion powder. I put in a little bit of smoky paprika because we love that in my house, salt and pepper. And then you just mix this up. Again, the name of the game is a quick mix because you don't want your meatballs to get tough. And then you're going to form them into 20 to 24, I would say light and fluffy golf ball size. And if your batter gets a little bit sticky and fussy, put it into the fridge or the freezer for about 15 minutes. It will firm and stiffen it up, and it makes it much easier to work with. Then you just cook them in the skillet. I would say 2 minutes on each side undisturbed because you want to sear that outside, get it nicely browned. And then I just sort of toss them around to get all of the sides browned for 5 to 7 minutes. But while they're cooking, I'm going to show you what really makes this recipe sing, because it's all about the sauce. We're making a mustard maple sauce. So here I have a little bit of light. Let me make sure you guys can see this.
We can see it. Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay. So I have some light mayo, and that's going to add the creaminess. But now I'm adding Dijon mustard.
Okay.
And the Dijon gives it a tangy zing. Because it's called mustard maple, I do have our maple syrup as a sweetener. And if anybody prefers, you can do honey as well. And you mix this and emulsify it until it's nice and smooth. The key is not to add the broth until everything comes together, because otherwise the mayo will get a little bit clumpy. Then you add in your broth, and I'm going to take you over to the stove because I have one that's done. Let's see if Ian could flip this camera, guys. So here are my meatballs, and these are all complete. And I take my sauce over here, and I pour it in. Now, you have two options. You just simmer this for about, I would say, 10 minutes. And if you want it nice and sort of smooth and thin, it's done. If you want it a little bit thicker, let me show you this one over here.
What did you do?
I added a slurry the last minute. So it was just 1 tablespoon of cornstarch mixed with a little bit of water. And I mean, this is really thick.
And then what would you serve that with, Joy?
Back over to my island, guys. Here we go. So this is where we take it home. Now, there's a few different ways that you could serve it. This is standard, right over penne.
Sure.
And for this one, I kept it nice and thin.
Yeah.
These are pass-arounds. You could put,
very
as
nice. Yeah.
apps.
And then the
But
last is
this
a
is-
sandwich. That is fantastic.
This is a meatball grilled cheese. And guys, I'm going to
That
put this on
looks great.
Instagram. I'm obsessing over this one.
That's
This is
beautiful.
great.
Joy, thank you so much. Those are perfect. We love that. Going to try that this weekend. For this recipe and so much more, head to today.com/food.
Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is putting a spin on 2 easy comfort food recipes. Take a look.
Hey guys, today we're making scrumptious, wholesome recipes using a muffin tin. First up is a mac and cheese butternut squash. So here I've roasted butternut squash cubes in the oven at 400 for about 25 minutes to get them super soft. And I just take a fork and I mash them so they're the consistency of mashed potatoes. And we're gonna start our indulgent cheese sauce. I'm adding 1 cup of low-fat milk, half a teaspoon onion powder, 1/4 teaspoon of dry mustard, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of paprika. a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. And now you have the option to add a few drops of your favorite hot sauce. Bring this to a gentle simmer. My milk is starting to gently bubble. Turn off the heat, and I'm gonna add 2 cups of 2% sharp cheddar. Mix it so all the cheese melts throughout. We've got all of this luscious whipped butternut squash, and I'm gonna mix it right in the pot. And 1 tablespoon of softened butter. And now I'm adding my sauce right into my pasta. One thing, it's important to cook the pasta, your elbows, al dente, because remember, it's gonna cook again in the oven. I'm adding in 1 large beaten egg. Now we take our muffin tin, and I'm gonna take 1/2 cup scoops to fill my compartments. I'm gonna top them with a little grated Parmesan cheese. And they go in the oven at 350 for about 20 minutes. I let these sit and firm for about 5-10 minutes. Pop them out with a knife or a spoon. I mean, good for you mac and cheese that you can eat with your hands. And now we're making 3 ingredient candy bars that'll really hit the sweet spot. Chocolate peanut butter crunch cups. 2 cups of semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips. 2 cups of crispy rice cereal, although you can use any high fiber whole grain cereal, and 1/4 cup of a creamy nut butter. I'm using peanut butter. So first I'm going to melt the chocolate, either using a double boiler or in the microwave. Now I'm just adding in 1/4 cup of my creamy peanut butter. Using semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips will provide flavanols, which helps to keep our arteries healthy, our heart, our brain healthy. Now I'm just adding in my brown rice cereal. You can see this is like a crispy, puffed brown rice cereal, and mix until all of the cereal is coated. And we are ready for our muffin tin. And distribute the chocolatey, peanut buttery goodness. I just wet my fingers so they don't stick to the chocolate, and I press down to firm the shape. And just one more thing. You can sprinkle some coarse sea salt or kosher salt right over the top. Then I stash these in the fridge to firm up for about 30 minutes. As you can see, I've already dug into 2. Guys, I love this recipe so much. It's totally indulgent, perfectly portion control. You just pop them right out of the compartment. I mean, come on, you definitely want a bite of that.
I do,
and we can eat the whole thing?
I know. Well, you see us leaning forward as if that's going to help.
One day we'll get food again, I hope.
know. For these recipes and more, just head to today.com/food. We are back with today's checklist, and this morning we are going to help you take charge of your health by talking food, breaking down the nutrients that you need right now and in the right amounts also. So joining us this morning is Vanessa Rossetto, registered dietitian and CEO of Coolina Health. Good morning, Vanessa.
Good morning.
You're first time joining us.
Yeah.
It's so nice to have you
Thanks
here.
for having me.
And I think it's so important, when we talk about all this stuff, it's like you think, oh, this is good for you, but how much are you supposed to be taking in? And is it different for men and women? So we're going to start today with fiber.
Yeah, so this is one that is actually, there are differences for men and women. So men should have about 35 grams and women about 28 grams. But when I say, hey, get 28 grams of fiber, you're like, cool, where?
What does that even
How?
mean? Yes.
Exactly. And fiber is good for gut health, it's good for weight management. And so easy ways for me, I always think like more bang for my buck.
Okay.
So 2 tablespoons of chia are 11 grams of fiber.
Oh,
so you add
toss
that,
them into
add
anything.
that to your oats, which are 4 grams, right? And so now we're at 15. Then we're gonna have—
And this stuff all has fiber too?
all has fiber.
Dark chocolate?
Dark chocolate blows everyone's mind. 85% or over has about 3 or 4 grams of fiber.
Take a little piece of that, right?
Yeah. And also,
Wow, that is the hardest dark chocolate I've ever had.
Also, 1 cup of raspberries is 8 grams of fiber. So, if you want to just like add something extra to your oats, just toss it in.
That's the easiest way to do it.
Exactly.
Pistachios, edamame, all
Exactly.
examples. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about vegetables. We can't do this segment without vegetables.
You need vegetables.
Right?
Everyone needs
While I chomp on my dark
Yes.
chocolate.
Yes.
Okay. How much?
So I like to say 1 cup of vegetables at lunch and dinner. Doesn't have to be roasted broccoli or, roasted edamame.
Right.
We can just cut up carrots, cut
Right.
up celery, cut up red bell peppers.
Is raw best?
depends on
Yeah.
what's good, what your stomach can take.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you can tolerate raw vegetables, that's awesome. If you want to cook them down because that's a little bit easier for you, that's okay too.
Right.
But it doesn't have to be, shaved Parmesan and olive oil and roasted for 30 minutes. It's just cut them up, put them on the side, keep it going.
You could even munch on those during the day,
That's right. That's right, yep.
For those people who do that whole all-day eating thing.
Exactly, and you can add some cheese with it to
Yeah.
help you help you get full. So
All
it's
right.
really great.
So here's the next thing. Right, I see so many people in this building who walk around with
Yes.
these things of water
Yes,
this big.
and good for them.
Right. if they don't get to the bottom, they feel like they're a failure.
Yeah.
How much water?
90 ounces? Yeah, so I'm looking for 90 ounces a day, which could be a little bit difficult, but many of us are working at home, so we have easy access to a restroom if you need.
Good point.
Sometimes that bothers people. But actually, some quick ways for you to get hydration in. You can just add a pinch of Himalayan sea salt. That helps with electrolytes and helps to keep you feeling more
Really?
hydrated. Yep.
Himalayan sea salt?
Himalayan sea salt, yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry too much about, the 90 ounces if it's a little bit taxing.
That's kind of the good salt. Let's talk about the not so good salt. It's funny because the thing is, it's not just table salt. There's sodium in so many of our products.
Sodium is everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you have some issues with blood pressure or things like that, you want to pay attention. So the American Heart Association recommends 1 teaspoon, about 2,300 milligrams. Salt is hidden everywhere. So
A day?
A day.
A teaspoon a day?
And so here's the thing. Most people eat fresh food, right?
Yeah.
And so if you are eating canned soups, you want to look for things that are low sodium. You can also get low sodium cold cuts.
Yeah.
It's just being mindful of those words so that you don't overdo it.
All right, since we're talking about goals and 2023, healthy eating, all of this is where I mess up. Snacks. My snacks aren't right. I already know. Well,
You got to get your snacks
yeah, my
lined
snacks
up
are
right.
just, I got to get it in order.
Well, what happens is people are looking for snacks that are already processed,
And yummy?
packaged, and
No, I'm
yummy.
just-
Yes, I'm always
kidding.
looking for things. If it's not delicious, we're not eating it.
Right.
And so sometimes you'll get a bar, and the bar will be 300 calories, and maybe that might be a little bit over. So you could do the dark chocolate with 15 almonds. So
Okay.
there's fiber, and there's protein, and there's fat.
That's not bad.
It's going to hold you over. So I'm always looking for more than 150 calories, but no more than 200.
So between 150 and 200.
Yeah,
Is
and
this where I'm supposed to live?
This is where you can
Is
live.
this home?
Yeah, this is home. So-
Okay.
And so here's a fun way, because eggs maybe by themselves are a little bit boring.
Just a little.
So we can add a little hot sauce. We can add everything but the bagel seasoning. It's
Okay.
very delicious. But also we can always go back to the dark chocolate and the almonds for something fun.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Welcome to my home, Harry.
That's right. Doritos. Oh, no.
No.
Eggs.
An egg.
Yum.
That was great.
Thank you,
so
Vanessa.
much.
We're back, another edition of Superfood Friday SOS. This is where we answer your questions. And to do it, we brought in the expert, today nutrition and health expert Joy Bowers here to break them down, to share some helpful, healthy eating strategies. Always good to have you. Let's dig in. Here's our first question from a viewer.
Hi, Joy. I'm Ina Espinoza from Ann Arbor, Michigan. How much protein should I be eating?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, and so we spend so much time talking about why protein is important. It helps with our muscles, our tissues, keeps our appetite in check, jacks up our energy levels. But we don't talk about how much we should be eating each day. So I really appreciate this this question. Here's the easiest way to figure out how much you need. Take your weight in pounds, divide it in half, and that's about how much protein you should be eating each and every day. It's not an exact
ounces,
science.
obviously.
In grams.
In grams.
In grams. So it's not an exact science, but it's a really good reference number. So for example, if you weigh 140 pounds, you want to aim to eat 70 grams of protein each and every day. Yeah.
Never knew it.
And also, I should say that you need a little bit more if you're pregnant, if you're nursing, or if you're a serious athlete.
And these are some foods that are rich
Yeah,
in
so the
protein.
good news is that there's so many foods that have a lot of protein. So for example, a cup of cottage cheese has about 24 grams of protein. This is Greek yogurt. A cup has about anywhere from 15 to 18 grams. 2 tablespoons of peanut butter, about 8 grams. An egg, 6 grams. A cup of beans has a lot, or lentils. This is a palm size or a deck of cards for chicken, fish, or meat, 21 grams. And when you think about it, we probably have double this for lunch and dinner.
Let's talk about these next foods here because we've got a viewer question related to heart health.
Okay.
Let's take a listen.
Hey Joy, this is Steve from Westchester, New York. I was just wondering if there are any specific foods that I might be able to eat to help me lower cholesterol.
That's a great question.
Yeah, so diet has a huge impact on our cholesterol level. And in order to lower our cholesterol numbers, first you want to minimize saturated fat, refined carbs, and added sugar. And I know that's easier said than done, but it's really important. But the good news is that there are actually foods that have cholesterol lowering capabilities. And I geek out over this because it really illustrates the power of healthy eating. So first I'm going to start by saying that there's a type of fiber called soluble fiber, and it has the capability of latching on to circulating cholesterol and escorting it out of our body. And you find it in things like apples, avocado, oats. These are chia seeds, lentils, and beans. Here I'm showing pistachio nuts because pistachio nuts, as well as sunflower seeds, they have this natural occurring plant-based compounds called plant stanols or sterols, and all you need to know is that that helps to block the absorption of cholesterol.
I love pistachios.
These are the things you want to put onto your menu.
Very, very helpful.
Sunflower seeds also help keep you awake on a road trip.
That's true.
Who knew there was a car in the studio?
Okay, now we have a question about chocolate.
I know that dark chocolate is healthier than milk chocolate and I want to switch. What % should I look for in the grocery store? Thanks so much, Joy.
Oh, that's nice.
So sweet. Yes, sometimes if you get too much dark chocolate, it's bitter.
That's right. So like as a general guideline, the darker the chocolate, the higher the percentage of cacao or cocoa, the greater the health perks. But it's not as easy as just going to the store and buying the highest percentage because then you don't have that out of this world indulgent chocolate experience. So what I like to do is, first off, we're showing here the middle ground. So this is between 60 and 80%, I think, is the sweet spot because
that's good chocolate.
it delivers the health-promoting flavonols, but it also is gently sweet and it has that melt-in-your-mouth deliciousness. I would tell people to start at 60% and then slowly work your way up and see where your palate prefers.
70 is great.
I love like 72%, and there's a lot of great brands out there. If you're only looking for pure health, you could go for the Gusto, 80+%, but I'm just going to tell you it's going to be intense, it's going to be
That's
dark.
a lot.
It's not as sweet and indulgent.
Yes.
All right, so next we're talking, I think, sodium. Let's listen to our last question.
Hi Joy, this is Darby and Mango from Austin, Texas. I wanted to reach out about salty foods and why they make me swollen. I've always heard this happens, but why does it happen and how long does it usually last?
That's a great question.
We have a saying in my office, where sodium goes, water flows.
Ah.
This is a real thing. So
It is. I've learned my lesson in the mornings.
the sodium is a component of salt. And when you eat a salty meal, that sodium draws in water, and you're going to feel it in your fingers. Sometimes you get a swollen face, puffiness around the belly. The good news is it will usually ease up in 24 hours or so, and you can also expedite the process by drinking a lot of flat water and eating potassium-rich foods.
Oh, shoot, we're out of time, so let's hurry.
Okay, so some of the more surprising places that you would get sodium, we have, like
sausage,
sausages,
meat,
jerky. Shrimp is really salty.
Shrimp?
Bread
Really?
Red has a ton. And obviously, restaurant meals, they pack in the salt. So
For
you just want to
more
be mindful.
cholesterol-lowering recipes, it's today.com/food. We'll be right back.
Thank you. I learned something.
We are back, 8:52 now, with more of our Heart Health series. And we just showed you the importance of exercise, but there's, of course, another key factor, what you eat. The Cleveland Clinic just released results from its annual National Heart Survey, and the response to what posed the greatest barrier to getting healthy really caught our attention. Check this out. Nearly half of Americans surveyed said they viewed healthy food as more expensive. So we wanted to try and debunk that assumption. So we're going to do that this morning. And to help us do that, Vanessa Rossetto, registered dietitian. Good to have you back.
Thanks for having me.
This has been a misconception in a lot of communities for, I think, a long time, the idea that healthy has to be expensive, but you maintain not so.
Not so. This is why dietitians exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, there are a lot of tips and tricks for you to be eating healthy. So, for example, people always think, vegetables and fruit are super expensive and that you can only eat organic. Well, actually, the dollar store has frozen fruits and vegetables for sale for $1.
Wow.
So, if you want to have vegetables in your life and you are afraid or you don't have time or, cost is a problem for you, you can go to the dollar store and you can get a bag of carrots or a frozen bag of berries.
And to be clear, there's the same nutritional value in frozen fruits and vegetables as raw.
That's right, and actually minimal processing. So they're allowed to ripen to peak and then flash frozen. So it's up for grabs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oatmeal bakes.
Oh, that's what I do. I make these oatmeal bakes for my kids. I want them to eat oatmeal, and I dump the frozen fruit in there, and I bake it, and they think I'm a genius. They add peanut butter. We've got fat. We've got protein. We've got fiber. We've got antioxidants. And I'm a winner.
And it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about, we've covered fruits. Let's talk about veggies now. You've got a simple trick for veggies as well.
So find the ones that you like.
Yeah.
My son only likes carrots. And you get them in bulk on a Sunday. You cut them up. You put them in water in a glass container, or for my kids, we just put them in Ziploc bags because they're grabbing and going. Yeah.
So buy in bulk is a secret.
It's the secret, and you go through it pretty quick.
And you also mentioned to buy non-starch veggies.
Yeah, so non-starchy veggies help to keep you full. They help your gut be healthy, which helps for immunity. It's winter, so people are getting more sick, so more vegetables help you be better for longer.
And a few examples of non-starch veggies.
Yeah, so carrots, celery, arugula, spinach.
There's, again, one of the greatest misconceptions, perhaps, seafood. Expensive.
Well, it can be expensive if you're going to go to, a fishmonger and you're going to buy $30 a pound halibut or, salmon. But if you don't want to do that, and also people are a little bit weird about fish as a leftover.
Yeah.
So buying them in bulk, you can get them at the regular grocer, or you can get them at, a Sam's or a Costco. And so now you're just getting one piece at a time. You can defrost before you leave the house, put it in the fridge. When you get home, it'll be ready. olive oil, some Dijon mustard in the air fryer, and you had one perfect piece, so you're not wasting.
And these are packed with omega-3s.
Omega-3s is for your cardiovascular health, for your brain health, reduces the risk of cancer.
A lot of recipes, of course, call for butter, that call for olive oil. How do we save there?
So, I buy in bulk. You can get 2 to 3 pounds. I know
that is quite the large can. That's quite the large container of olive oil.
Yes.
You're right.
Also, you can get online just a container that will allow you to perfectly portion that out. So you could fill it up and then hide that so you don't have to look at it. It's about $16 to $20 depending on the weight that you have. And remember, the serving size of olive oil, is still 1 tablespoon. So we know it has anti-inflammatory properties, but 1 tablespoon is sufficient.
All right, let's talk about really quickly here, saving money on snacking as well.
I'm a dietitian, so snacking is
how
I live my life.
Good.
I'm always thinking about the snacks that I'm having. I love to go to any kind of pharmacy to get the deals. So the 2-for-1 for the nuts or the chickpeas, fiber. I'm always looking for fiber and protein. But also, I will always die on the sword of chocolate, which is my favorite thing. I eat it every single day. It has fat, it has protein, and if you get over 85%, it also has fiber. So,
Vanessa, thank you. Thank you.
We're back on the third hour of today with another edition of Superfood Friday SOS. Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is here to answer your superfood questions. Hey, Joy.
Hi,
Good to see
I
you.
love Fridays.
Okay, we got our first question from Lily in New York, and it's something I think we can all relate to. Lily?
I seem to always hit a wall around 3 p.m. and start feeling so tired. What are the best foods and drinks to help with the afternoon slump? Thank you.
Good question.
So we've all experienced the dreaded afternoon slump. It's frustrating, but it's quite normal, and there's a scientific explanation. It's all about our circadian rhythm, which then triggers a drop in blood sugar smack in the afternoon, and it's typically right between when we wake up in the morning and when we go to sleep at night. The good news is there's a few things we could do to perk ourselves up. First, sip some water. Hydration is very important, and also consider a gentle hit of caffeine. You don't want to drink too much because it's going to interfere with sleep. So you can either do a cup of coffee that's a mix with regular and decaf, or I'm showing a cup of tea because that has half the caffeine of coffee. And definitely power up with energizing snacks. So these snacks are great for focus. They keep us feeling sharp and sustain energy. It's an apple with string cheese, or we have a rice cake with some peanut butter or yogurt with berries. Here I'm showing my fudgy. These are energy bites,
delicious.
and I have 2 different versions. So this is a chocolate peanut butter, and this I gave it an extra kick with some espresso powder. So if you want a jolt from the caffeine.
Just the powder?
Yeah, I add in the powder with a whole bunch of things like rolled oats, and I have chia seeds and nut butter, and it's so simple. And the good thing is you make a great big batch. It lasts in the refrigerator for weeks and weeks, and it'll lift you up.
I know, it's good.
It tastes a
Almost
little
like
bit like
I
a
can eat that whole
brownie.
tray. All right, so next we have a question for all of the tea drinkers out there, like myself. Take a listen.
Joy, this is Melanie from Denver, Colorado. My question for you today is about tea. I drink a lot of tea, and there are a lot of options: green, chamomile, black, and I'm wondering what you think is best.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know the difference.
It's a great question, and truly, it's impossible to pick just one tea because there are so many great varieties. But here are the standouts. So black, white, and oolong tea are packed with antioxidants, and they help to fight inflammation, which means that it's also going to reduce the risk for a laundry list of conditions like heart disease, cancer, type 2 diabetes. Chamomile tea is great if you're feeling frazzled because it helps to ease stress and anxiety. Green tea is
Which one am I drinking?
superfood in its own right. I don't even know.
I don't either.
But green tea has
call it
all
green
of the
tea.
antioxidants that black tea has, but also it can help to
English
protect and
breakfast?
promote skin health. And some studies show that it has a modest assistance with weight loss as well. And then we also have turmeric and ginger. Fantastic if you're dealing with aches and pains from exercise or arthritis. And the last one is peppermint. Peppermint is great for IBS. Peppermint can help with gas and stomach discomfort and
You should
distension,
try that one, Chip.
but not with heartburn.
As Ted Lasso says, I used to think tea was just brown, dirty water. Yeah, pretty much is.
All right, we got 2 minutes.
We love anything Ted Lasso says.
All right, what's this next one here? This one for you, Craig.
Oh, yeah, we've got a question here from someone who's trying to get in shape for the summer.
Hey Joy, my name is David Rodriguez from Miami, Florida. I work out a few times a week for about an hour per session, and I was wondering, what are the best foods to eat before I exercise? Thank you.
Okay.
So
That's a good
contrary to what a lot of people think, you do not need to eat anything before a bout of moderate exercise. And I would define that as an hour or less. So it's really a personal choice.
Wait, an hour of exercise is moderate?
Yes. So if you,
If you're Joy Bauer, it is.
if you feel energized and strong without eating anything on an empty stomach, go to it. But if you feel jittery and you need a little bit of oomph, the name of the game is keep it light. So one of the most perfect snacks, I'm showing a banana because it's toteable, it is easy to digest, and it also contains a lot of potassium, which is an electrolyte that we tend to lose through sweat when we exercise. And I also have a cup of coffee because 30 to 60 minutes before, a cup of coffee can actually help you work out longer and
It
stronger.
gives you the energy.
All right.
I
Yes.
imagine, yeah. This next one is from Marcy in Connecticut, having to do with acid reflux.
Okay.
I suffer with acid reflux, and I was wondering if there are any foods that might soothe it or any foods that I can avoid. I really need some help, so if you have any information, I'd really appreciate it.
There are no magic foods that can help minimize acid reflux, but there are a lot of things that you could do to make yourself feel better. I think the first thing is to eat smaller meals because larger meals puts pressure on the stomach walls, which increases stomach acid. The second thing is to not lie down after eating. So wait at least 3 hours after eating dinner because it's easy then for the food to travel up. And in terms of trigger foods, you want to avoid bubbly beverages, avoid alcohol, avoid caffeine. Sorry about the coffee thing. And also acidic foods like we're showing here, tomato sauce, the citrus fruits, heavy rich meals. And ironically, I'm showing peppermint over there because peppermint and chocolate can relax the sphincter in the esophagus and make it more likely that the food is going to come up. So peppermint is good for IBS, but not for reflux.
Yes.
You probably should check with your doctor.
Yeah,
too.
Definitely check with your doctor. And there's great medications that help, obviously.
Well, thank you, Joy.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Head to today.com/food for the recipes for Joy's chocolate peanut
Those
butter
were good.
cookie bites and the espresso bites.
This morning on today's checklist, we are going to take a closer look at our gut health. What's the difference between, this is good, probiotics, prebiotics, and then something I just learned about today, postbiotics. So here to help us is registered dietitian and CEO of Culina Health, Vanessa Rossetto. Hi. Vanessa, welcome.
Nice to see you.
So let's first just tackle this. Let's talk about why gut health is so important. We're hearing more and more about it lately.
Sure. So gut health is important because it helps you to regulate your immunity. It helps with your mental health. So that beneficial bacteria is really going to help you be well. But
metabolism too?
Metabolism too, which also gets everybody very turned up,
Yep,
very excited. But the research is still ongoing, right? So we don't exactly know what is right and what isn't. We think we know what a healthy microbiome looks like. But the other thing to remember is that your gut microbiome changes every 60 days due to environmental factors, any kind of stress, any kind of antibiotics that you're on. So taking probiotics every single day may or may not be the best thing.
Okay, so let's dig in because that's the thing. I always worry I'll mess something up. It's already messed up, but I don't want to make it worse. Okay,
So
your turn.
So we've got pickles, kimchi, fermented things. Those are
probiotics.
Okay.
So if you're not really interested in taking a
love
pill
kimchi.
every
Mhm.
single day, you don't have to. Actually, there was an article that just came out that said if you eat kimchi every single day for 2.5 months,
Mhm.
that is just as good as taking a probiotic.
Really? I love that.
Yep. I love. Yeah. So you could save your money and
Mhm.
like there's pickles, there's kefir, there are chia seeds, there's cottage cheese, there's
Mhm.
sour cream. Again, kimchi. So you can find the thing that you like, and you could save some money.
All Done. Right.
That's good
And-
kimchi.
and
Where'd
do
we
it
get that?
naturally.
Do it naturally.
Okay.
Yes.
Yummy.
Yes.
So
enjoy
if
that.
you are doing it naturally, there is no reason to take a supplement.
You can or you can't. It just depends on what your symptoms are. So that's the other thing. You have to take the exact probiotic at the exact dose for the symptom that you have. So when someone says like, "Oh, I take this probiotic, it makes me feel great," that's great. But maybe that person has bloating, and maybe you have delayed digestion,
Something
and so
else.
you need to take care of yourself and whatever works for
So
you.
how do you work it into your daily routine?
Eat fruits and vegetables. That's really good, right? Diversify what your intake is. And then if you are having probiotics, you want to have one every other day. You're introducing a new bacteria into your body.
Sorry.
That's
What's
good.
going on?
You're introducing a new bacteria into your body, and that might cause a lot of GI discomfort. So you want to take your time with that. And if it doesn't work for you, don't take it. Nothing bad's going to happen.
And what is this with antibiotics?
Right. So the antibiotics are ridding you of all the bacteria in your body. So if you take it together, there's no point. So you want to separate. So if you take your antibiotic in the morning, then you want to have the probiotic.
Oh, like don't take
later,
them together.
Later
You
on
could
in the
still
day.
do both.
Yeah, you could still do
Okay.
both. Yeah.
Great.
Mr. Rooker's taking your advice
that's just
clearly
good.
to heart.
If anybody else
hopefully,
wants pickles.
hopefully no one else wanted any
I
pickles.
want his GI tract
That's
to
so
be
good.
healthy and happy.
So let's talk about prebiotics for a moment, since
Yeah.
we just talked about probiotics. What are prebiotics, and what are the health benefits to these?
So prebiotics help the probiotics do their job, but you
Okay.
cannot find them in supplement form. They come from indigestible complex carbohydrates. So you're thinking chicory root. If you had a bar that had 17 grams of fiber, that comes from something called inulin or chicory. You also get it in oats, you get it in garlic, you get it in onions, asparagus. So eating that helps your probiotic do its job. Also helps with an absorption of calcium, which also helps the gut with more immunity.
And you can't get this as a supplement?
No, you cannot. Only from food.
Not yet, or
Never.
Never.
Just the way that it's going to be broken down. That's not going to
So
work.
let's talk about these postbiotics, because again, this is a term that I was not familiar with until yesterday. But what are they?
So postbiotics happen after the probiotic bacteria break down the fiber from a fruit and vegetable.
Okay.
But we don't really understand it. It's kind of a buzzword. You don't need to do anything special. Eat your fruits and vegetables. Also, you can find it in chocolate, in tea, or coffee.
Okay.
But the verdict's not out. So don't start searching the internet for postbiotics thinking it's going to make some kind of difference. It's better for you to go back to getting it naturally from foods, anything fermented, fruits and vegetables. Make sure you're drinking water,
Yeah.
take vitamin D, get your gut healthy, and you should be fine.
So focus on prebiotics and probiotics.
Prebiotics
But
and
it
probiotics.
sounds like if you diversify what you eat, you're getting all the necessary nutrients.
Yes.
Okay.
Vanessa, thank you so much. This was good. For more information on gut health, just head to today.com.
Are you done like binging on everything?
Oh,
It's like we
these
love all the props
pistachios.
today.
Those are Sicilian.
Ooh, it's very nice. That's right. They make you an offer you can't
Maybe
refuse.
they know
Just
where
go ahead.
maybe they know where my luggage is.
There is new evidence this morning that the so-called Mediterranean diet, it can sharply reduce your chances of developing dementia, even if you have a genetic risk for it. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to tell us about the new study, and that could have us eating healthier. What encouraging news.
Yeah.
I mean, when anything can fight back against dementia and Alzheimer's, but this is a diet that a lot of people have been on or are on.
Absolutely, Hoda. It is definitely another vote for the Mediterranean diet. So this study looked at over 60,000 individuals who were middle-aged and followed them for about 9 years. And there were close to 900 cases of dementia. People who followed strictly a Mediterranean diet had almost a quarter lower chance of developing dementia. And as you said in the lead, they actually took into account genetic risk, and that didn't even make a difference, which is really, really encouraging, because you think that certain things are predetermined, but this is the kind of thing that we can all actually implement in our lives.
Can you remind everybody what the Mediterranean diet is, and then why it might have affected something to do with your brain health?
Right. So the Mediterranean diet, think plant-based. Okay. So we're talking about fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, seeds, legumes, things like that, fish, seafood, olive oil. You want to limit or eat in moderation red meat, eggs,